Good morning, everybody. What's up? What's up? 14. I just got here, wild. We do have 3 best of 5s today, though, and we're casting the second one with T90. Hello, hello, hello. But I do hope we get into this nice and quick. Lewis, I think that's the second set. You start with Sato ACCM, though. Yeah. I think it should be interesting. Yeah, because Viper Hera is obviously going to be the marquee set. With the 90. It's totally possible. We won ACCM? I'm going to say 3-2 ACCM, but I also want to see the maps. Alright, this seems nice and random. Has Step Lancers, Plate Barding Armor, not guilds, has a Feudal Age Mill with a water wheel. Okay, there we go. There we go. Unique original building. Unique tech changes the cost of buildings or units. Oh my goodness. Alright. So, I guess we can have urchins. Humans? Wait, humans have guilds? Oh, I forgot. You'd think I'd know this. Tatars have guilds. Oh, Mongols. They did not have guilds. Like Burning Armor, Sap Lancer, this can be. Unique or regional building. This can be Etons. Does not have guilds. Aryans. And has plate barding armor. Can be Portuguese. Unique tech changes the cost of buildings or unit. Hmm. I guess Gujaras also could work here. They don't have guilds. What else changes the cost? There's Kshatriyas. There's Butulmapu. Oh, guys, if the South American mills have a water wheel and, like, the answer is Mapuche, I will be so triggered. No way that's a thing, right? No, okay. All right, looks like we have the Maparinos done. And starting the civs. What else changes the cost of stuff? Oh, there's Slavs. Slavs work here. Hmm. The East Asian mills are the only ones I can think of that have a water wheel. I think. Southeast Asian ones have. Yep. They sure do. Good call. Yep. And it was just Malay. All right, they're still doing the ban, so let's do some GeoGuessr. Asia, yes. Yes. Oh, we are in Japan. I study Asia, that's not racist. No idea where we are. Japan, and Japan's a pretty big country, so that isn't too helpful. The Weeb of Doom? Yeah, seriously. The one time he'd be useful. I mean, we're just in a village somewhere, right? Could be anywhere. I guess it's like a little bit built up, but you know, it's still not that huge. Route 9. Um. Wow. Dang! With less than 10 seconds left. 2.5 miles, dang. You've been dropped there? Ah, okay. Like, not exactly a huge city. Well, it's very pretty, but I've no idea where it is. With a dog and a, it looks like soccer goals? Is it Latam? A little yurty. Oshkosh. They're in Wisconsin. It looks like the barren, decrepit wasteland that is Wisconsin. Ten travel. Okay, so it's Argentina, but we have to be like down south. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Tierra del Fuego. Or maybe it's like in the Andes or something. It was Chalten, or Chalten Travel. Yeah, definitely SEA vibes. Could be South America. All I know is I want to hang out with the chicas here. Because you can speak Portuguese, except that's Spanish. Yeah, my guess would be Colombia. I feel like we're in Muisca land. Here. It was Panama. Well, we got LATAM'd. Sure. Always ban. Yeah, it's not helping me. Dated a girl from here. That's why I guessed it. She turned out to be a Mormon. Awkward. Mormons? Yeah, it was like must have been like a mission trip that converted her. Couldn't, I just couldn't bring myself to do that. Marry me right away? No. No, it's Canada! West. East. Are we in, like, New Brunswick or something? It's got, like, the little fleur-de-lis. Unless by Quebec they mean Quebec City. Boom. There's Street 62. There's 138. Probably like right here. $20K? I think even with us getting LATAM'd, we should be able to. Nirvana? As soon as he moved out, yep. It's very culty. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely Bane. Sounds like Teen Spirit. I listened to a fair amount of Nirvana growing up. I've never heard of Cuenca. Oh. Yeah, I know. It's Spain. There it is. Oh. Oh, there's a Teruel. Not bad, not bad. And that is almost 23,000, guys, with us getting lat-ammed. Not bad, not bad. Are you ready for our good friend Uncle C Tom? Oh, well, there you go. I mean, I could probably name like 6 or 7 cities in Spain. Yeah, we're casting the Leary Lewis set. But this one, we are by ourselves, but I think this is the most exciting set we have left, guys, because we have Seto here in the red as the Dravidians to the north, and Mr. ACCM to the south. Have you noticed that all the sets have been 3-0s with T90, man? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was definitely interesting. Yeah, Lewis was very prepared against Hart. Hart really fizzled out, though. So I'm kind of curious. Play-Doh, Madrid, Barcelona, Sevilla, Granada, Valencia, Bilbao, Coruña, Cordoba. Toledo in Ohio. I've been through it. It's very unexciting. So that's like what? Oh yeah, San Sebastian. So yeah, we can get to like almost 10 cities in Spain. It's not bad. All right, nice early fishing ship lead here for Seto. Sure, very interesting from ACCM because it feels like they just aren't very successful. After they got nerfed, it seems like they're just kind of there, which is exactly where we want a Three Kingdoms civ. So we shall see. Dravidian's the much more sort of obvious pick. You bet. If 3K has no haters, then I am gone from this earth. Stockholm's? Well, yeah, because all these people kept on wanting to immigrate to America. 3K saves in the team game meta? We were very bad, and Shu are a great flank, and Wei are like a top tier pocket. On open maps. You don't play any of them on closed maps. That's like the same as 1v1s. More than the South American civs. I like all of the South American civs, and I don't like any of the 3K civs, so yes. Why no Huns? Yeah, that's a great question. Because Oh no, Huns were picked by ACCM, but he went with Shu instead. Because Huns have often been very successful in this. What the heck is all this? Oh no! That's what happened! Oh no! Oh, the TC must have done too much damage to the elephant. And then it had too low of HP to actually lure. Oh no, Sito! Oh, tragedy, tragedy, tragedy. 7-7 fishing ships with an 8th one on the way. Second dock coming in as well here for red. Still able to pick up another Rhino, though. And is that a second dock here from ACCM? It sure is. Now, I feel like there has to be something in the Fast Castle family of play on the cards. The shoe wood bonus? That would be actually the Dutch bonus, was the wood shoes. I believe they're called clogs. Still getting another elephant in. But, like, Sato himself could easily be thinking about a fast castle as well. It's not like Dravidians are bad at it by any means. Oh, come on, guys. That was a good one. Wood shoes. Alright, 31 pop from ACCM. This could be fast castle territory. But Sato's up on 29, which is still... Oh, wow, actually going to be yoinking that away from his opponent. Feet cam proof. I actually don't like wearing shoes. I don't even like wearing socks. That's why we have the Ornlu fans feet cam. Like, I would wear exactly what I'm wearing right now all the time if I could, which is basketball shorts and a t-shirt. Oh yeah, and I was, when I took Dash for a walk this morning, flip-flops. Always the flip-flops. Absolutely. It's like I channel my my inner Tia. Although I don't quite have the homing capabilities with my chanclas. Well, that Rhino lure was unsuccessful, which means it's probably going to go to Sato. And yet not... Well, actually, I mean... I don't know, how much food is around these vills here? Still probably not looking at an FC. ACCM definitely is. Am I never cold? I actually get hot really easily, and... I don't get cold very easily. Although I complain constantly about it, so, you know. Just how I am. This cold world? Something like that. Alright, Castle Age is coming in for Sato, and it's even coming in faster than for ACCM. This is really curious, because ACCM is going to go Fast Castle Crossbowman with Shu, but he's even getting Loom first. I mean, Sato really idling himself just to make sure he can get to Castle Age as soon as possible, and that's like a huge resurgence on this map after the fishing ship changes where you can garrison them. Yeah, 22 seconds idle time, not ideal, but you are going to be up 30-ish seconds faster. I was wondering if it would be for the War Chariots. You saw in Silver League? Yeah. Fishing ships on the way. $2019? I know, it's bizarre. I mean, you're going to have the very decisive timing advantage as Sato, especially as he's coming in with a second range already. ACCM isn't. But they clearly know what's up, but ACCM gets the first shot off. Nice early kill there, but Sato still has this far superior production. Range number 2 is now on its way, +1 defense coming in. They've been, what do you mean by fixed? I mean, they're still pretty good in like these all-in scenarios. Wow, ACCM gonna just sack that archer just to get as many shots off as possible. Like, this is so huge for how minor this is. Siege Workshop coming in. Currently 3 archers to 3, and Sato's better production really has not served him very well, considering that he just, well, hasn't been able to take good fights. And yet, Crossbow and Bodkin are in. You got a couple Hulks out as well. Bodcrow saw the legend. Bodcrow saw also. I actually prefer shorter series in general. I actually don't even think AoE really needs best of 7s most of the time. I like every game really mattering. Low stamina? Yes. I have low stamina as a caster. Alright. ACCM dragging his opponent back to his own base here, buying our Cyan player some time, but I mean, I think Shu should be a little bit better here in the pure crossbow mangonel. And it's what the Shu do best. 10 to 12 fishing ships, though, in favor of our Dravidians player. A little bit of Hulk-on-Hulk action down here. Yeah. Well, that's a little bit of the S word. Gonna lose a fishing ship. I think ACCM lost a fishing ship as well somewhere along the way. And here, a war chariot in the world of mangonels? Oh boy. Oh wow, that shot. How did that shot whiff? ACCM gets the kill. This is all so good here for ACCM. Oh no, Sito Mango has to get some work done. It kind of whiffs that shot. This unit control has been so good for ACCM. Not many people in the world can out-micro Sito, but ACCM actually making it work. And ACCM's not even someone who's really known for his micro. Looks like those archers got cleaned up eventually. Sito's still doing a good job here on the outside. Their Vil goes down there. Mango on the way. Of course, you have that faster movement speed as the Shu, which is really helpful. Second TC coming in. They're going to try and expand away from this. Another kill by ACCM. Remember, no ballistics for either player. 2-1 KD in favor of ACCM. My goodness, and more Fisky Mothers. ACCM's losing some himself, though, but I guess he never made as many in the first place. Oh, no. Lot sharp. It really is. Oh, my goodness. ACCM is clobbering Sito as I say that. Big Mangonel hit. You will get the jump advantage here. Seems well aware, though. Fishing ships there, Garrison. 8 kills on the... Oh, and he does get the jump kill. Oh, my goodness. 2-1 Mangonels at the moment. I guess that one's kind of getting low, though. You're going to lose another Vil in the process, I think. The bait! Masterful. DC here in the middle here from ACCM. 47 to 35 villagers, guys. Okay, looks like that's a misclick from ACCM. Obviously, both players are having to micro their hearts out right now. Especially as neither are especially fast. 61, 63 APM. Both are on the slower end of AoE pros. Oh, that's a 1-for-1, although this Mangonel's taken a lot of beating. Dravidians at least have the cheaper Mangonel, saving a fair amount of wood on each one. Oh! Guys, if ACCM didn't have the speed advantage, he wouldn't have died there. He wouldn't have gone into the full Mangonel fire. Alright, there you go, Sato. There's another kill. I mean, I don't care who wins this set, but you know, you want to see people playing their best. Built, we have the Hulks of War coming in now for ACCM on the side. No medium warships upgrade for Sato, and there's another kill for ACCM. Oh, I think the other... Oh, wow, nicely done. And good attack round. There's very little stone on this map, remember. And neither really have a unique unit they need to go for. Oh, 1-for-1, but can Sato get the kill? He cannot. And ACCM gets a few more crossmen. I think the ACCM's unit control has been so freaking good. But this isn't like the Leary-esque archer dancing back and forth, dodging every shot. It's just making sure all of your units are attacking at the exact right time. It's a different kind of micro. Oh my goodness, another kill there for ACCM. Can he get the repair? Oh my, that was so greedy, just going in for the other one before the repairer is in. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill. Another unfortunate shot there for Sato. How do you even micro like this, man? Beautiful hit there from Sato. It is a tough map to play, that is for sure. Boring in Warlords? The map benefited a lot from the fishing ship changes, I think. Became less about immediately snowballing water. It was very boring in Warlords, though. What was the first tournament in? Was Wandering Warriors Cup, I think. And it was very good there. And then it was in Warlords, and it was really bad. And then in TTL, it's been, like, not my favorite map, but it's been fine. Oh my goodness. Just ACCM always has his units in the right place. How does he even do this, man? Sato not even paying attention. And there's just so much all of these players have to look at it at once. Reveal start? Yeah, I guess that could be one way of looking at it. Oh boy. Where's the War Chariot? War Chariot's defending here at home. Honestly, not even a bad use of it. Beautiful micro there from Sato. Oh, ACCM should be able to take a good fight here as soon as he turns around. But obviously there's so much micro. Well, yeah, that was predictable. Another Mango bites the dust. It's 3-2, but it is the Castle Age folks, and the Archer should help out here. Siege Workshop is currently idle right now from Sato. 0 Mangonels. No Ballistics yet either. Like, this is an absolute clinic from ACCM, guys. Okay, another Mango is on its way, of course, but Siege Workshop's taking some damage. Oh my goodness, and a little bit of a miscontrol there as well. Okay, there's some better shots from Sato. It's gonna at least make this a mostly even trade. He win it. Wow, it's crazy. A lot of idols right now from ACCM, but he has so many more vills in the first place. And Ballistics is just now coming in. Yeah, they are prioritizing the siege. Like ACCM might have lost another Mangonel somewhere along the way as well. Ballistics now for both players. And that mangonel will pop out! Oh, not able... What? How did that guy not get the shot off? What the heck? Okay, that might be close to GG. Okay, I feel bad for Sato there. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, that was very strange. Honestly, incredible play from ACCM, though. Like, this was the play from Sato that could get you into the quarterfinals, getting first place in your group, but then you just run into the buzzsaw that is ACCM, and it turns out that Group C, the weird group because of Nikov's health issues, is gonna be, like, the dominant one, as most of the best performing players in this tournament are in Group C. ACCM, Sebastian, Lewis. I mean, Sato is really trying, man. ACCM does need to bring forth his other mangonels. The eco balance is obviously not great, but in a game that is this chaotic... Okay, great hit there from Sato. That will keep him alive a little while longer. Just crush him. Well, we'll see what Leary does in the next set. +2 defense now coming in. No thumb ring in yet for either player, but I mean, we're looking at close to double the villager count right now for ACCM. I would not at all hate a second Siege Workshop. More mangonels! More, I say! That should be another kill. Yep. Yeah, it's like a half shot. Alright, guys. 7 Hulks are on the water, so that's half of ACCM's army is Navy. Although ACCM still has 9 fishing ships working, which is super important. Lewis gets Sato gets another kill there, though. There's just neither player... I guess ACCM could buy a castle if he wants to, but... And actually, that's exactly, literally just as I say that. I mean, a castle would be huge if he could get one up offensively, although now Sato doing well in the mango trades. Yeah, that should kill it. Or not. No, that's whiffing too. That one should get... Okay, apparently I just don't know anything about mangonel fights, man. Just reading T90 script. Still, such a huge population advantage, although it is mostly villagers who are not very efficient. Alright, there's the castle. Good hit there, of course. Another mangonel's waiting in the wings in the Siege Workshop. Another coming in from the west. Oh my goodness, guys. Look at that engagement. But yeah, Hills make the mangonel engagements very weird to judge. I mean... It's like, what can you say about that game? ACCM's execution was insane. Like, holy cow. This guy could give Hera a run for his money type level game from ACCM. Just always having units in the perfect spot. They both went for very similar builds, but guys, remember back to like early Feudal Age, we're talking like 2 archers for each player, and ACCM just kills the 2 archers. Like, it literally started there. Sato had a much earlier second range, ACCM had a better eco, but ACCM just took the better fights anyway. A little bit, yeah. I mean, not quite, because Leary does more like individual dancing with the units. With ACCM, the impressive thing was just how, like, all of his units were in the right spot. It's like, oh, every fight, ACCM's archers were firing at the enemy archers, and the mangonels were killing the enemy mangonels, and then he also had units at the other side of the map, and he was also winning water. Like, you could say that's micro, and like I would probably classify it as micro, but it was a different type of micro than the pure, you know, archers dancing back and forth type thing. Dodging all the shots. Crazy impressive, though. And, I mean, let's see what the rest of the series has in store for us. That was the Shu over the Dravidian. So, first pick from Sito going down. Not good for him there, but we will be going right into African River here. Let's see what's up. Sito would pick High Tides if he could, man. He'd want Stranded, African River, and High Tides. I know that sort of player anywhere. All right, 92-second wait, guys. I mean, I really like Sito as a player. I really want to see what he can do here, but yeah, obviously you just need to step it up. We know he can. I'm gonna get some coffee. All right. Game Numbre Dos. It's African River. It's another aggressive hybrid map. Although this one is going to be all about, like, the Men-at-Arm rushes and whatnot. And Sito will be the Red Wu to the west. ACCM the Cyan Lithuanians to the east, sending a few vills over to Wood already. Likely going to go for that early dock. Alright, just pushing the Zebra in. Let's see what Sito has planned here, because Wu and Lithuanians are both very strong civs early on, for sure. But Wu are much better at the Men-at-Arm play. Lithuanians would rather either just go scouts or defend with skirmishers and spearmen. Or play to water to protect their fishing eco. Like Sito will abscond with a water buffalo. Just already see the difference in wood collected. Doc coming in now from ACCM. And he will probably just need to follow his opponent's scout with his own just to make sure that the Vill here doesn't get sniped. It's really hard to wall in your Vill on a map like this. And indeed, ACCM is going out and crossing the map. Ooh, a little bit unfortunate there with the Vill placement. I actually don't think there's a way to fix this. Oh, that's not what you want. That is not at all what you want, guys. Nikov! This is a Nikov moment right here, guys. If you know, you know. This is a Nikov moment. I mean, this is just bad. And of course, the frustrating thing is, if you've ever experienced this, is that the villager doesn't look like it's idle. It doesn't appear as idle, but it obviously is. Right, got a nice house coming up nice and speedy. Sato docking the far side, kind of interestingly. He probably scouted it and saw that the fish were a bit closer over here, so maybe that was the reason. But, I mean, this is still going to be a matter of what does ACCM have in store. Sato is almost certainly going to open a Man-at-Arms, and it's very strong with Wu. There's, no reason not to on a map like this. But ACCM's going to be up, I guess, very soon. We'll see if he can afford Feudal Age here. Civ, both these civs are very good for it. Yeah, didn't quite have enough food there. Didn't look like he did. Sato not too bothered, though. Okay, there's the bear. I was like, there's no way he goes FC, right? Not on a map like this. Oh, no, he's absolutely going MMA. Why do people call it MMA? It's not men mat arms, it's men at arms. It's MAA, if anything. Or M at A. Tell you later that you couldn't do anything? Oh no. Cassus, the world's saddest middle manager. Mixed martial arms. Ah yes, the Schwertkampfer. The Männer mit Arms. Ah, yes, it's German. Alright, militia coming out. Barracks on the way here for ACCM. Obviously, though, not opening with the M&A himself. He's even outposting it up. Like he's a frickin' chompy. I mean, I've never felt so self-conscious about my pronunciations until I was, the T90 casting with chat. Like, I literally have given zero thought to how I pronounced Vivi the entirety of my casting career. It's like, oh, it's Vivi, not Vivi. What? I don't think there's an official pronunciation guide for Vivi. I mean, the only Vivi I know is the Princess of Alabasta, and that's definitely Vivi. Alright. Man-at-Arms coming in, Arson as well. This is the downside with Lithuanians. You don't generally want to play this sort of style. And Sato has actually got an extra fishing ship out anyway, so he's just ahead across the board. Like season 2, I loved it, loved it, loved it. My mom loved it too. So great. Queen of Alabasta, yeah, that's true. Rip crocodile, not crocodile, cobra. The other reptile. April? I wish. No, it's not going to come out for another year. At least. They're filming it right now. I mean, to be fair, it was 8 hours. So, I mean, it was a long season in terms of, like, runtime. And they certainly didn't have any wasted time. I know, it's like, it's so outlandish, and yet it works. Oh, geez, guys, hold on, look at this. Men-at-Arms are here. 2 kills, no deaths so far for Sato. He's already got 4 skirmishers chilling. Got another dock on the way. Doing great. Yeah, Sato's definitely playing better here. Fletching and Town Watch coming in for ACCM as he's got a little bit housed. Mail coming in at around the same time for both players as the Water Buffalo start to run low. But ACCM going double range skirmisher at the moment. Not anything that's ever going to get you a good castle age time on a map where food income is at a premium, aka this one. Guys, Sato's already getting pretty close to clicking up. Yeah, look at that. 400 food ahead. That is insane. Gathered from plenty of fish. And even more fishing ships are coming in as he feels comfortable chasing away ACCM's hulks. TheViper. That's just a house coming in, but guys, this is really rough for ACCM. This blob of skirms isn't really doing anything. Sato is safe. That gold mine is extremely exposed. Oh, ACCM does still strike first blood when it comes to the villager kills, though. But I feel like this is really the most important story right now, is that, I mean, Sato's just getting up to castle age. He's got 10 fishing ships. Like, that is a group of fiskimaders, if I've ever seen one. You got your scout cavalry here. Alright. Getting more value. And now, guys, it will be time for the one, the only, John Swordsman. Jonathan S. Mann. Castle Age coming in for ACCM, but he's basically an entire Castle Age research time behind his opponent. There's a stable on its way. Not there yet, though. Three barracks already. Now remember, Jan Swordsmen were nerfed into the ground. Like, the unit is so much worse than it was at launch. But yeah, this is where you just don't even bother upgrading skirmishers. It's going to be all about the knights as the Lithuanians. Medium warships coming in, though, as well. I don't know, guys. I feel like ACCM's gonna be in trouble. That Squire's coming in as well. I mean, guys, Jan Swordsman literally had 3 melee armor at launch and trained, like, 15 seconds faster or something like that. Just crazy how much this unit has been nerfed and is still super good. Alright, second TC coming in for Sato as well. He's just cruising. Double stable knights. We'll have +1/+1, no bloodlines. Let's immediately grab Bowsaw. And the overall res collected are quite similar, and ACCM's going to try and escape with that Vil. But yeah, actually, ACCM's doing pretty well here, I guess. Monastery, of course, being rushed up. I mean, it's still 9-2, and you've got the monks. And the monks are going to start picking up relics away from the Lithuanian player. It is awful an imp, man. Alright, gonna go for some fishing ship snipes here. Remember, Sato invested into the medium war galley. The medium war galley upgrade, and ACCM did not. So, Sato will win water eventually here. Third TC also coming in for Sato. He is going to be getting himself very well set up over time. Eco-efficiency for ACCM is a disaster at the moment. Sato looking like he's going to try and do what he can to tie up this series. But Sato is also now going to need to beat ACCM on one of Zimbabwe or Tulo. I think that would be very tough, because this map and I thought Stranded would be the 2 best Sato maps versus ACCM. The other one is Mudflow, which I think is kind of even between these 2 players. 4th TC right now for Sato, and this game is just getting more and more out of control. Also, didn't Jan Swordsman... No, they always had 2 versus buildings, my bad. Market immediately sniped. ACCM's going to try and come in with a second TC, but it is just too late. Sato's also mining some stone at this point, so he can start to drop a castle and then, you know, even further wreck ACCM. Oh, that Jan Swordsman doesn't know what to believe. That's a 5th frickin' TC for Sato, man. I guess sniping those is not bad. One might even call that good. Hulks should not be very good versus Knights, I think. I guess they're not bad. The converted Qian Swordsman! Oh, guys, it just does not know what to believe at all. Now, ACCM is rushing up the stone much faster than his counterpart. He's still on the 3 TCs, although only 10 on food is obviously kind of a disaster. But he's got enough stone for a castle. But ACCM can see the score, and he can figure that Sato's eco is a lot better, and it sure is. Atonement coming in, what? Late Chai are as fun as they are interactive. But the castle feels like it needs to come in, like, yesterday. Here we go! Yeah, here we go! Alright, look at this. Pull the knights back. Oh, one knight was converted. That's a little bit of the S word. But yeah, you can't deny this castle. One will be placed over here to the north. No way, ACCM. Yeah, ACCM Spidey senses must be tingling. No way ACCM pulls this one out, right? Castle will go up. Guys, it's time for the Fire Archer! It's a castle war, but it's too far away to petard! Oh my goodness, guys. Oh, this is also happening on the other side. Oh my god, the best unit in Age of Empires. Foya! Foya! ACC, I'm gonna go for some Rams. Yeah, Sato's fine. His own eco is still working quite comfortably. ACCM's is not 32% less efficient of an economy. Indeed, insert all the Ram jokes. Handcart coming in. ACCM does not even have wheelbarrow. Sato's gonna tie up the series, guys. The latest does say hello, but there's not enough resources. Kind of a weird going for naval and land units, but John Swordsman's also doing a ton of work. Look at this, 10 villager kills just with these units. Oh my goodness, guys, look at the Fire Archer. Its damage is just overwhelming. Damage do they do per shot? Against the castle, you get 4 bonus damage, so 4. With a very slow reload speed. Alright, Ram has been downloaded. And the castle coming in. Do it not against buildings. They only fire 2 arrows per shot against units. It's a very weird, silly unit. Lots of... Oh, none of them have faith! Oh, that's awkward. Well, Red Cliff's tactics! Oh my goodness. The only way Sito possibly loses this game is because the Wu are awful. Anyway, they actually will be able to destroy the town center pretty darn fast. Redcliffe's tactics is actually a big help against buildings. Look at that. Look at this go. Look at it messing up the UI. Archer, wouldn't they have a full blacksmith then? Yeah. Yeah, negative regeneration is fire damage, poison damage, and bleed damage. It all basically works the same. You know, it's a status effect, like in Pokemon. Wheelbarrow just now coming in for ACCM. I mean, it's 146 villagers for Sito, guys. Well, a good hit there, but obviously the monk is saw on standby to help out. Nice conversion. Since we haven't had one since African Kingdoms? Haven't had what? Oh, a full blacksmith? No, we have Ketons.
Technically, Ornlu Ketons don't have blast furnace.
Yeah, shut up. A raid? I mean, it's not really a raid, and more just like a big counterattack. Defensive castle coming in on the side over here. Remember, guys, the hard counter to fire archers are units that deal damage. So, I worry for Sito that there's going to become a time very soon when these fire archers are trying to push forward and they just run into the Lei Chai, and it's like one of the best units in the game versus one of the worst units in the game. Okay, it gets a decent shot there before getting converted and subsequently killed. Every type message. I mean, this is a lot of kills. Remember, you don't get the extra long range versus siege weapons. Like, ACCM has 100 villagers. Like, it's not a crazy good eco, but it's not bad. And it's like, Sito just isn't able to get to Imperial Age. Still, the Lei Chai numbers are falling. Pikeman gets some kills there. Oh my goodness. One relic in right now. Obviously nothing terribly exciting. Guys, what is this game? Like I said, literally the only way that ACCM can possibly win this game is if he's playing a good Civ and Sito is playing not a Civ. Game. You're so funny. Still, ACCM is losing more farming space, but that's where you can kind of develop at the back. Fodler, we got almost 5k in Japan Geogasser without your help. Thank you very much. Ornlu's Japanese skills was on point. Like, I'm not even joking, guys. These Lei Chai absolutely clear the fire archers. And it's not even very close, I think. At all. Like, this unit is awful. Okay, well that is actually insane. That is insane. Okay. The Mangonel's coming in. Like, that is literally perfect, though, from Sato. Holy cow. I mean, the archers of the fire are still gonna die horribly, but, you know. And guys, how much of Sato's lead is in wood collected? 12,000 of it. 12,000 of this 12,000 resource advantage is in wood collected. I like how Sato literally took the perfect engagement and still got clobbered with a 2-to-1 ratio. Like, if those were crossbowmen, it would have gone better. But the wood price is already bottomed out, I think. Iron casting coming in, too. Although ACCM is down to 0 relics again. Rebuilding the monastery. Brewery in a remote town and live the leisure life. There you go. But would your folder brow be better than Sapporo? That's my question. It's not even like the Leichai are a heavy cav. They're more a medium cav. They only have 1 pierce armor. But it's really just that slow fire rate. Four TCs! I mean, you're still 60 pop ahead as Sato, right? But honestly, guys, you cut the latest production for a moment, and you're probably looking towards Imperial Age, and now you're switching into skirmishers as well. Obviously, going to be good against the fire archers and the pikemen. Oh, these units are going to get found. Won't ever sue you. Deku? Oh, they didn't sue, My Hero Academia. This game is still going? It sure is. Yeah, this is pretty funny. Alright, Imp coming in for Sato. But he doesn't have any gold. Like, Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no gold level gold. Still, the TCs will kill the Leichai. Your Kushluk meme? I did not. White essential called Folder Deku nuts. Seriously, the Wu might be the single least convincing Civ in AoE 2. Like, they are what people assume Civs like the Huns and Goths are, where it's like they're super strong early and then they just fizzle out and then they're useless. That is Wu. Because this game should have been over ages ago. If there's no water, I would take Berserk Siege Ram Trebuchet over all this Bologna. Forever, though. I mean, we still should have Sato win the game comfortably, I think. I mean, he doesn't have any gold. Relic count is still very low. Champ Arb? Yeah, that works too. Oh, that castle's sniped by the fire archers. That's the one that you would expect to go down because it's the only castle within fire archering range. It'll secure you a bit more stone, though, I guess, at the very least. Use that to sell for anything else. ACC, I'm trying to pick up some more relics. Oh, wait. 15 on gold? Where is he securing it? I don't think he has any. That's stone. And again, you can sell the stone in the short run. Also, fire archers aren't cheap either, remember? Aren't they 45-45? Yeah, they're 45-45. Alright, this would be a big castle if it can go up. If. I guess it's fine. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. One of the relics is right there. We're already at 17 attack on the late shy, though. But yeah, ACCM's lost basically everything. Again, guys, this game shouldn't be remotely close. Yeah, with most of those skirmishers going down, I think Kato should be golden. Like the K-pop Demon Hunters song. I think that's a K-pop Demon Hunters song. Add more food there to the south. More market usage. You can plop a castle somewhere. Yeah, he's got +4 defense on the light cab. That's huge. And ACCM still is unable to get to Imperial Age anytime soon. Res Destroyed is slightly in favor of ACCM, but the eco, guys. It's all been about the eco. The food collected used to be pretty even. Now it's way back in favor of Sato. Oh, we got a traction trap! Oh my goodness, guys. Do you think that will get some traction in this game for Sato? Well, those bills are all gonna die, to be fair. Like, the populations are pretty close, and that's going to be another castle to the south. Guys, he lost all his fire archers! And he can't really make any more, you know, what with the no gold thing. I mean, I know ACCM is an insane late game player. Like, I know. No way he still can win this, right? I mean, he can almost afford help. Light cab raids should also be basically impossible to stop with Castle Age building defenses. Yeah, this is not going to get you very far. Like, ACCM does need to get to Imperial Age. Yeah, this is exactly what you needed as Sato. You just can't deal with all the Pierce armor that those light cav have. And let's look at all this idling. You do 1 damage a shot. Yeah, again, to reiterate, this game should have been over a very, very long time ago. With Wu have fully upgraded champions, and they have the best traction trebs. Not perfect, but you have options. Yeah, that's a huge loss right there. Why is that? It's just too much crazy stuff happening in the game. Again, guys, ACCM still very much hard stuck in Castle Age. Castle repair is being attempted. Now, you still actually have some stone income as red. It says he has 7 on gold. Again, I don't know where. Oh, right here. But Sato should be able to win with a swarm of trash units. CA? What? Not gonna win you the game, guys. Hera's Persians? Yeah, that was a great example of the latest being silly. But this is even less of the latest being silly and more like Wu being awful in the Imperial Age. Anyway, Sato's got this, guys. You're not winning the game in Castle Age at the 1 hour and 2 minute mark. Halbin. And again, it's these raids that just cannot be stopped. You have no pikemen of your own, and the light cab with +4 defense, just the TCs can't kill them. Traction Trevs are finally getting to somewhat better numbers. Not this balanced, exactly. Yeah, definitely good effort, for sure. I mean, yes, ACCM has a great KD. Res Destroyed's only a little bit better for him because so much of this map has been cleared by Sato. But yeah, now you got 34 Halbs. Herbal medicine, too? Oh my goodness. You got 7,000 more gold collected. Oh, that castle's also really good for Sato. Gonna help protect all these farms. Also, ACCM never even got heavy plow. That's rough. At least you can collect wood on this map, unlike the one I freaking played with TUS yesterday. On the K score difference. It's actually, yeah, I guess it's only around 1K. Oh, boy. Guys, why is this game still happening? A disconnect? Well, a disconnect would give the game to Sato anyway. He would get an admin win for it almost certainly. Encryption coming in. Can actually afford Hussars soon as well. There was a time then where maybe ACCM could have found a way to click to Imperial Age, but yeah. Why would you get Sun Jian? Dude, you gotta get Sitting Tiger. It's like actually good. Like, it's a good unique tech. Oh my goodness. Well, here we go. Here we go. Oh, Sun Jian, go get him. Oh my god, ACCM did click up. He should be running low on gold soon as well. Yeah, there's basically none left. Can't get any Imperial Age upgrades. cables coming forward. I mean, Sato, like, again, instead of spending 500 gold on Sun Jian, he could have spent the resources on Hussar or Sitting Tiger, both of which would have been significantly better. Yeah, it's a 300 folder. Not much. But the issue is that ACCM spent the gold all on units, and now he doesn't have the resources for all the critical upgrades he's going to need. What do you want me to say, guys? Like, legit, this game should have been over at the 20-minute mark. So long? Well, it's a matter of ACCM being very resilient and also Wu being very bad at closing out games. They're still really good in the early game, but it's just they fall off a cliff by mid-castle age. Uh-huh. Other than Hussar, all the trash units are fully upgraded here for Sato. Your halves also lose really hard in a straight-up fight. As Lithuanians here. No Blast Furnace and the HP regeneration. A Lochuan on the way? Sure, why not? Oh, this Halb's got it, guys. It's going to take down all of the traction trebs. Yeah, like I said, the Halbs of Wu were very significantly better here. He knows that Wu get Hussar, right? Because that's a thing. Anyway, there we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, jeez. 592 to 377 units trained. I mean, just way too far behind in economy. Was that 20 minutes slower to Imperial Age? What a game. AT West. But that's Sato getting the win, and that is all that matters. That was his #1 home map, and he got that dub. Displeased? I mean, that was just a game that probably should have been around 25 minutes that ended up being an hour and 5 minutes. Well, we'll see what the next map is. Probably either Zimbabwe or Too Low. Probably. But I like all the remaining maps, so we're all good. Got the maps I don't like as much out of the way. Woo. Drag out. Ah, yes, that's the difference right there. All right, Too Low is next. Not Malians. Any of the other 3 civs are good for Sito. Bengalis are probably what we're going to see from ACCM. Probably. We will see. I'm going to get some more coffee. Still haven't started. What's up, Sexer? I'm sorry if I was just a little too alluring right there, but, you know, what I do. I can't not be the way I am. Yeah, I do think the Spanish play is very interesting, though, because they've really only gotten nerfed in general, except for missionaries. And I really think that the ascendancy of Spanish these days is really off the back of missionaries being insane right now. Super, super good at grabbing relics and taking map control. But you'd think that Spanish, who just don't really have the eco normally, would be as good at that sort of thing as like Armenians are with their warrior priests. Conks need more nerfs. If anything, I would just make it so that missionaries... I mean, I don't really like missionaries picking up relics, but I would like to see missionaries more expensive. I think they should be like 115 gold or something. No, conks aren't broken.
Hi.
If conks were broken, Spanish would be an insta-pick every single time, like, you know, the Qian swordsmen were. Rather, okay, conks are one of the best, if not the best, Castle Age unique unit, but they need to be good because you're a civ that doesn't have crossbowmen or any eco bonus. Just look at Bulgarians. Anyway, it's fishing time. 2 of the new era best civs for closed maps. Let's see what we have in store on Toulouse. Conk is broken, but Spanish aren't a top pick on most closed maps. Or FC maps. I mean, they're still definitely one of the best Nomad civs, but not anywhere near as good as they used to be after... the TC build speed nerf. Of any civ? Well, yeah, that's because they're barely played. Except in the situations where they are at their best. Well, the Chinese... I don't think Chinese have lost yet. Big ways? Yeah, I mean, they're certainly inaccurate. Like, in Spanish themselves are never a high draft pick priority. Like, Spanish here are the second to last pick for ACCM.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Si.
Vos orders?
Huh? I don't see how ACCM wins that one, and he doesn't either, but yeah, now you got a 3 HP scout. DBA is in. Of course, DBA is already in for the Burgundians player, and neither are going fast castle. Interesting. Got the fire ship out, and again, I love this. Love, love, love this. You know you're up to the next stage faster, so go for the thing that's better against ships and the buildings. But nice blocking there from Sito, and the fire ship will go down. Nicely done. Got Bowsaw in already. Although ACCM does have more workers overall. The Queen is just hanging around. Not even in the tower for both players. Come on, Queenie. Alright, got 2 Hulks out. Oh, Sito paying attention. Will the fishing ships be blocked? Oh, that's why you have that sort of like one range that the ships can jump in. Market now coming in for ACCM. Both players are not horrendously far from Castle Age. And a galley. Yeah, fishing ships going to be not falling for that trick again. And there's the market. I don't know why I said it like market. Which you used to click up to Castle Age alongside the blacksmith. Why am I weird?
Bonjour.
I'm like the meme with like the mom screaming in the car to her kid, was like, "Why can't you just be normal?" And I'm just like, you know, Ornlu a wolf, like, "Ah!"
Clear.
That's me. That's my life. All right, both players still should be getting castellated at similar times. You have to. Never was diagnosed with it. Although Debbie once asked me if I was on the spectrum, which it's like, oh geez, how are you supposed to respond to somebody asking you if you're autistic? Oh, nice snipe there. No loom, of course. Ooh, nice snipe there. I might be. Who knows? Anyway, it's just been a little bit of fighting here in the middle of the map. Neither player wants to commit too much to it, but they also don't want to give up the fishing ships to their opponent. Yeah, horse collar coming in, scale parting armor. Oh no, you're gonna need to delete the fortified palisade wall. I haven't had the honor yet. Well, we have 3 Flemish militia out here, and they're going to be waddling around to the right side of the map. Look at them. They're like penguins, man. Look at them waddle. I think it's because of like the long skirt things they have. It looks like they have super short feet and just waddle around. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Anyway, more high-octane gameplay here. The other fishing ships get sniped. Not that it's going to be huge. I mean, it's just 2 fishing ships at this point in the game. Wobble. I do have very short legs. I mean, we all have aspects of ourselves that annoy us. One of mine is I hate my short, stubby legs. Because I'm not a short guy. I just have short legs and a very long torso. I have a full head of hair? I do. We all have to, count our blessings, so to say. I've got teeth, got a full head of hair. I'm at least reasonably in shape, although I'd like to be more in shape. Do you like that Sato is going aggressive? If Sato is going aggressive, he'd have a siege workshop of some kind. I mean, he's sending 3 Flemish militia, but this isn't a super huge investment. In-seam on a good day. There we go. There really should probably be the world, you know. Don't let your dreams be dreams, Cassis. That's the real story. That was a little bit of the S-word, guys. I hate to throw the S-word around. If you guys noticed it, have you guys ever noticed in T90 when we were casting together when he says sloppy? Anytime T90 says sloppy, I just like have to hold back a smile. Alright, 3rd TC coming in, and both players just kind of chilling. It's not like either are going very greedy, pure, full boom or anything, but also they're not really trying to apply any pressure. OnlyFans. Still, ACCM has way more vills on food, and of course way more vills overall. Now, normally where Burgundians can make up for this is in the eco upgrades, but Sito really hasn't been prioritizing that, which is always one of the things that triggers me with Burgundians. In terms of pure booming potential, who's better between Bengalis and Burgundians? In a perfect game, I think it's Burgundians by a little bit, but like just a little bit. Especially if it's not, like, immediate fast castle. You know, they spent some time in Feudal Age. But ACCM has just done a better job managing his economy. He got a good uptime. He's leveraging the Burgundian eco, and again, we're talking about 2 top 5 eco civs. Top 5, yeah, but it's 2 fishing ships that aren't even working most of the time. I mean, if we had to put a top 5 eco civs right now, humans, Poles, Burgundians, Bengalis, and then it's probably like some combination of like Malay, Vikings. There's someone big I'm forgetting. Khmer, yes, Khmer. Vietnamese are like half a step down. Georgians also like half a step down. Well, Georgians are like a full step down, but that's... Georgian eco is a little bit more odd. But yeah, I would probably go with that order. Humans, Poles, Burgundians, Bengalis. And then like a tie between Malay, Vikings, Khmer. Yeah, Georgians have the best late game eco, but late game eco is less valuable than early game eco. Teuton Farms? We are way past Teuton Farms. Way are also like a half step behind because it is in a lot of settings worse than the Bengalis bonus. Slavs are another step down. Again, Slavs are a top eco civ in a world with a more balanced set of eco bonuses. Anyway, ACCM's going Rata here. Teuton Farms free. I feel like in general, Bengalis should do very well against Burgundians in late game, especially with an eco lead. Sito did manage to snag 1 extra relic, which is always very nice as the Burgundians, but I don't know. This feels like it's an ACCM game, right? There's just not a whole lot happening. There's no real way for Sito to, like, use his great execution to get an advantage. This Siege Workshop isn't doing anything. Or TCs for each player. Sito is a little bit faster in clicking up. But yeah, we're talking, you know, 2 of the best closed map late game civs out there. And yet I still think I prefer Bengalis a little bit. Yeah, like early imp Burgundians are super awesome. But once the Elephantos or a huge number of Rathas comes out, then things start to look a lot uglier. Also, he's going to be opening skirmishers, which is correct, but it doesn't feel good. And just sort of the way that this game is played out, you see all the Rathas that are being made by ACCM. Like, that's a bit of a win for him in and of itself. Is you're forcing the Burgundian player to open something that is not cavalry plus hand cannoneers, which is obviously what they want to be going for most of the time. So that also feels good for ACCM. Still doing very well in the economy. He's going to add a 5th TC, so he'll get 10 villagers upon reaching Imperial Age, which is actually relevant. Is Sito taking map control? I do not see any map control from Sito. I mean, I guess maybe you get this wall off, you'll secure an extra stone mine, which is nifty, but kind of a no man's land in the middle of the map. And this side area is not doing anything, like I said. Just 2 Bengali Flemish militia. Ratha into Light Cav. I mean, it's basically, it's like Cav Archer Light Cav, right? It's kind of a similar vibe. When has a loading ability? What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. No, I don't think he ever made anything from the Siege Workshop. Okay, so Toe's trying to come into the Fort Castle. Pikes is coming in too. Of course, very important DPS buff. Reset to 0. Oh, you mean like a charge attack? Yes, it keeps it. So whatever it's at is kept. So like if the Custelier is at 75% of its recharging for the, the charge attack, it will still stay at 75%. Variety in Bengali strats? Well, it's unless you're going for like the super clowny aggressive monk play, it's basically just sit around until you win in the late game. Because you have a very good eco and a very good late game. Yeah, so, well, I mean, the idea is that he's faster up to Imperial Age. He also sees the score is what it is, which indicates that his eco isn't as good, although he did lose water, so it's a little hard to judge, but I get why he's doing it, but this, like I keep saying, it just feels like an ACCM game right here. Like, keep in mind, after, like, the 45-minute point in the last game, I think ACCM basically played better across the board. For, like, maybe even 30 to 45 minutes. But it was just a matter of he was so far behind that it didn't matter. Factory options in the mid-game. Well, having no Cav archers, mediocre archers, mediocre infantry, no knights, no camels. I mean, makes sense, right? Anyway, no Elite Ratha yet. It is at the very least a cheap upgrade, which I think is actually important because Rathas require, in general, so many upgrades. Anyway, nice little Splitterino here. No ballistics in yet either. That's okay. Literally just as I say that. Bombard towers are also, I think, a very good tool for Burgundians in this matchup because what you lose against Bengalis with almost every civ, but Burgundians are included in that, is the ability to just sort of like sit around and just like take fights over time. You really don't want to do that versus Bengalis as Burgundians or most civs. But what Bombard towers do is they let you just sort of exist in that space, where you just sort of like have this really drawn out, protracted engagement. And you do have a fair amount of stone on this map as well. Your Burgundians, you have the nice eco. Vineyards also would be a great tool in a more protracted game. Although Bengalis themselves have Mahayana, which is super good. Yes, ACCM is winning. This is one of those games where it's like, okay, it just kind of happened, but ACCM had the early eco lead, had a bit better execution, and now we're ACCM getting into late game. In a lot of ways, I feel like ACCM's a little bit like Barrels, but more versatile. Like, kind of like Super Barrels, if you will. Not quite as good at Black Forest, although ACCM is a very good BF player. But it feels like, you know, it's like those more oddball situations, those late game situations. That's still going to be where ACCM is at its best. But ACCM himself is just such a flexible player in terms of the maps and stuff he can play. But these days I feel like it's less about the open aggressive maps, which is kind of funny because that used to be his calling card. It used to be the super aggressive type of player. Basically, he just turned into backed. Good comparison? Well, you're a jerk, because I do think it's a good comparison. I mean, he certainly doesn't like towers as much as Barles does, but unless you're Tato, nobody likes towers as much as Barles does. Anyway, that castle has a ton of resources going into it, and this is just not a great situation for Mr. Sito. Oh, hey, Chancho wins. That's what they're there for. The Ratha's fully upgraded. Okay, yeah, they don't have any melee upgrades, but other than that, they're fully upgraded. 22 on food because ACCM's done a much better job of managing his eco because ACCM is super good at that. Or lest we forget about the game yesterday where Sebastian beat Barles because he literally just managed his eco better. That was so triggering. Alright, now you can switch into whatever as ACCM. Light Cab is like the very gold efficient option. And I don't like hate it. I do think you could probably just go elephants and win even more decisively. But doesn't matter. No, it really wasn't. But I think you could just say in general this game was not destined for success at all as Sito. What a way to throw the game? Why? You've got a ton of food. You got a ton of gold. Your elephants resist some of halb damage. Stonewall up over there. You're on 151 bills. You're allowed to go elephants on 151 bills. There's Mahayana. Farmers will remember that there isn't that much space to farm on this map, which is why both players have struggled with it to a degree. But, I mean, again, ACCM's totally fine. 40 farms? I mean, yeah, I would prefer to see, like, 15 of those bills on wood swapped over to the farms. But, again, I really don't think that it is an issue. And ACCM can win this game in basically whatever way he feels like at this point. Oh... Okay, not a Tim Castle. There we go. That was a game that was like, it felt like at minute 10 to 12, it's like, okay, ACCM's going to win this game. It's just going to kind of keep on happening. It's going to be relatively passive. They're going to need to make their imp transitions, but ACCM has the better eco. He's got the better late game civ, and he is an honestly just a better pure Imperial Age player than Sito, which isn't an insult to Sito, because Sito is really good. And I actually think that Sito probably doesn't get enough credit for his versatility, but not against ACCM. Which means that Mudflow is likely the next map. That was ACCM's #1 civ pick, although it was the second civ pick for Sito. Which means Mudflow's next, so either Italians or Malians. And for ACCM, I guess humans are going to be for Zimbabwe, although I don't remember seeing them on that map. Although you could go Spanish, of course, as well. That's totally fine. Or you could, but like, is any good? Well, that's kind of the curse of the top 12-ish players. Although people will still rate Doubt and MBL super high just because they're popular, even though I think they're also more in that range. Or low skill level? I get called low skill level all the time, man. Is the 10th best player? Something in that ballpark. And he won his group, right? He won 5-0 against a group that had Mihai, Viper, Vivi, Dragonstar, Dark, which is very impressive. 5 to 10. Oh, way higher than that. It's like top 1 to 2%. Like, I'm rank 542 right now. Of, like, 20,000 players. And that doesn't include all of the multiple Smurf accounts and stuff like that. Both of you? Yeah. Which is funny because I feel like I am a mid-skill level player. Maybe a little bit above a mid-skill level player. 5th best versus the 10th best? Yeah, exactly. And I still feel like Sato's one of those guys that has a ton of potential, but ACCM is playing super sharp right now. And play better than today? Yep, exactly. Skill levels? Yeah, of course. It's like the difference between me and Hera is around 1,000 elo, and the difference between me and your standard 1k elo player is around the same. Except, I'm in that top 1 to 2% of players. Even though I'm basically like a midway point. I have no idea who Brian Scalabrine is. Than you are to me? Oh, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. Celtics player? Yeah. Feel like bragging about that? There you go. The White Mamba? Honestly, I probably should have done a better job following basketball over the course of my life than I did. But I'm getting back into it now. All right. Here we are, guys. Tournament life on the line here for Sato. A very respectable result for him. Nevertheless, but of course Sato's still going to want to go for top 4. Like, oh, of course, like, being in the NBA at all is ridiculous. All right, ACCM in the cyan as the Huns to the north. Very interesting picks for this map because neither feel broken, right? There's nothing about either of these civs that feels over the top in any way. And demolish them, of course! Of course. Alright, very early barracks here from Sato, and this is a practice build for sure. He threw down that barracks as soon as he had the wood for it with the Malians, but... Oh man, that could have been such a disaster if ACCM was paying a bit more attention. Oh boy, guys. Okay, no, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, the other bill's coming in. Yeah, you're fine. No way. No way. Honestly, like, this is kind of bad from ACCM. You're losing so much scout HP for nothing. I mean, I guess you delayed the Drush a little bit, but you need that scout to help with the Drush as well, right? It's not like the scout is useless in the Drush otherwise. But yeah, isn't it weird? Like, these just feel like two fair civs. Like, yeah, they're both good aggressive civs. But it's like, you know, they're not broken. There's nothing that's, like, inherently rage-inducing about them. They're just, you know, they're just fine civs. Also, this is one of my favorite Castle Age matchups. Both civs are super strong in Castle Age and really flexible in how they approach things. Remember when Malians had Paladin and Halberdier? Those were good times. Good old African Kingdoms beta. Yeah, back in the beta of African Kingdoms, Malians had Paladin and Halb, and their building discount applied to farms. Uh-oh. Honestly, this is entirely preventable. And Farimba? You bet they did. Afro Man? I don't even know what that is. Farimbaliers, Farimbeladins. Oh, the betas were wild times. I remember the beta for Dawn of the Dukes. The Hussite wagons had something like close to double the HP that they ended up launching with. It was ridiculous. And of course, there's the good old beta humans that could build as many TCs as they wanted in Feudal Age. I don't even know who Afro Man is, though. But yeah, humans who had fortified walls. Like, they didn't just have, you know, stone walls. They had legit oh my goodness. Does this even work? I guess it does. Oh, nicely done. Close. It was closed beta. Because I got high? Nope. But yeah, it was like closed beta, or I don't even know if it was technically alpha for DE. But yeah, humans built TCs at regular speed, had all the other stuff that made humans OP, but also could build as many TCs as they wanted in Feudal Age. So look, the first game I played against humans, it was, you know, somebody in the closed beta, and they went stone wall into 4 TCs in Feudal Age. It was so stupid. It was so balanced, man. Launch humans were broken, and they were even better before. The whole world is on fire? Nope. Especially because I don't have a military background. What else? Lithuanians, they didn't have faster moving spearmen and skirmishers. They had spearmen and skirmishers that didn't cost wood. So your skirmishers were just 25 food. So you could legit have like 10 vills on wood in late game. Also, their hussars benefited from relics, and you could get all the way to, 7+9 attack hussars. That was also very fun and balanced. Good something on. I feel like that would be a huge nail in the coffin. Anyway, this is so bad for ACCM, and I feel like he's just so underreacted to this. Oh my goodness. Because if there's the thing that Trump always wants to do is equivocate. He never wants to commit to anything. So that's why, like, you send the missile strikes, and then you can just stop and say you won at any given time. Double range here for Sito. But, yeah, honestly, I really feel like ACCM has fumbled this game. 5 men-at-arms here for red. Now, the food income is going to be rough, for sure. Oh, jeez. What? Hold on. We're going to watch that in slow motion. Look at that! Look at that! Oh, my goodness. That is so silly. Yeah, frickin' cameo skills for sure. That's a nilly moment if I've ever seen one. Anyway, more idle time for Sito, but he's ahead by 500 resources. Guess it's all gold, but that's fine. Nothing left that could be of economic... Yeah, I mean, it's all so absurdly stupid. Everything about it is stupid. Okay, ACCM gets 1 snag on the other side. Oh, no. My goodness, 5 dead vills, man. 9 on food for ACCM. Blacksmith now coming in for him. Fletching's already in for Sito, however. This is going to be such an issue to secure food income. Oh, my, guys, this game is already looking super over. I mean, both games so far where it's like the huge advantage has been in the early game, Sito has won. And anything where the huge advantage starts in Castle Age, ACCM won. But yeah, there shouldn't be a reasonable world. Yeah, there we go. Wow. I really think ACCM just so underreacted to what Sito was doing. It was very odd. Because he knew exactly when the drush was coming. But Sito gets the win, and this is going to go to the rubber match. I did predict 3-2 ACCM. But if Sito is going to win and get the upset, even though he was the higher seed, I think it would still be the upset. He needs to beat his opponent on his home map, #1 home map of Zimbabwe. And if there's anything that doesn't feel like a Sito map, it's Zimbabwe. Going to be likely humans versus Bohemians. More a huge surprise? They were, but ACCM was already so heavily on the back foot because on that map your eco is so fragile. Viper 3-0 Hera? I think it's going to be Hera 3-1 Viper. That's my prediction, and I'm sticking to it. All right. Could be humans, Bohemians. I mean, it could be Spanish. And it could be Italians, technically. If ACCM had Italians, I'd actually rather see him go Italians versus Bohemians, because it's like one of the weirdest, like, not Civ wins, but pretty close to it. As condos, like, Bohemians have the exact worst tech tree to deal with condos. It's so weird. Their best unit are ARBs that don't get thumb ring. Yeah, for sure. They're all good closed map civs. Oh, I failed to download match content. You don't get Gambusons. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. That's on me. Oh my god, Chris is playing. Versus I Love Baskets. Alright, guys. Oh, it's the Afro Man thing was recommended me on YouTube. Alright, guys. 2 seconds. Alright, guys, this is it. This is for all the marbles. The winner of this singular game of Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition will be moving on to the round of 4 to face the winner of Viper and Hera. You'll have to see. Sato in the red is the Bohemians to the southeast, ACCM the Cyan Spanish to the northwest. So ACCM rocking with Spanish, the much more popular civ these days ever since the missionary buffs. But here's the thing, guys. Sato's a very good Black Forest player. The meta on this map is to lame your opponent like crazy, and then win because you have like 4 more boar equivalents than them. No humans, which I'm happy about because I don't like humans games. On the other hand, we have Bohemians, so yeah. Hera in the next round, you know it, because we're totally not going to get another Hera Leary finals where Leary looks like he might be able to beat Hera and then just doesn't. Totally not what we're going to be seeing, guys. But wouldn't you want humans on this map because you're up to feudal age so fast that you can like use your scout to be super effective against the villagers? Make them balanced on closed maps. The thing is, you can't take anything away from Bohemians to make them balanced on closed maps without also buffing them on open maps. Because the thing with Bohemians is that they are literally only good on closed maps, and they're like the best civ there. Really unique gameplay mechanism. I don't know. I love the Mapuche bonus where you can train spearmen and skirmishers out of settlements. I think that's super cool.
Monday?
What other weird bonuses do I like? You have to learn many map types to get into PvP? If you mean playing, just playing ladder? No, you just need to learn Arabia and maybe Arena. How do you beat El Dorado too? I literally just replayed it yesterday, actually. Did you side with Kemen Chachocha or Nemekene? Not that it really matters all that much, but I found the Kemen Chachocha to be a bit easier. Nemekene? Yeah, that one's a little bit more difficult because you don't get as much infantry to start. But yeah, basically use Aze's spies to make sure you're not engaging the opponent's army directly. And then just run around and snipe the castles. Because the thing is, you want the villages not really for yourself as much as just denying the production from your opponent. That's the big thing.
Co žádáš? Zdař Bůh. Ano. Co žádáš?
It's a very long lure.
Zdař Bůh.
Gods have a bigger pop cap.
Jsem připravena.
It's a little bit weird because it was like designed for Age of Kings when you had 75 pop limit standard. So it's like percentage-wise a much bigger increase, but as it happens, the 5% pop increase in Imperial Age is still perfectly fine. Infantry, your best bet? Yeah, it's a great opportunity to use the extra speedy Muisca Chompies. Like, Temple Guards you use in like the short walking distance situations, and then you use the Chompies to run around everywhere. And of course, Rams. But remember, when you take Iraka, you can make trebuchets and siege rams, so you just want to build up to like 2 or 3 trebuchets and then just snipe the castles. And just engage wherever your opponent's army isn't, and eventually they'll break themselves trying to get all your castles. It's a tough scenario, though. No shame in restarting it.
Ano.
You know, the issue is that's not how the bonus can work. Like, logistically, it's something I inquired
Jsem připravena.
about a long time ago, but yeah, it's logistically not something that's really possible.
Co žádáš?
It has to be a hard number. With POV times 2 speed, there you go. Anyway, it feels like ACCM should be in a really, really bad spot right now, just because of all the extra food that Sato's getting. Like, there's still elephants and whatnot around. But that's the thing with Zimbabwe, is it's not a very safe map. It's a map where you're vulnerable to just losing because your opponent had the better Dark Age laming shenanigans than you. And it's not like Sato killed anything, but what he did is he just denied ACCM from getting all those extra boars because he lost too much scout HP. Which is just crazy. Not that it's like, oh, it's game over, but it's definitely a better position here for Sato. And he's still able to take from that elephant. ACCM isn't. I actually think he's gonna sell wood here. You need exactly 30 gold if you want to go the selling wood route, but it's a super fast castle drop build. Do I like this? Not really, honestly. I mean, I don't like Spanish versus Bohemians for Spanish in general. Oh my goodness, guys. Holy cow. What a freaking disaster, man.
See?
Yeah, but I really don't like this build because Bohemians are one of the best civs at defending against the super crazy heavy pressure. They're going to have a better eco than you, especially in this situation. Yeah, that was a Leary game. Catapult Galleons? Yeah, that's because the campaign was almost certainly designed before they added Catapult Galleons to the game. That is almost certainly the reason. But yeah, you know exactly what's coming on right now. Like, that you did not want to just let your opponent into your base like this. Oh my goodness.
Jsem připravena.
Ano.
Yeah, remember that, like, this DLC, I'm sure, was probably made over a year ago. Or maybe not over a year, but like around a year ago. So it's probably, the campaigns were probably already done by the time that they decided to add a catapult galleon. And even then... Oh! Rip. So freaking toxic, man. I mean, this is just a disaster. Got a Vil sniped. Started after 3K released. It probably was started shortly before 3K released. Yeah, just drop the castle. Like, legit, I really, really hate this from ACCM. It just feels too obvious. When you're the guy who's so good on closed maps, doing this exactly feels just not great. It's so risky. And you're already so far behind. And despite, like, how absolutely crazy good ACCM played in the first two games, he fell really far behind in the in games 2 and 4, like almost immediately. And now he's just in a really bad position in game 5. Donkey rush? I mean, what is a donkey rush? He's just making a missionary. Or rather, what's the difference between a donkey rush and then just making missionaries to go out on the map? Yes, missionaries are definitely better these days. The fast imp. I mean, Sato will almost certainly have a much faster Imperial Age. Unless ACCM is just going to 1TC it, which just, again, feels even more risky. This is so annoying. Okay, there you go. Never mind. This is just so stupid, guys. Oh my goodness, there you go. Wasting so much time. Let's light wagon on the way. You've already got a monk out. Missionary's gonna go ahead and take the further relic, though, and it just feels so strange to see ACCM go for this hyper-aggressive Conquistador build. When it just feels like he should be comfortable chilling, hanging back.
See?
That's awkward. Oh my god, he doesn't know! Scotty doesn't know! Okay, well, that'll see it, obviously. Now, ACCM hasn't, like, committed anything here. As far as Hussite Wagons versus Conks goes, it's a really weird matchup. On no attack stance? No, that would be something. Definitely not something I've ever considered. Wait a minute. It says the missionary is a monk when it's holding a relic. A relic, that's weird. Oh, now you're going for a second TC? So strange, guys. Added archer armor coming in. Nope. It'll be a conversion. Oh my goodness, that's so unlucky from Sato. Oh, poor Sato, man. Third TC coming in from just doesn't feel good for ACCM at all.
Monday.
Okay, now a Siege Workshop's coming in. Now, obviously, ACCM is not going to know at all about the third TC. We'll be able to snack that relic.
Presto.
This just feels so confusing. It's 52 to 37 fills right now. And now a third TC? How are you going to win this game? You're literally not going to kill any villagers at this point. I don't see how you're ever faster to Imperial Age.
Sí.
Nope. Are wagons good against conks? They're pretty good against them. The thing is, you don't need to invest really much into the wagons, which is very nice. Gonna be a nice snipe here for ACCM, though. University coming in now for Sito. Okay, there's the first villager kill. You're still behind by 15. Granted, the eco balance is not very good from Sito. I will say that.
Presto.
28 on wood, 13 on food. Obviously, you kind of want that backwards. You can see a lot of the lead is in that wood collected. Boom now coming in here from ACCM.
Sí.
But, like, is there a world where you can just make it to late game and win Spanish versus Bohemians? That feels kind of rough. An archer? Eh?
Monday. Sí.
Wagons are coming.
Monday.
Omar coming.
Presto.
I mean, you could get to 5 relics, which is definitely helpful.
Presto.
Mangonels, obviously the sort of thing you want against the Hussite wagons, but... I mean, is there a world where this works for ACCM? I think it would require Sito going forward and trying to go with an aggressive castle that ACCM denies. Because ACCM is very well set up to deal with an aggressive castle. This is one of those situations where if you just sit back as Sito, I don't see how you ever lose this game. But that could be not what he chooses to do. Leather archer armor coming in. That's going to be helpful versus the Hussite wagons, of course. And there we go. I really don't get the archers. Skirmishers, I'd get.
Sí.
Archers just don't feel very exciting at all. No, he doesn't have a stable. This is so bizarre, guys. Okay, you're going for Kembos. Outposts for both players. You don't want to get surprised on the high ground. I like that a lot for both. And he's going to go after... I mean... How does he not see that? Oh my goodness. Redemption coming in. I mean, Conk Mangonel is fantastic. It literally always has been.
Presto. Sí.
11 crossbowmen. You got ballistics coming in too. Obviously, all those vills are going to get wrecked to renode. Oh, careful. Oh, I think that was a big hit.
Monday. Sí.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. Does it not matter?
Monday.
Do you just need a conch in a dream? Oh my goodness, guys. There's so many reasons I don't like this from Sito. Conks are OP? Yes, that's exactly the reason. I mean, if anything, it's more like Mangonels are OP. All right, I mean, again, it's the farming eco is not very impressive at all, and here comes the forward castle from ACCM. Oh, but the 2 damage to the Mangonel from the Kembos is still very helpful. And remember, no bloodlines yet. No stable. Remember, you need to build a barracks and a stable, and that's a lot of resources at this stage. And now we're just back to microing, just like game number 1. Getting analysis wrong? What am I doing wrong? Alright. Still have gold income, though. And he should... Oh my goodness. What a move, guys! I actually like it. ACCM doesn't see it. One might even say that Scotty doesn't know. Alright, there's Bloodlines. Obviously huge.
Monday.
But yeah, that's gonna set yourself up well for a Trev War. I thought he was closer to Imp than he was, though. Am I crazy? Probably am.
Co žádáš?
Či? Vašim službám.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is intense, guys. I mean, I guess that's been discovered. I don't really know if it was hidden, though. It was more just built there.
Monday.
Hawks are about to be fully upgraded. Now you're sort of getting closer to Imperial Age. Obviously, you're just not really spending any food at this point as Sato. He's got gold income for now. Head by over 2,000 resources. And with the high ground there... Oh, ACCM is just going to go for it. He's going to make like a rodent and go for it. What is this? What? What is this? I guess that's... Is that good? Just the cojones on this man. And remember, ACCM still has literally no idea about the castle. Okay, now the skirm switch is coming in.
Presto. Monday. Či?
Okay, now he sees it. Now he sees it. But, like, ACCM's lost a lot of resources. In Snipe Trevs, they can, but not if skirms are there as well. Now, ACCM is going to click up, so it's not going to be crazy all-in Castle Age. I would love it if either player had at least vision of the Southwest. Either does. But obviously, Sato's going to be a lot faster, and he already has chemistry. Oh, gotta be careful.
Či?
Still have 2 castles from which to train conquistadors. Protect the Trebs. He can make bombard cannons, though. But you're right, the skirms can't easily protect the Trebs. You'd have to go, like, all the way around. And the gold isn't going to last you much longer. Nice snipe there.
Monday.
Ooh, I don't know, guys. Who do you favor right now? Range units? Yeah, it gives them +1 bonus damage against siege. Yep.
Presto.
Have armor coming in, I guess, to help out the missionaries. Trebor, well, I favor the Trebor, the guy who already has chemistry and is in Imperial Age much faster. Yes, Bohemians have both needs.
Monday.
I don't know, guys.
Presto.
Racer coming in, a bombard is on the way. And there is still this angle that you can go for as Sato, where, oh, I mean, a good attack round. That's obviously a late horse collar. We'll know Bowsaw as well. Peach Workshop there at the back. Gold is very, very much running low, though. Needs a bigger armor. Ah, yes. Why didn't Sato think of that? Why not just the classic make more army? And ACCM's gonna try and go paladins? Oh, remember when I said that Sato could get his skirmishers right there by the trebuchets? It just would take a little bit of effort. Well, he did just that. Oh my goodness, guys. This is so intense. ACCM doing the very best job he can to keep the archer numbers low, and those are actually the only 3 archers left, and will this Cavalier switch be enough? Oh, wait, random trebuchet over there. I guess the skirms are coming in? I don't know, I feel like you can snipe that pretty easily still. Castle's still going to go down, it's just about how much time can ACCM stall for. +4 defense coming in now. Sato's hockey? What? Does Sato have the Conqueror's hockey? Hela hey did it doot. 4 Scorps in 7 years ago. Our father's something Gettysburg Address. All right, pikemen coming in as well. Here are the Cavalier. Of course, the Conquistadors add a gajillion arrows, but you don't have ballistics, so it's kind of a moot point. All right, guys, here we are. Going for the big snipes. Big snipes right there. Kills both of the bombard cannons. And yet, ACCM taking some heavy losses. You just don't need to spend many resources here as Sato. And the castle's missing all of its shots. And yet the castle from red, it's also going down. Remember, gold is at an absolute premium. Sato selling resources just to get a little bit of gold. And yet, one more volley and that chateau will collapse. And yet, ACCM himself has only 2 vills on gold. Oh my goodness, guys. And here are a bunch of Cavalier running on in. Their upgrades are at least relatively good, and that castle is going to stand. Oh, we got some more units going down. Sato with a slight pop lead. Bombard cannon over there stands, and Halb is in. I mean, the efficiency is so much better for Sato. He still has a castle over here from which to make trebuchets. Again, he's ahead by 4,000 resources right now. Back up to 2 bombard cannons going against the castle right there. Population isn't amazing for either player. Iron casting, and now a bit of a Cavalier raid as well. Look at that, really making sure units aren't going to dive bomb him. And now E-Skirm coming in for ACCM. Again, this feels like a little insufficient. Also, you have the extra HP and movement speed on the Vills as the Bohemians, remember. Oh, that's going to be expensive, guys. That's real expensive here for ACCM. Although he does snag the bombard cannon. Is it worth it to lose 4 or 5 conquistadors for a bombard cannon? In terms of resources, no. But in terms of like map positioning and momentum, maybe? University coming in. And again, gold is going to run real low here. Yeah, I definitely like saving the gold on the blacksmith upgrades. Handcart just now coming in. You still don't have bowsaw, by the way. Obviously, ACCM thinks he has it, but he doesn't. No dice on that particular snipe just yet, but the bombards will just scooch right back in. And that Treb is going to fall. No ballistics yet. Not enough villagers to even kill at the moment. Oh, but it's just like you need to babysit these units here as both players, and that is an absolutely critical snipe. Make that 2. Is he going to go in all 3? Oh, man, this is so hype, guys. Like, legit hype game. ACCM has a 700 score lead. Sato has the pop advantage, though. Ballistics now coming in. And you still actually have several conks garrisoned here to add extra arrows. Like, that's just a lot of arrows. But Sato is going to go for it now. I don't know about this. I don't know. Oh, and look at this. ACCM hops out. He knows where the units are located, or rather not located. Oh my god, that was so brilliant. That was so brilliant. Oh my goodness. Now the castle's still going to stand longer. Oh, I think that was a critical mistake from Sato. He's lost so much of his army. He doesn't really have much of an eco left. Oh my goodness, there's one bombard cannon, and that goes down now as well. ACCM, it's not like he has all the troops in the world. He only has 2 conquistadors left. Lots of gates here from Sato. I mean, they are well-placed gates, but they, of course, don't have any armor. And look at that, another Treb will fall. More skirms are slowly coming in here from ACCM. Yeah, I think that conch ejection was one of the smartest moves tactically I've seen in such a long time. Like, that was so brilliant. Because there's a good argument to be made of just keeping the conchs in there and just adding the damage, but no, he just ejected them as soon as the army came over a little bit to the right, and then got the dive bomb there. Yeah, I mean, ACCM's got no stone. The castle's taken 17,000 damage. Still have bombard cannons, but of course you just can't really afford anymore. Guys, Sato is only on 88 villagers. It's really not especially impressive. His army... Oh, the Treb gets the snipe there! Oh my goodness. Chemistry's now going to be in skirms, almost fully upgraded. Even ring archer armor coming in. Yeah, I mean, whoever said that the Spanish gold savings on the blacksmith upgrades coming in. A GG well played. Oh my goodness. What a game. What a game to end that series on. I feel bad for Sato because I think he literally had the most difficult round of 8 opponent. Or somebody that came from, like, the lower, not seed number 1 there. But, I mean, just so impressive from ACCM. And he will be going to the semifinals to face the winner of Viper Hera. Yeah, Group C with 2 semifinalists. Could have 3. Yeah, if Lewis wins, it would be 3 semifinalists, all from Group C. Win Viper Hera? I don't know, it's a mystery. To lose to Hera? Yeah, but, I mean, top 4 would still be very impressive from ACCM. Yeah, it was a really, really weird opening build. Especially because he should have known he was behind in economy. I really think it was a weird strategy. And yet, I really think that Sato made a massive mistake going for the crossbowman. And although I didn't like ACCM's opening, so to say, and then went super aggressive conquistadors and then tried to add the TCs behind it, I still don't think that was optimal. But you know what? The execution was good. He still got that forward pressure with the conquistadors, and then he took the high ground. So those 2 moves were still essential. So in terms of how ACC played after, shall we say, a suboptimal opening, Sato made his own mistake and really opened the door for ACCM to actually go and win that game. Which is, again, it's so tough, and I still think... I think Sato clears Barrels. I think Sato probably clears Viper. I mean, he did beat Viper 2-1 earlier as well, although that was a very close series. Lewis will have to see, but I still am super impressed by how Sato has performed this tournament. That was pretty awesome. All right, guys. Hope you had fun with that one. We're going to cast the next series with T90. 2 Wonders players? Yep. I mean, all the hype's on Onimaru, but we do have 2 Wonders players now in the semifinals. All right. That I also need to do the co-casting. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay, looks like T90's interviewing ACCM, so I have a little bit of time. I need to go take Dash out, and yeah, I'll be right back. Should be good. Should be good. Should be good. Are you guys making fun of me again? Rude. All right, looks like they're doing the draft right now. Give me a second. All right, to walk dash. Thankfully, in the afternoon, he doesn't need to go out very long. So it's like morning, morning and evening. He has the longer walks than the afternoon ones, real quick. All right, let me pull up these drafts. Leary with the world's hamsteriest of maps, man. Didn't you buy the DLC? Yeah. Let me get the sibs here. All right, Leary immediately banning the new sibs. Love to see it. And the Inca, I guess so, man. The Uwu. All the Pix hybrid maps? Zimbabwe isn't. And because it's a hamster matchup. Okay. Well, how many maps have no water on it whatsoever? Quarry doesn't. Bypass doesn't. Mm-mm. Monocle and Acropolis both have water on it. Slopes. No Slopes has a little water on it. Valley's got fish. All right, game number 1's going to be Valley. Yep. Well, thankfully, T90 is giving me enough time to eat these cheese crackers and apple. No, I mean literal crackers. All right. We are ready to go.
Been spamming. It's not rigged, by the way. Going once, going twice. Winner is Courier. Following for 7 years, subscribed for 6. Courier, congratulations, my friend. Thank you so much.
Oh, he's doing more giveaways.
I'm going to get your information over to Hardy, and we will get you your mug. Thank you so much for all the support, man. Thank you. All right. Also, Courier, you have a bunch of, like, underscores and stuff in your name. I think I'm spelling it correctly. you know most likely how to contact us if you need it, all right? Because you're in the Discord and all that. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And yes, chat, it's rigged. Yes, it's rigged. Get it out of your systems. I'm sorry. Only 2 people could win. But thank you. We'll do more giveaways. We've got DLC keys and game keys to give away. But I got to call Ornlu now. And we have to get into this series and get serious mode. So let's do it.
I'm so cute. I know I'm cute.
Support's been incredible.
Tell me something I don't know, baby. All right, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hello, Ornlu.
Hello there, T90. I literally did not have your stream open. I just had your chat open, and all I saw was this stream of not rigged, by the way. And I'm just like, something's happening.
Yeah, sorry. I should have given you a heads up on what I was going to call, but there's this weird rumor that things are rigged on my channel for whatever reason. So trying to do what I can to squash that. It used to be a fun series, man. I'm more excited for this series because of how Lewis beat Hart the other day. I think we were casting that. He was incredibly creative. He didn't play a style that worked for a meta player. And now we've got Leary, who's undefeated. And he's like, not saying he's not creative, but he is a meta player, right? So now it's like, can Lewis, who's already a big enough story in and of itself because he's played so few years compared to the rest of our pros, can Lewis pull off a crazy upset today?
I would say no. But I do think that Lewis has a pretty solid chance to at least take some games off of Leary. And for Lewis's ego alone, I think that could inflate it to near dangerous levels.
I never know. I cannot tell if Lewis is cocky or if he is doing so with humor or a mix. I feel like it's got to be a mix.
It has to be a mix.
It has to be a mix, right? But no, he did predict with his little paint prediction that he was going to win the first series against Hart 3-0. And that's exactly what happened. And I forget what he predicted for this, but he predicted he would beat Leary. And then he predicted he would beat Sebastian in the semis. And then he predicted he would beat Hera in the finals. If he were to actually do it, that would be unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, it's Leary.
Yeah, it is Leary, and it is one of the best versions of Leary we've seen in recent years. He is just so sharp in everything that he's doing. And with the maps all being, except Zimbabwe, leaning more towards the aggressive side of things, I feel like Lewis is going to need to find a way to make the game, like he did with Hart, not the super normal cookie-cutter meta style, but I feel like that's going to be so tough against Leary.
Yeah, agreed. And I think the thing you're going to need here for Lewis is you're going to need a very fast start, because against Hart, that's what happened. He had the game started well for him. It snowballed on him. And I think it's very easy for a meta player to be like, why am I dying to some stupid random crap, right? That's literally what players are going to think sometimes. And I think if he just gets rolled game number 1, I think Leary's like, okay, nice try, kid. And then he just wins the next 2 games. So yeah, it's got to be a fast start. We'll be into it. Thanks again for joining. And we'll probably switch the colors to put Leary in the red again. Welcome in quarterfinal number 3, and we have the undefeated Leary. He went 15-0 in group stage, which we'd never have had happen before. He is in the quarterfinal now, up against Lewis, Portuguese versus the Vietnamese.
And we are starting things nice and simple and easy on Valley. It is one of the most standard maps we have in this pool for 2 players who are at least in general seen as more standard players. Our civilizations, Vietnamese and Portuguese, 2 very meta civs, flexible and strong early on. So this could be a good barometer of seeing where exactly the set is going to go.
The second I saw Vietnamese, I thought Lewis is going to lame, because we've seen some pretty heavy lames on this map. I think Leary was thinking the same, because he's bringing in his forward board, but Lewis chooses not to, which is maybe a sign of how confident he is against Leary. He just goes to the middle where there's lots of hunts. Most of it's not pushable, but there is a deer or 2. So a bit surprising for me.
Well, at the very least, it is going to be a very food-intensive opening. Leary grabbing that boar early, and look at that, it is going to be a mill before lumber camp. So Leary clearly practiced this. This is the Portuguese getting wood from the forage bushes bonus going to be coming in, and I would expect a fast uptime here from both players, as once again, Lewis himself not going on to wood.
Yeah. It's so interesting. We've seen underdogs so consistently pick Mongols and Vietnamese and try and lame, right? But then it's like, okay, the lame does or doesn't work, and then the better player just ends up winning because of their additional skill and experience. I think it says a lot that Lewis said, you know what, I'll just take the deer. I don't need that risk. Like, I would always try and lame. I'd be sending villagers forward, doing whatever I can, but you're just not going to beat Leary that way. You actually have to play straight up Age of Empires. You got to play the standard play. So we just kind of alluded to Lewis's confidence a little bit. It tells me a lot about him.
Yeah, and just now going over to wood, and I think that just based off of these the lumber camp timing and the lack of lumber camp timing from Leary, we're also not going to see the very early trushing from either of these players, which is definitely interesting because it has been so popular for so many players, but this just looks like a regular old fast feudal age from both.
Yeah. I think fast feudal age, low risk, lots of walls probably. For Leary, he's a bit more calculated, so he likes to go for the aggressive opening and then plays efficiently behind it with some walls and eco. Lewis is more defensive in my mind. He will see situations where he will choose to wall instead of making lots of army. But the thing is, his damage control is fantastic. So as long as he can just stop the early snowball from Leary's attacks from doing damage, I've seen enough times where Lewis is more defensive than I'd like, and he gets away with it. So,
well, that is sort of the Hera school of AoE 2, right? You just never take any unnecessary risks. You just absorb whatever is coming your way, and then just be confident in your own macro, micro, and then taking it to late game. And that is very much how Lewis has sort of been brought up as an AoE 2 player, so to say. And it's interesting to see that him really refine those skills over the years.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis he played a lot of Black Forest, right? So a lot of, like, damage control is taught there. But transitioning from, like, playing lots of Black Forest into an open map player is a pretty rough transition. And some people never really make that transition. But funnily enough, Leary actually started off playing Black Forest team games. Like, Leary was, like, 13 years old, 14 years old, playing Black Forest team games. And then I think when he was, like, 15... he was top 2 in the world, and now he's like, how old is Leary now? He's like 24, 25?
He's 15, T90, get with it.
It's been so long, right? Like, it's crazy to you find out Leary's age. He's been around for 10 plus years. I know that's the joke, he's still 15, but like, anyways, he's just got the experience now. And back to what you said before, I think this is the best I've seen Leary play. Just dominates every single game. Usually you'd have a map or two where he would be like, I don't really know the settings. But no, every single map in a map pool of 15, which is bigger than we've seen in any tournament recently. He's just looked perfect.
Yeah, and it's, casted a lot of Leary so far. We know what he brings to the table right now, and that is just not making mistakes. It is actually crazy to see somebody play what is close to what we would consider perfect AoE 2. And none of the games have really even been that close. Leary hasn't been really pushed as a player as of yet. Now, of course, Lewis is playing super well these days, and going to be curious to see how he performs, as there's going to be a little bit of a scuffle here with the Scout Cavalry, but Leary's up faster.
Yeah, Lewis has a good uptime. Lewis has an uptime where he thinks he's going to be completely fine taking that fight, but he finds out the wrong way, and he loses his scout. So for Lewis, he doesn't now have the scouting intel, which normally is not that big a deal because your opponent's just going to go scouts. But that's not the case. Leary was transitioning into archers.
Indeed. Going over to the gold. That's pretty far away from his TC, I gotta say. It's like, yes, it's at the back, but it's not the kind of back gold that actually makes you feel good. Will be the archer to start things off, though. Going to leverage that nice Portuguese discount. Meanwhile, Lewis just going with a very normal-looking scout opening. Both players with double bit axe, but not able to afford horse collar yet.
Yeah, and the scouting for Lewis is going to be important here. Again, he's going to assume scouts. If he thinks he can just play spear defense, he makes 3 to 4 spears, then he'll just be guessing wrong, and the archers could always sneak in and get some early damage. But yeah, there's the kill there. Leary will always take any kill he can, even if it means showing his opponent what he's going for, because he doesn't care. Like, if his opponent knows what he's going for, it doesn't matter. Like, he's Leary. He's just going to dominate you anyways. But I certainly think there's an argument to actually hide the decision and wait a little bit, because now Lewis can bring more villagers to wall up real fast.
And that is exactly what he's doing. Although it did make me think of the game number 1 in the earlier series where ACCM said, okay, I don't really care what you're going to go. I'm just going to take every single fight possible and then just win them. So
yeah.
we'll have to see if Leary can do the same here. But as you rightly saying, now the walls are going to be there in time. The scout is at least low HP from before. That said, Lewis's eco is stretched to the point where he doesn't really want it at the moment. He got Horse Collar, he invested into a couple Spearmen, and that's going to make it difficult to sustain both scout and villager production.
Yeah, but to be honest, this is exactly what Lewis is really good at, right? Like, it is a little bit stretched, of course, but he got both of his eco upgrades in. He's dropping the archery range. His gold is protected. And Leary might be sitting back like, all right, I wanted to play heavy army. I'm just running into walls. And if he starts to get counterattacked, I agree. His base is not really the easiest to protect right now. So, well played from Lewis. I'd expect every single game to be this dynamic. Like, Leary opening aggressively, and then Lewis kind of playing reactive towards the defensive options.
And the thing is, when you go for the very early berries as Portuguese, now you're running into the situation where your farming has to be on point. Now, Leary's doing a good job of it, but his forage bushes are about to run out. And of course, I say that, and Lewis's are getting denied right now, and he may end up losing a villager. But no, great reaction from him. But yeah, Leary's food income could be pretty suspect going forward here.
Yeah, it's one of the main reasons why some players don't go for the early berries, is because you end up with a lot on wood, and you don't have as much on food. But I would pay attention to Leary's wood count. Play a fun little game when you watch high-level AoE. See if they'll ever go above 100 wood in Feudal Age. That's what separates the best of the best from, just the solid players. It's just how quickly and efficiently they invest it. And I've yet to see either player go over 100 wood. The farms are coming up. The houses are coming down. The skirmishers and archers are still coming out. And just wondering if Leary will be able to justify a switch at some point, because he's starting to run into quite a few skirm numbers from Lewis.
And certainly Vietnamese can be quite comfortable playing that skirmisher style. You got the early eco upgrades. You have the extra 6 HP for your skirmishers, which is basically 2 more hits from everything in Feudal Age, so it's really, really nice. Spearman actually getting a lot of damage done on those skirmishers, interestingly. But you'd have to imagine that Leary would have to make something other than archers to deal with the skirmishers here.
Well, it's the start of what could be a long series, so maybe you just test it out and say, okay, is Lewis going to get the timings of the upgrades? Is he going to get fletching, or can I just out-micro him? It feels like in the end, this is going to be an engagement that Leary is kind of okay with, at least in terms of the amount of kills he's gotten, but he's not going to kill any eco. Lewis will defend from it. And yeah, sure, Lewis didn't have fletching, but who cares? You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, Leary's doing a really good job of getting those farms down as he needs to make this important transition, so, I mean, kudos to him for that. But Lewis is getting safe, he's getting comfortable. That said, Leary is somehow, like, 400 resources ahead already. I mean, I know it's because he hasn't been walling as intensively, but still, like, this is just Leary things, man.
Yeah, but he did research fletching, so, like, fletching really didn't pay off too much. That's something that Lewis doesn't have to do. Lewis also didn't invest as much into the eco upgrades because it's cheaper for the Vietnamese. And I really like Lewis's setup at the moment. Like, basically, in a second, Lewis is completely walled, and they can actually consider moving out. Leary still has some question marks. Like we said, that gold, that hill, especially near the gold, and Castle Age could be a real problem for him. So we'll see. But again, this is where, like, imagine if Lewis actually moved out. Imagine if he took a risk, moved forward, went to the gold. Like, Leary would have, he's not fully walled. Leary might need a tower. There's all these things that could result from it. But Lewis just isn't at that point of his career yet. I say yet because I think it's something he can fix eventually, but he's just super safe.
Yeah, and right now, Leary has all the time in the world to wall slowly, especially after the numerous nerfs walling got over the years. Walling is, it's not like super expensive in terms of resources spent, but it's very expensive in terms of villager time. And when you have, in the early game, a larger portion of your economy spending that time walling, it really does hurt your eco compared to somebody who doesn't do that. And that's why Leary has this nice advantage at the moment.
Yeah, also, Leary initially did not have horse collar for his farms. Recently, they made the change that you can get horse collar after, and it actually applies to already built farms. So him snagging that means he will actually end up getting a lot more value from those farms. And yeah, Lewis never moved out. I think by the time he gets here, he's probably like, well, I wouldn't have done any damage because he was walled. We knew he wasn't walled, but he gets the walls down. And Leary will somehow be on the way to Castle Age faster than his opponent, despite not having as much on food for a while.
Well, he just isn't spending food. I mean, most players really do get that either that market down or you make some amount of skirmishers in Feudal Age. Leary just isn't doing that. He's made a few spearmen, and that's all he has spent food on other than villagers and upgrades. So, great eco balance, able to get a good Castle Age time. That said, Lewis isn't too far behind himself, just 30 seconds or so. Did not have to use the market either. And so we're in this situation where, yes, things have looked, at times good for both players, but it's all evening out, and this is really up to the players and how they want to take things in the mid-game.
And Lewis is going to do the exact same thing he did with his opening. He's going to defend and play skirms, I think. You have lots of bonuses for it. You know you're up against Leary. Leary likes to play archers. You've got a good base for it. I think he's going to try and calculate the defense. I like the house walls behind that area where the gold is. And he's moving forward now. Leary will see the skirms. Leary also might have thought the skirms wouldn't have upgrades because when they attacked the spearmen, there was no fletching. And yet now Lewis is like, wait a second. There was no flag on that archer range for a moment. Where is your army?
And he is immediately going to go right back home. He's like the turtle, pokes its head out of the shell, and then sees, anything slightly scary. He's like, nope, time to go right back home with your army. Leary going to have a very nice time. He's getting the good old Bod Crow Saw combo, and he is ready to apply some pressure. TC and Siege Workshop coming up right behind it.
Yeah, good call from Leary to go Siege because you just don't want to play ballistics timing against skirms. But also great early decision making here from Lewis. To go for the house wall here saves him some time. And I think Leary even sees the house wall and he's like, all right, I'm not even going to mess around here. I don't want to get trapped. A lot of players would still look for damage there. And Leary knows he needs to back up and wait for the mangonel.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Leary knows he's up to Castle Age faster, so just putting down your own TC, you are totally fine doing this. It's not like you really lost anything by doing all of this. Bowsaw, Crossbow, and Bodkin are all upgrades that are going to scale very well for you throughout the next few minutes. The Mangonel ensures that you don't really take any damage to a counterattack, and Lewis is going to make that transition over into the Cav Archers T90, something that we really see a ton from Vietnamese these days.
I like Cav Archers, but you kind of need your skirmishers. As Leary smashes Lewis, he loses 4 skirmishers and a lot of HP here. Not what Lewis wanted. Very late to the Elite Skirm upgrade. I don't know if he canceled it or what. I thought he had clicked it. But, oh, man. Leary showed some patience there. He'll be on 3 town centers, and now he gets to push.
He does, and his army is just so much better. The crossbowmen have to be so worried these days about skirmishers, and they're everywhere, but you take that huge fight before the skirmisher numbers come in. It take a while to replenish those skirmisher losses, and right now, Lewis is in a very dangerous spot now. I love the Siege Workshop positioning. What's so funny?
I'm laughing because Leary's got obscene confidence. It's insane. This is what he did with the archers in Feudal Age as well. He's just like, all right, I'm running at you with my skirms. And the old Leary quote is like, well, if you don't lose fights, you don't lose the game, right? He's running up the hill at the opponent, and he's still in a position to take a semi-decent fight here. Look at the confidence with the micro. That ends up being okay for him there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the fundamentally stronger army. Now, the Cav Archers are going to scale quite well going forward, but you just don't have those numbers quite yet. Generally speaking, you want less than a 2-to-1 ratio of archers to Cav Archers if you are that Cav Archer player. You get that extra HP as Vietnamese, which is quite helpful, but Leary just gonna sit back a little bit here. He is on the 3 TCs faster, so he's still quite comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, but Vietnamese, cheaper and faster researching eco upgrades. That really helps with wheelbarrow or handcart. And I feel like the longer the game goes in this matchup, while Portuguese have their bonuses, the better the Vietnamese feel. I'm not sure if you agree with that, but they just have so many options. So that combined with the fact that Lewis is an underdog and he isn't dead yet, which Leary did to everyone in the group stage, there's some positives.
There certainly are positives. I also think that both civs have their positives in the late game. I think that Vietnamese could really struggle to deal with those Arquebus Bombard cannons if the game ends up being kind of campy, which we do see on this map due to the forced no man's land in the middle. But that isn't really who Leary is as a player, right? So we'll have to see how that goes, because in terms of just plopping out regular units, Vietnamese, with all 3 archery range units being super good, I think they're going to have the advantage.
I love it from Lewis to go for a counterattack here. He didn't wait at home. He's going to move in. Now, he doesn't know the town center's there, and he'll immediately have to leave. And Leary actually was considering running around with that villager and trapping the cav archers, but that's not going to be possible. But beautiful economy from both of them. So many farms for Lewis. Lewis has 31 farms with great eco upgrades. Handcart's coming in as well, and now you're starting to see Leary's thought process. Used to do this almost every single game. Now he's a bit more diverse as a player, but he loves to play through the Arbalest timing in him.
It really is his bread and butter. And although that style isn't as popular these days, a little bit of micro there with the Mangonel, nothing terribly impactful in this game that armies have been running at each other. No villagers have died yet. The resources are even, but because Leary is just spending so few resources on really anything, he's going to get a really sick imp timing.
Just wondering, does it make sense as Lewis is now starting to do it? Like, your opponent's gold is right there. Maybe go for another siege workshop. Like, apply some pressure. Leary very clearly changed his strategy here, and it's just falling back. Lewis starting to freely move out here, but this is where Lewis has to be careful. Cav archers only scale if you're able to really get the full upgrades, keep them alive. And you know that Leary's going to be thinking imp right now, as the siege micro is amazing from both, but still awkward. Like, you have to focus so much of your attention on your micro right now. Very difficult for Lewis to also macro when the micro focus goes up.
And Leary even having the lead in farmers right now, despite making no food units. Like, guys, this is so rare that you have this level of a clean economy from a guy who's just making archers. He's not making any skirmishers. He's not making any knights that won't get upgrades, that aren't really that ideal unit for him. And it's just so clean, and he can click up whenever he wants. There we go.
Yep, I think Lewis will find out ballistics is in now, because this 2 spearmen died. And Leary's still waiting. Leary lands a nice shot, and Lewis getting more upgrades, and Lewis hoping for the aggression, but he has not been able to push, and it's just like, well, you do have Lewis on the way up as well. You do have Lewis snagging the relics, so it might not actually be a situation where if Leary hits him slightly faster, he wins the game. Maybe you shift to full defense mode again if you're Lewis.
Yeah, and I really think that will serve you well. I mean, Vietnamese especially. Free conscription. I love that Lewis has gotten out and grabbed all of the relics. That's a good way to actually utilize the map control when you're not able to get into the defense of Leary's base. So, great move there from Lewis, but he's going to need to survive this imp timing. He's only up slightly slower, but it's really just the fact that you get those archer upgrades super fast right now as Leary, and those numbers are going to scale much faster.
I love that from Lewis there. Taking down the Mangonel, pushing Leary off the gold's very nice. He's got to be wondering where is Leary, though, because his crossbows, or rather his cav archers haven't seen the crossbows. Leary is going for it a bit preemptively, in my opinion, and with confidence that only he would have. He's running at the Mangonel. He takes it down.
Oh.
Welcome to Leary. Welcome to Leary in AoE 2. That is insane that he even tried that. And he gets away with it. 2 Mangonels dead, castle on Lewis's face. That is insane.
This is... I mean, you're right. It's literally just confidence. It's the fact that you are choosing to dictate the engagements. You're saying, Lewis, react to this. And Leary just always has that slight initiative in every single engagement, and that is a beautiful castle right on the face of Lewis. Lewis is still generally okay economically, but there's a reason Lewis built that siege workshop there. This is a very commanding position for Leary as soon as he hits Imperial Age.
Before the upgrades, if he has the imp upgrades, it's like, all right, you have a slight upgrade advantage. Literally, you lose your army there, castle gets denied, it's game over. But yeah, I think until Lewis can show to Leary and ultimately show to us that he can stop stuff like that, that's all Leary is going to do every time he's playing the game. And now you start to see the dancing as the upgrades are coming in for Leary. Leary will be happy with the range advantage here. He'll happily want to take those relics. He'll happily start to treb Lewis back. And you worry for Lewis here. It's like you're supposed to have the eco to go skirms and heavy cav archer. You just don't have the time to breathe anymore.
And you've lost a lot of that farming infrastructure that is necessary, not just for making skirmishers, which would be nice to have at the moment, but getting all those upgrades. And okay, now you're going skirmishers, but Leary just... He hasn't had to switch army composition all game. He's like only
Ever.
made archers.
Yeah. Yeah, famous, well, not really famous quote, but I remember Daniel talking to me about Leary, and he said it's unfair. He never gets armor upgrades because his micro's so good. His units never get hit.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he is actually researching armor upgrades as I say that, of course, but like, yeah, he wins so many fights. It's so difficult. But behind it, he has the perfect eco balance, which is really the impressive thing about it. And pretty soon, bombard cannons are going to be on the way. That's something that Lewis is going to need to add in himself. And oh man, I thought Lewis's 5 relics were going to be an advantage for him here. And now the relics are just out in the doorstep.
And Leary, with this castle, also has a foothold on the other side of the map. So what's going to be really difficult is for Lewis to actually give himself any space at this point, because Leary can just continuously reinforce across the middle. He will be unable to use any real hill advantage to defend himself. And yeah, you're switching into skirmishers, which is nice, but you still just don't quite have the food eco that you would be looking for to go for such a unit.
Honestly, Lewis is playing insane AoE too, though, because
oh yeah,
Leary should have never won that stupid fight. I'll call it stupid up the hill. That shouldn't. That's like not real. What just happened there? And he's dealt with that. He's expanded his economy very nicely, and he's on Imperial Skirm, and he's kept his cav archers alive as well. So while he did take losses in terms of space and positioning, he isn't dead yet. Imp Skirm is an awesome option here. Oh man, cav archers go down right after we say that. And bombard cannons are still something that Lewis needs to think of himself.
There's Arbalest on the way. Leary is making his own skirmisher switch, which normally we would say, okay, Leary doesn't have an eco lead and he has the worst skirmishers. That doesn't really feel like a winning play, but Leary just isn't losing his army. He's consistently ahead in those numbers. He's getting his own Arbalest upgrade. They're going to be fully upgraded now. And Lewis needs to find a way to actually force an engagement, because Leary's really benefited from just sort of poking and prodding away at his opponent.
I think he's got the opportunity, but I think he's shell-shocked. There's a lot of gold still exposed at Leary's base. There's so much micro happening here, but if he sends any army over to Leary's base, that area of Leary's base, where he was at with the cav archers before, is still very exposed. And maybe just go castle drop Leary right now. Like, go castle drop his base and see what Leary does, because Leary's just full focus here. Instead, Lewis is going to run head first into the bombard cannons, and yeah, I mean, that's just the wrong option right now. That is exactly where Leary is looking at all times. Leary will never lose the fights there, Lewis. You got to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis is banking up a fair amount of resources. I mean, I love that he's been adding the farmers over there to the northwest, because he really does need that food income, but it just isn't quite there at the moment. Leary's own eco has been basically untouched for most of the game at this point. Now he is going for that counterattack T90, so at least he is, I think, working in that, okay, I have a little bit of breathing room mentality.
Yeah, I don't know if he is, though. I think he's trying to catch out reinforcements or something.
Is he?
Like, he's not going to the golds in the woodline. I don't think that's an area of the map he's thinking about. And as he leaves, now he's under more pressure, of course, and Leary snipes a trebuchet there. Leary's also killed some villagers in the south. But they're at least you are getting some value somewhere else. And in theory, Leary should be distracted, but Leary's still killing villagers, and Leary's still pushing the base.
Yeah, Leary's still doing just fine for himself. Plate barding armor also coming in. Reasonably, you could switch into either light cav or cavalier at this point. I think you have so much gold, you might as well go cavalier. But Leary hasn't really shown that yet. Okay, the first stables are only now coming in, and there we go. Cavalier coming in, and that is not going to be something the Imp Skirms are going to be too happy to see.
Yeah, that's the fact that you can hide that, essentially, is amazing. And the fact that Lewis lost most of his cav archers makes the Cavalier so much stronger. Leary's got plenty of gold. He could steal these relics as well. He's taking down the town centers. And Lewis has done nothing but stabilize, 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 stabilize. If the Cavalier show up now, I think Lewis could lose everything he has in front of his castle here.
I'm just looking at the military score, which is, for those who don't know, 10% of all resources destroyed. Leary has destroyed so much more. Now, of course, a lot of it's buildings, but, like, the efficiency of Leary's fights is pretty much just unparalleled this game.
Yeah, well, except for maybe this moment. The Imperial Skirms have the numbers now. There's no Cavalier here. So that needs to change for Leary. Leary is taking the relics, but he's trying to take the relics here, like where the castle is. Lewis still has, arguably, the civ advantage in the long run with the Vietnamese. And Lewis will take the castle, so still waiting for the Cavalier from Leary to arrive.
Yeah, Lewis is switching back into Cav Archers, so good recognition there. He needs a power unit of some kind, and he needs to make sure he isn't too vulnerable to a cavalry switch of any kind, so really smart play there from Lewis. Bombard cannons still have the high ground, though. Leary never did grab siege engineers. It's not a very Leary upgrade, so you have the range advantage as Lewis, which is super helpful, but, I mean, yeah,
Oof.
this is finally
Oof.
Lewis able to take fights with confidence.
I'm waiting for the Cav to show up. I just keep looking at this fight, waiting for the Cav to show up for Leary. The Cav switch, he had the timing maybe to make it happen. Is this Lewis holding on? In the back, the raids from Leary are not paying off. And there's the Cavalier now. But there's a Monk. There's also some Cav Archers. That might be enough, CA and Monk, to hold against the Cavalier switch.
It might just be enough. And on top of, actually taking a good fight, Leary's forced to reveal this Cavalier switch a bit prematurely. I'm sure Leary would have loved to wait for 10 more Cavalier to take that fight, but because the timings were just a little bit off, Lewis did a great job of finding that time to pressure that this isn't exactly what Leary likes. Now, his population is still in a great spot. He still has all the map control, but it definitely is a bit more uncomfortable than Leary would prefer.
Look at how Lewis has been able to hold on. Sneaky castle in the south, bunch of castles in the north. He's not going anywhere, man. I don't know if he's going to win this game, but this is what Lewis can offer. He's adaptable. If you don't just smash him and kill him, he will be able to take any map to late game, which typically means you're going to go very far in tournaments. Arquebus coming in for Leary. So now his bombard cannons will have that upgrade, which is huge. But maybe Lewis has the better tech now with heavy CA in. Like, that is so strong with the Vietnamese.
It really is, and Leary's going to try and scooch back with his bombard cannons. I mean, I think it's really surprising that he's just abandoning this location entirely. Oof. He fought so hard to get this forward, and now all those bombard cannons are at risk of getting sniped. He at least loses, 4 of them total? That is a huge win for Lewis when he needs it.
Yeah, Leary is thinking about the north right now. I think he wants to pressure that castle across the little dry river there. I think Leary's got to be shocked at how many castles Lewis has. Also, I'm shocked at how Lewis is at 160 pop after losing 55 bills. Again, he's done an amazing job.
Numbers, so he's been able to replenish those lost villagers. Yes, it's food that you would rather spend on anything else, but, it's the macro behind this that's been very good for Lewis. And Leary still doesn't have siege engineers, so that range difference is a bit uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, just double-checking Leary's economy real quick. He's shifting around to some neutral golds in the north. He does have a stable outside of Lewis's base, so he'll think about the occasional raid. There's the upgrade you've been asking for, and Leary will actually just decide, let's go back to this hill. And I still think that if Lewis just raids Leary, Leary's not ready for it, but he runs right into where that castle is, which is like the one area that Leary actually has a defensive castle. Like, look at the main base of Leary. I guess he's got a couple house walls, but like, Lewis is just so fearful of Leary. I don't think he's realizing how open Leary's base actually is.
It would take a big run through with the Cav Archers, though, and I think Lewis believes he needs every single CA at home, which is probably not wrong, but the issue for Lewis is that although his expansion to the side has been very good, he hasn't taken anything away from Leary. Leary still has access to all of his own resources. Okay, there's one random Cav Archer that made it through, but it will probably get cleaned up. But Leary is still taking more efficient fights at the end of the day, so that's going to be a bit tricky for him.
Leary getting some big eco upgrades as well. Getting two-man saw, also getting crop rotation. Will bring villagers forward for another castle. Also, he's staring at the other 2 relics, so it could end up being 3-2 with relics. This moment now is just Leary patience to fix his eco before he goes for a big push.
Yeah,
the castles are going to go down very quickly for Lewis.
Yeah, not really the best position to defend yourself there. And this is where Portuguese are also very good, is in these sort of campy situations. Those bombard cannons for Leary are going to be such a nightmare to deal with, as there isn't a ton to dive them. And those are some good shots right there for Leary.
Yeah, Imp Skirm's not really a factor if there's that many Arquebus Bombard Cannons, right? And there goes Leary. Drops the castle on the hill. Lewis can't easily get in, justify any engagements. And this is a lot more Cavalier with a lot more upgrades than we had the first time. Lewis will have to hit and run. He'd have to back away. But if he backs away, his castle will fall soon.
That said, Leary is kind of screwing up because the one Cav Archer I thought would be cleaned up isn't cleaned up, and it's getting like, a lot more villager kills as it so happens, so Leary is going to need to be careful there, but I mean still, at the end of the day, what's important? The castle's going down, the Cav Archer numbers are starting to bleed, and Leary is looking good here in game number 1.
It's all about the Trebs. If Lewis loses the Trebs, he can't make any more. And then he can't push, and then Leary has plenty of time to stabilize. The split micro actually with the bombard cannons, and then the attack round between the trebuchets to one-shot them both. Just disgusting from Leary. He is still losing the villagers. I think he will maybe notice that and just drop a TC there. And Lewis slowly getting pushed back yet again.
Yeah, it's just he can't quite be efficient enough. Leary is also ahead in terms of resources, but that doesn't even matter because Leary is just losing far fewer resources with every single engagement than Lewis is. And Lewis isn't really able to take the map control back. Leary's still able to get all the resources he needs at this point. He has tons of stone even banked up too. I mean, I wouldn't hate adding some bombard towers, but that is very un-Leary-like. So
yeah,
you can just turn that right into more army and keep this pressure going.
Again, Lewis is holding on. You know, he's staying alive, but his win conditions are not really looking that good. He goes to snipe cannons, but at what cost? And he won't have the relics, it seems. He also never got paper money, which is a really nice tech, especially when you end up having so much on wood like he has. But I just think he's been under whole pressure ever since early Imp. It's what Leary does to you, man. It doesn't matter how well you play. It's hard to stop him, and the castle falls for Lewis.
I mean, it's so difficult to force Leary to make mistakes. And to do that, you really need to be counterattacking, force Leary to pay attention to anywhere else other than this fight right in front of you, because Leary will almost always just out-micro you in the fight that's right in front of you. But as it stands, Leary so much more powerful and valuable in army, and it really is those bombard cannons that just cannot be dealt with at the moment.
Yeah, the bombard cannons only have 17 kills, but they've been focusing on buildings, and they've also just completely dictated how Lewis can engage. Lewis can't take the engagements that he would want. Lewis's pop is still good, of course. There's still positives there. I think he still likes his Cav Archer count. But that is a lot of skirmishers from Leary, and Leary's going to place a castle that you would call a get-out-of-my-game castle there. Right there on the front. Right,
it could totally be
Lewis's
more
eco
forward. It should
open.
be right on top of the production T90. That is a true get-out-of-my-game castle.
This is a go ahead and stay in the game another 3 minutes castle, I guess.
Yeah, okay. It's a welcoming castle. You know, it makes you feel like, you know what? I feel safe enough in your presence to drop a castle. I'm exposing the underbelly of my villagers just to make you feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, Lewis, he has to fall back, but like, I mean, he's dropping a defensive castle, but I mean, what are we defending? Pretty soon we're going to fall off the edge of this flat earth we've got here. And again, you kind of need your production buildings. It's an important aspect of the game to be able to produce your units. Any units that hop out of these ranges are just immediately dying to the skirmishers that Leary has. I just think that for Lewis, it's the first game. You were close. You're still nervous, probably. You just got to play on a little bit longer. Get it out of your system. But Leary's about to be 16-0 this season with this win. He's unreal.
I mean, at this point, we are barreling towards another Hera versus Leary finals, and I think that he's really just showing that, okay, Hera might be winning everything these days, but the actual skill level of Leary is right up there as well, and anybody not named Hera is just really struggling to do anything against him.
I still see a lot of positives. What Leary had to do, what he did and what he had to do,
get circumnavigation.
Well, yeah, get circumnavigation, which now that's a new tech. You can now see the whole map. But he went up, like he should have never, ever, ever gone up that hill with the audacity that he did, right? But he felt he had to, otherwise this game wouldn't scale for him. And he got away with it. But I think, you know, if Lewis takes a slightly better fight there, he ends up with relics. this game has gone on for a very long time. I mean, right now even, he's going to have good technologies, nice little light cav transition. I'm seeing enough positives that I think Lewis can snag games from Leary, truthfully. I don't know about 3, but Leary plays to these razor-thin margins, and I think that if Lewis has drafted well and has the civs like Vietnamese maybe, or other civs that have better late games, maybe he can do it, but...
It's
I think
going to be tough, but I do think that it's really a testament to Lewis that he hasn't rolled over and died, right? He is making Leary work for this win, and frankly, a way that most other people haven't in this tournament so far. So I agree that there's a little bit of a light here for Lewis, and I think a lot of it's going to be a matter of can he retain that confidence that he is so well known for, because you need it. Because you need to say, I can beat you, Leary, in these fights. Now, not in this game anymore, because it's all, it's pretty darn over, but in the rest of the series, I can totally see it.
Well, we'll see. Leary's bombard cannons, they took down one castle. They're not in position to defend this one, though. His Cavalier and Skirmishers will have to do it. Trebuchets from Lewis come out of nowhere. Light Cav from Lewis come out of nowhere to get the raids. He passed 50 villagers on a wood line as he was going into the main eco, but still, he is getting damage. He does take down the castle, but he's going to lose his Trebs again.
It's all about the cannons, and that's why I said at the beginning that they really feel like the X factor for Portuguese in a longer game. It's so difficult for Vietnamese to stop them because you can't really match them easily with your own bombard cannons, and then there's nothing else that can really deal with them continuously poking and prodding you and just forcing you to take these fights that Lewis really doesn't want to be taking.
If, as Leary realizes, holy crap, I'm losing like 50 villagers. If Lewis just counter raids Leary when Leary's taking the straight up fights, like way earlier, not now when you're already dead, but like in the moments where it was back and forth, before Arquebus, before Cavalier, if he sent 5 units to Leary's base, I know it's Leary and the expectation is that he's going to be able to deal with it in some capacity, but the opportunity was there the whole game. Like, this eco's been wide open the entire time. So if I was Lewis's coach, that would be my suggestion. The defense gets 10 times easier if Leary's actually reacting to something from you. But that's never really been the conversation until it was too late.
Yeah, I'm going to try and swarm in here with those light cavalry, but it is just not going to be enough. And as soon as the light cav go down, you go right back to sniping that castle. Lewis has around 12% of the map under his control, which is not ideal for this stage of the game. 41 Cavalier and counting here for Leary. This is all looking great for him in game number 1 on this very sort of standard neutral map between these two.
Yep, great game. Amazing game. As Lewis taps out, I'm going to quickly look at the resources, but I want to go back to that just ridiculous fight from Leary before Imp and the audacity to walk up that hill. Because if he doesn't get that position, I think Lewis has a much easier time. And I just can't believe he did it. Like, I know it's Leary, but like, he just doesn't think he's going to lose against this guy, I think. Who doesn't wait for their upgrades here? I'm just watching it again. 2 mangonels on the hill, Siege Workshop that could be producing another one, and he just somehow, he loses 2 units and drops a castle on his face. That's unreal.
I mean, it really is confidence knowing exactly the range of those crossbowmen so that they shoot at, the perfect location so that the mangonels can't aim for center mass. And then, he's able to level the Siege Workshop quickly, get the castle there, and it was just such a beautiful place to attack from.
Yeah. I think, I genuinely think that moment right there tells me Leary's mindset is, I can't lose to Lewis. I can't lose to Lewis. Like, I'm the better player here. Now, until that the only way to change that thinking, of course, is have the results change. So for Lewis, you gotta make him doubt himself a little bit. But that was just such a clear sign that Leary thinks he cannot lose.
But the thing is, I think that Leary thinks that way against anybody not named Hera. And then he has, like, the exact opposite problem against Hera, where he's just not as confident as he needs to be.
Yes.
It's
I agree.
So strange.
Yeah, no, Leary has extreme confidence with everybody but Hera, because Hera's the only one that's really been able to get in his way. So, Portuguese win. Not bad for Leary. Vietnamese is kind of a later pick there from Lewis. It's also not bad. I think he's still got plenty of options here. He'll probably want to slow it down. He'll want to pick maps where Leary can't play archers, I'm assuming. So my guess
In
is
this
Zimbabwe.
meta?
for the
I
next
mean,
one.
good luck with that.
Yeah. But Leary with monks, for example, you put him on in a monk situation. I know he can micro everything, but it's not the same. Technically, it's a ranged unit, but
I mean, once upon a time, there was a incredible player named Draken who played Leary on a map called Arena. Do you remember that game from TTL when Draken beat Leary?
Poles, Portuguese.
Yeah, and Leary just
Yeah.
like straight up raged against all of the monks that were coming at him.
Yeah, it was Poles, Portuguese. That was the that was before the organ guns got nerfed,
Yeah.
and we saw a lot of like. I think it was Fatorias and Cavalier switch to end that game, right? For
Yep.
Draken.
Yeah, Draken
Yeah.
had like 20 villagers against like 80, and it just did not matter.
I love Leary's professionalism of the title. Yet again, some players will put Titans League Season 5, player name, and quarterfinal. And Leary does the classic ASDF, ASDF, ASDFA. So clearly, he's got somewhere to be. Couldn't take the time, to just type
Man.
Titans League Season 5.
Well, guys,
But-
we are going to Zimbabwe next, so
Yeah.
we did see Leary win the map very comfortably in one of his earlier sets. I remember that game. I think it was versus Barles. Yeah, it was the Berber Spanish game.
It was the. Yep.
That said, it's still not the most Leary-est map in the world, so I feel like it's a good choice here for Lewis.
Agreed. Yeah, and I'm actually curious, what did Leary ban? Leary banned Tulu and Bypass. So I guess from Leary's perspective, he prefers Zimbabwe over Tulu, but I agree. I don't think these maps are necessarily to Leary's strengths. And while I do think the Way are solid pick, I'm not convinced they're necessarily the best for the map. I think that
You would say that they're not the
Burgundians-
way?
they might not be the Way. They might not be.
It's an interesting approach because you still are treating like it's an open map. You're treating Zimbabwe like it's an open map in mid-game. Because you see the walls and you're like, okay, closed map, it's like Arena, it's like Black Forest. But really, you have to get out of your base pretty quickly, and that's where the eco and the mobility of Way really come online.
Yeah, so Leary, 15-0 in group stage, got the bye into the quarterfinals, starts off the quarterfinal with the win. Wild to me, he's actually going for his first boar right away as the Way. So he's certainly got a different start to the map than I was expecting. But yeah, Way for him, Burgundians for Lewis, and in the early game, we have to see how risky players are going to be for the additional food on the map.
Well, that's really what it comes down to here in the early game, because we've seen a ton of games on Zimbabwe that are effectively decided within the first few minutes, just because one person has so much more food access than the other, and Leary is right here with his scout cavalry. That said, Lewis in position as well, and oh, beautiful house placement there, and this is a great reaction from Lewis.
Really good reaction from Lewis. Nice job from Leary to come over here to deny this. But back to what we said before, Lewis has some experience with the quick walls, the Black Forest, bringing in the boars from long distances. And Lewis will bring in the first Rhino. And he'll get it underneath the TC, no problem. And also, his Scout HP is a bit stronger now. So with the higher HP Scout, it's kind of difficult for Leary to ever come back and try and deny this again.
Yeah, and we saw in the last series what a difference even just a few Scout HP can make, because, Sato was able to get a few extra of those pachyderms here in the west of the map. And yeah, Leary's just going to try and escape, I think, at this point with his own Scout Cavalry, and his ability to actually gather any more food is going to be limited. Of course, I say that, and he's still sending a Vill forward, T90.
Well, he weakened it enough where maybe he's comfortable, but Lewis is paying attention, and Lewis has got to mind game him here a little bit, at the very least. Loom is on the way now for Leary, so if he takes the risk, he will at least be able to take a couple more hits. But yeah, Lewis is seeing that villager, and Lewis is going to be locked in on this. We still haven't talked about the civs too much. I guess we can get there. But Leary has been confident all season, and here he goes. No way.
Oh my goodness.
Or yes way, sorry. He is the way.
Oh man. There we go. 2 elephants. You know, Leary's now the one who's going to bring it on home, and Elephant does get a hit in, but with Loom and it being Leary, we have to imagine that he would be able to deny that. I mean, getting the extra hit on is just wild.
Yeah, but you can't wall there. So you getting past that river is kind of difficult. And okay, Leary's getting a bit worried here. He gets to the hill. He gets the scout hit.
No, oh my god.
And he kills the scouts. So his scout survives. Lewis's goes down, and Lewis will not lead. This will not lead to the villager going down either.
Of course. It's like, you know, most other situations against a player of Lewis's caliber, that scout goes down. Now, no worries in the world here for Leary. Now, you do have to be careful because it's still a one-hit kill on the scout, so if there's a stray villager, Lewis can get the shank off, but...
Leary sees this. There's no loom for Lewis. And yeah, Leary sees this, and Leary's like, sorry, that's mine, actually. I don't know where you were going with that, but that is mine. Thank you. Do need to jump in here and say that Lewis told me that he had practiced with Leary. Remember, they were in different groups. And apparently Leary had lost like a villager to a crocodile or something in one of the practice games. But like, I don't know exactly what those practice games looked like, but it's not the first time they played this map against each other. And yeah, they both knew exactly what was going to happen here. It's just amazing from Leary.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that perfect execution once again, able to block there effectively with the scout cavalry. And I mean, it's just amazing how much easier it is to lure in all of these elephants than it used to be. I mean, people are so good at the house walls, the blocking with your scout cavalry. I mean, this is what the little lag right now does. But something I wanted to point out, T90, just now DBA coming in for Lewis. I mean, if you really min-maxed your build, you can get that at 11-12 pop.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. You're exactly right. You picked Burgundians for the early wood upgrade, but Lewis was so distracted on everything else, he wasn't able to justify it. And so now Leary's had what, like 8 elephants? I've lost track. Maybe it was more like 6 or something, but he's got all the food. I would assume he won't lose any villagers here, and he won't because he's a beast. And then he gets the additional villagers from each eco upgrade that he researches in the next stage, which is pretty damn easy to do when you have this much food.
You have the food you need, and I mean, the eco upgrades are still giving you an effect, right? It's like you get all those extra eco upgrades for the extra villager, but I mean, they also improve your villagers. So, I mean,
yeah,
it really does help, you know, it makes a good situation even better for the way in terms of bolstering your economy. But Feudal Age is also going to be on the way here for Lewis, but it's a pretty quick uptime for both players, I gotta say.
Leary is just a special talent. Like, I asked him after going 15-0, and I was like, you know, what's your preparation been like? He's like, I played a couple games. He's like, but mostly, you know, I just kind of watch some of the games and get a feel. Like, he didn't, some players come in and they're like, yeah, I've been playing every day, 6 hours a day, best of 5s. But his practice was kind of the group stage where he 15-0'd.
Yeah.
Like, everyone else in the scene, and I mean everyone else, right? So even like Hera, who's been world #1 the last year or two, you got to play consistently. You just do. You got to play the game all the time. And if you're not playing the game all the time, you're rusty. But Leary's just, again, he's special.
And that's like only Prime Viper was like that, where he could just roll in, not know the settings whatsoever, and still dominate.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's literally the only other example I know in all of the history of AoE2 where you just have somebody who is that raw talented.
Yeah, it's unreal. So, obviously, Leary this, Leary that. Congratulations, Leary. Leary this, Leary that. Game's not over, all right? Game's not done. Job's not done. It's
Wait,
only
it's not.
one
It says game
nothing
over on
for
my
Leary.
screen.
Does it?
No.
Okay. I was concerned. I had a drop earlier, so I wasn't sure if you're being serious.
Nah, I just like to mess with you. I'm afraid it's a guilty pleasure of mine.
That's fine. I'm used to that from my chat. It's sad for Lewis. You look back at home now, and he now doesn't even have the food to click up immediately. It's like just at the limit here to click up. And you really would love at least one extra rhino or even those zebra in the back so you could get your eco upgrades right away here. But that's not the case. Leary's still got 7 water buffaloes underneath the TC on top of still eating 3 different elephants underneath the TC and the zebra he's pushing. So just what this results in, you don't need to spend wood on farms. And if you don't spend wood on farms, you can spend the wood on the TCs right away or the monastery. You just have so many options.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious in the direction that Leary wants to take this game because, we've talked about Burgundians, close map pick normally, way more about the open map and map control with their cavalry. You don't want to let this go late versus Burgundians. I mean, they will blow you up with a bunch of cannons. Their cavalry is going to be stronger in a head-to-head engagement with a diverse army composition. So we have to imagine Leary is going to be doing something in the map control family of mid-game transitions.
Or, hear me out, Lewis can't go for light cav because he doesn't have food and he's just going to boom. You just boom with the Burgundians and then you play towards traction trebs. Because traction trebs you can access faster because of the being able to produce them right when you make it to imp, and they actually outrange the Burgundian gunpowder.
They do, and because of the architecture of the map where your bases are so close to each other, that's where it can be really helpful. Just you have your castle right in front of your base, and you can keep the traction trebs right next to that castle, and it can be really, really difficult to do anything about. That said, traction trebs are really underwhelming against buildings, and Burgundians have very good defenses, so it's actually going to be tough to push, I think, Lewis as well.
The only unit beyond villagers on the map is this scout. And so that scout we pay attention to, and Lewis tries to kill it. I feel so bad for Lewis right now. Every single tiny advantage goes Leary's way. And actually, Leary sees both the town centers too, so now he knows it's immediate boom, in case there was any question.
Well, and Leary is going to get his own bow saw upgrade. Those eco upgrades are very similar at this point. I mean, Burgundians themselves also want to be getting the eco upgrades, but Leary still not even close to having to farm, guys. He still has 7 water buffalo left, and Lewis has nothing. And that's why we see on this map so often that early hunt advantage is very often game deciding. Although, obviously, it's not over yet.
Well, I think it's also just the size of the advantage, right? It was one additional rhino for Lewis against 7 elephants or something. If that's 5-2 or 4-3, it's whatever, you can get into it. But it's not even that too. It's not just the elephants. Now you can't even make a scout. Your opponent can take the whole map. Leary would never, ever, ever be going out here with a monastery with no protection had he not also killed the scout. The scout loss was so important.
But we do see that on this map, which is why I'm saying that that early game is often so game deciding, is because it's really a matter of do you keep the scout alive or not? And we, in several games have seen that scout go down, and then it's what do you do? A player of Leary's caliber is going to easily be able to lure in all the rest of the meat, and we are just seeing him run with it, adjust his own build perfectly. He's now adding in the farms only with heavy plow research. That feels pretty good, man. And he is just in cruise control.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment, Leary slight lead every single category. Lewis is going to have to find a way, but not really the map where you can find that immediate game changer. So for now, I think he's done what he has to do. That's the downside of these types of maps, is you don't really have too many options. If it's not the immediate extreme Castle Age option, you might need to wait for late Castle Age or Imp. Leary is actually going to... Hold up. He just sees the house villager. He's now going to heal his scout, and he is going to go back to go attack that villager. That's what he's up to. He noticed it immediately.
Well...
But the villager's actually coming back inside, weirdly enough, for Lewis, which might confuse Leary.
Well, maybe he just wanted to build a house there, T90. Don't judge him. It's a pretty house.
It does really make you think, though, why build a house there?
Oh, sad. I mean, maybe he was thinking maybe he could lure in another rhino or something, but it doesn't really matter. Leary's picking up the relics with impunity. He's gone and taking the far relics, which is something that we actually saw ACCM do earlier. That is the absolute sign of confidence.
I would get fervor here. I don't know about you. I'd get fervor big time so my monks were faster. I think it makes sense. It's such a long distance. You already have 5 monks. Why would you not get fervor? I'd be all over it.
I mean, what else are you spending that gold on right now? More monks? Don't really
Yeah,
need more than
probably
like
not.
3 or 4 monks here. Yeah, I mean, why not go for fervor? It's only 140 gold.
And it is a long journey. It's a big investment into this. But he's going to get them home because Lewis has added his own monastery. I don't like Lewis adding his own monastery. Why go monks when your opponent has the scout out? I would have preferred a barracks and a stable. But it must feel so bad. Like, you not only do you feel like your start hasn't gone according to plan, but then you know Leary sees every single thing you do with those outposts.
It is very annoying to have your opponent just outpost in front of your base like that, but that's what Leary's doing. He's adding in a 4th TC up on the high ground, so he will have that ability to push from the high ground, which is obviously so much more important than only being stuck there on the low ground going uphill. Monk gets sniped for Lewis. I mean, it's just a little too late to be doing what he's doing here.
Yeah, he's going to the corner. Guess what? There's no relic there. Leary already got it, so you lose 1 monk. You don't gain any relics here. You're now adding a unit. Now I had to delete a villager on the front as well that was on the outside with the outpost. So now he's lost that villager, which doesn't show up in the KD. Leary just seems like he's destined for the semifinals. But he's got he's got 1 win. Needs to actually finish the job here. I'm still thinking traction trebs are the key.
Faction trebs are going to be the key to pushing, and I do think that the Xianbei Raiders are going to be the key for that actual army. You get that raiding ability, and just the fact that you can mass them up so much more easily than anything that Lewis tries to do. If Lewis is forced to be in a situation where he goes for skirmishers as Burgundians, that's already half a win right there.
All right, question. Because I know you're like me, you remember specifics of a lot of these events. Have we seen anybody, and we've seen players dominate, right? Like Viper's dominated events. He did so for years. Hera's now winning and dominating. Have we seen like this level of inevitability about wins in recent times? Because I feel like Viper and Hera, they drop a game or two. They'd fall behind in a game or two, and then they'd like turn it around. But like every single game from Leary so far, at least, has just been inevitable.
The thing with both Hera and Viper is that the result has felt inevitable, but not necessarily every single game.
Yeah,
yeah. And I think that's what you're getting at, and I totally agree. Because
that's exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean.
Because both Hera and Viper can kind of derp around at times if they, and that comes from the confidence knowing that they'll win in an extended set. But yeah, this is just Leary on a mission.
Yep. I'm really curious to see what happens in the next set. We'll have Hera and Viper against each other, which is a crazy matchup for a quarter. And they're on the other side of the bracket. So I think most people are assuming you're going to have a winner of that series be the favorite on that side of the semifinal against ACCM. But we'll see.
I don't know.
There's the castle for Lewis.
ACCM and those games he won today looked absolutely insane.
Well, he did, and he was very disappointed with his performance. Like, the first thing he said to me in the interview is he's like, I should have played so much better. I made so many mistakes. So that should be... ACCM is not going to be a fun player to play against for whoever has to.
No, and I mean, he is... it's just so smart. So many of the decisions he's made that even though some of like the individual moments feel like, okay, you just completely messed up, the overall strategy and then the small decisions, like the conk ungarrison in the last game was one of the most inspired like little moves I've seen in such a long time.
Leary is sending his relics to safety right now in this cute little line, little relic parade. He knows if he holds the front, he's going to win this game. So probably the smart play. And he also knows that if he holds the north, where all the gold is, he's going to win this game. But he doesn't know what his opponent's going for yet. And I'd be a little confused because you've got outposts everywhere. You haven't seen anything until now. He's going to see, the stable in the base with his outposts.
Well, I mean, as a legendary piece of music goes, the Burgundian player is making Cavalier. So,
yep.
I mean, it's pretty
like
obvious, man.
I like it because you can't play late game with the map control you have, and you need one really big fight and it needs to happen fast. The sad thing for me is if you're going to go if you're trying to play Paladin, you should have the Cavalier upgrade completed by the time you reach Imp. And so it's just wasting a lot of time. And oh man, there's also a hole in the back. And Leary can run right in. And Leary has a lot of time to scout this and sense this. And he's just already prepping the barracks to go for Halb.
He is. The one thing I wish Leary had prepped a bit better were the siege workshops for the traction trebs, but the slight delay really isn't going to matter too much. Paladin's coming in here for Lewis, and yeah, that'll be fine. It just, I don't know. It feels like you need to get both Paladin or Custelier plus Hand Cannoneer, and that still feels so far away with a Civ that normally has an eco advantage.
Yeah. Being far away is one thing, but far away from the way is a bigger problem here, I would argue. So,
well, the way
And,
we're in northern China, and the Burgundians are, eastern France. So that's one Eurasia apart.
Oh man, Ornlu. Leary's so inevitable right now. It's been so impressive the lead he's been able to get. We're just waiting to see if he can finish it. I will say that again, he's showing patience. I think he could have tried to push with the traction trebs, but he probably thought about the situation and said, "That's the only way I lose if I try and push. I have 6 relics. I have all the stone and gold. Let's actually just wait till Lewis brings his army, and I stop at once, and then I win the game."
Well, is he going to go for it here? Looks like he is. Just go after the trebuchets. Just buy more time. Just
30 seconds until Paladin, too.
Oh,
Lewis
my
is
goodness.
fighting before Paladin.
He
You
has
gotta
to,
have
though. He needs to
Paladin.
keep those trebs alive, T90. And he kind of is. Sort of.
I would have liked... I think Lewis is dead anyways.
Yeah.
But I think you have to wait the 30 seconds. You show up with trebs once you have Paladin. I'm not sure it would have made the difference. And Leary was always going to have the tools to stop it. Leary has just played perfect. Leary 2-0 up. 1 win away from making it into semifinals. Again, 17-0 in the entire tournament. And I feel for Lewis. Game 1 came down to... It was so close. Came down to that one moment. And then game 2, it's just like the amazing efficiency and unit control of Leary in the early game. And then perfect decisions afterwards.
Yeah, just getting all of those extra elephants, getting that early kill on the scout cavalry, and then just the absolute perfect eco balance behind it is going to be a very consistent way to win games, and that is why Leary is looking as dominant as he is. And now, Lewis's tournament life is on the line. He's had a great tournament overall. I think this is his best S-tier performance, but you don't want to go out in the way that he's doing right now.
Yeah, well, you don't want to lose games like the previous game, right? Like the previous game, it felt like you couldn't even, because of what transpired in the early stages, you couldn't even, like, pull off your strat anymore, right? So that's, I guess the positive is that's unlikely to be the case again. Seychelles, you're probably not going to have, like, the same situations. High Tide, Stranded, all these maps, you're going to get to actually execute your builds. But we see it so many times where the first game is really close between the underdog and the favorite. And then the favorite wins. And then game 2, the favorite just stomps.
Yeah.
And that's why I think when we talked about the series, I said that it needs to be a really fast start for Lewis. Otherwise, it's going to be dangerous.
Well, it looks like High Tides will be the map of choice. So not going to his other home map, going to Leary's #1 home map here, interestingly. I mean, you need to win all the games anyway, but I guess mentally it's, I guess, an interesting choice to go to where your opponent should, in theory, be at his strongest.
Just pulling it up because somebody asked. Somebody said, why is Leary's rank so low? Like, why is his elo so much lower than Lewis's? It's the thing. Leary doesn't play ranked games. He shows up to tournaments and he dominates. He doesn't have time for ranked anymore. Yeah, he's...
And yet he's the one who asked, #what's your elo? So...
True. All right, so Leary's last ranked game was February 17th, which is over a month ago. The last ranked game before that was December 8th. So he has played 1 ranked game this year. And, I mean, not a lot even the tail end of 2025. So you just hit levels where usually the rank is an indicator of someone's form. Like their elo's up this week, their elo's down this week. Those rules do not apply to Leary.
I mean, what's the cutoff for when elo starts to not matter? Like 2K6?
I think 25, 2600.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like once you get to that
you're,
point, it really doesn't
once
matter
you're top
anymore.
40 in the world, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. Like people will say it matters because, especially if you have a stream or videos or whatever, that's good for content. But like Vinchester, for example, was 3K elo for like a month and a half. But he was kind of like, he got there and then he wasn't playing too much. But yeah, actually, there's a player from the USA named himself Leary, who's 1001 elo. And they have played more ranked games this year than Leary has, and they played 2. Or no, 3, sorry. So 1,000 elo fake Leary has played more games than Leary.
I wonder if that Leary knows about the real Leary, or it's just like the complete coincidence.
Oh, they 100% know about the real Leary because they put like the vitality tag in front.
Okay.
And yeah, they're like trying to mind game opponents, I guess, with the 3 games they play. But that's funny.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just Leary's impressive, and obviously you, as a caster, you want competitive sets, but when you see a level this high, it's hard to not just applaud the dominance, and that's what it's been so far. But for Lewis, I think it was the first or second game against Hart where he really impressed me on High Tides, and we were casting that together, and Lewis was able to find a way to surprise Hart and counterattack and just avoid playing the meta here. So we got Lewis as the Georgians. We got Leary as the Romans. Obviously, Lewis looking for some hope. And I think the start here will give him some chances. If he can use that scout to deny Leary's dock in the north, we've seen that work out pretty nicely in the past.
Yes, if you're able to do the thing that almost automatically wins you the game on a map like this, it will be good for Lewis.
Yeah, but like more specifically, Sassy Pants, more specifically, because you start with the mule cart, your dock can go up way faster. And so your Vil will be going out for the dock now, and your scout should follow, and then Leary will be there later. So if you wait as Leary, Rhino, Leary lost the Vil!
Noob! Oh
He's
my god.
human!
Somebody open Reddit right now. Is Leary washed? Do you think he has it in him anymore, T90?
I think he's past his best. Yeah, he's clearly out of gas. What was that?
Oh no.
I mean, his scout was forward. He stole his sheep or something, but that's obviously a mistake. And now as well, there's still the factor as he goes over here to steal the goats. He will have to go dock, and I really think that Lewis should just scan the shoreline at all times to deny that. The villager's on the way. Leary will not get loom because he lost a Vil. He won't want to fall behind too.
I mean, this honestly is a really good opportunity for Lewis. Like, all goofing around aside, I think that as Georgians, as to your credit, that you're probably going to be faster up over there, but it's going to be a matter of can you intercept the villager?
Yep.
Or are you going
Leary
to be
might
the
even...
New York Jets of AoE 2 players and not get a single interception, which could be the case right here?
Poor New York Jets fan. Aren't the Jets fans going through enough right now? They don't need to be called out in an AoE stream. Okay, it's been spotted. Is this where the undefeated streak ends? Or can Leary somehow pull off some masterclass and save the villager? He brings his scout over. Lewis has loom, though. Lewis is bringing his own Vil. And Leary will probably have to settle for a very awkward dock location. He can make fishing ships, but Lewis isn't making any fishing ships himself, so...
Oh, that's just a multitasking issue right there. And Leary's going to get the quick walls in. I mean, you just have to be completely on top of your opponent right there. And look at this. Leary is not going to screw up. No. Almost. But yeah, Leary's fine.
I mean, while that could have been a game-winning move, you kill the villager, deny the dock. And while Lewis didn't produce fishing ships right away, which is definitely something that surprises me, he's still going to have the fishing ships out faster, and Leary still lost the villager. So there are good advantages there for him. Behind this, not sure what the build's really going to be. If we'll see scouts,
I don't think
or
Lewis
if we'll
knows
see
what
man
this
at
build
arms,
is. This is saying, I have too much wood, and I'm going to build a second dock T90.
Yeah, true.
Oh, you know
Very
what?
weird
Bring
build.
the fishing ship over. Garrison the fishing ship. Force the kill of the
And
villager.
then kill the Vil.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Well, does it range the villager, I wonder? Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Will Leary lose the Vil? He loses the Vil? And now Lewis is trying to trap, which might actually work.
Yeah, it works.
Leary has to delete his own palisade and leave, and Scout survives. Okay.
Guys, this is one of those things that looks awesome, but it's actually not worth all of the build order inefficiency that's behind it.
Agreed. Like, Lewis sacrificing his scout there to kill the villager really hurts. I think he needs to push in a zebra. And now he doesn't have any information on what Leary is going to go for, and Leary can push in a zebra. I think Lewis is a bit mentally
Lewis has
broken
mule
at the
parts,
moment.
so he can be fine with that.
I guess that's true. But I didn't really keep track of Lewis's goat situation underneath the TC. He does have a goat in the back corner. Very scuffed build. I wonder if maybe he's lost a lot of confidence at the moment with some of the things he's trying. Like, it is cheeky to garrison your fishing ships to shoot Leary's fishing ships, but Leary could just move to the other fish, and you kind of need your own fishing ships working if you're Lewis. So,
Yeah, and now look at this T90. Unless I'm missing something, yeah, Lewis has already taken all of his boar equivalents, and he's not even close to clicking up to Feudal Age. Leary's on his way up, and this could be absolutely horrendous for Lewis if he's too slow up to Feudal Age.
yeah, I think his mentals are completely gone. There's a goat in the corner of the map he doesn't see. I know people have called Lewis the goat, which is maybe a little bit preemptive and in jest, but he is rattled right now, and this might be the sweep.
The vultures are circling around both the goat and Lewis.
Yeah. I mean, Leary, he lost the villager in Dark Age. He almost got his dock denied. Like, all these things end games, and then Leary just figures it out. He
This
lost
is like
two
the
vills in
time I
Dark
played a
Age.
ladder game. My opponent accidentally deleted his own TC and still beat me. You know, it's,
I'm sorry. What? You need to explain. I'm sorry.
It was just back in Voobly, but he went to click up to Castle Age. He accidentally deleted his TC, and, you know, top tier Ornlu gameplay moment. I still managed to find a way to lose the game.
Did you know he deleted the TC?
He
or
said
did
in
you...
chat he deleted his TC.
Bro.
I'm like, oh, this is so easy.
Oh, I mean, it's unfortunate we don't have a video on this. If only you knew somebody who would love to upload something like that. Oh my
man.
god. Well, Lewis is going for big walls here. Obviously has no scouting on what exactly he's going to be up against here, because he sacrificed his scout to get any damage against Leary. And it is going to be man-at-arms, and Leary gets the scout on by. And Leary gets to take a look in here. He's probably confused to see the walls. There are 7 fishing ships for Lewis. But Leary's going to add Hawks, and Leary's got man-at-arms, and Lewis did not see the man-at-arms. And he has to run away yet again with villagers from Leary's attack.
Yeah, this is rough. Still getting the quick balls there as needed. He will be able to build an archery range in just a moment, but everything that Lewis is doing, Leary is doing faster. Leary's ahead in resources. The Hulks are going to be out here to harass the fishing ships, and it's going to be difficult for Lewis to find an advantage at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if Lewis could turn this around, obviously fantastic, but if you watch the first game, you know that Lewis has a better level than what we're seeing at the moment. And this is just the series adding up. Hawks everywhere from Leary. Like, the fishing ships, while they can garrison, they are not going to be working at all for Lewis. And he's not on his berries either. And he will move out to his gold now, which, well played, is able to sneak. With a couple more houses, he can at least freely mine the gold for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, these are all of the right sort of moves you need to make. He's getting a couple skirmishers here just to shoo away Leary in the short run. He is technically still ahead by a couple of villagers, but his fishing ships are currently getting hulked down by all of those hooks being flung onto the dock. And it's going to be very tricky for Lewis to try and stop that. And,
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think it's well? Obviously, Leary's playing very well, and it's hard to question his decisions. But do you think he should make fires now instead of more hawks?
I mean, I think that's asking Leary to think too much about changes happening to the game.
Okay, because I mean, I think so. If you have this
Yes.
big of a numbers lead, you take down the dock so much faster. Obviously, the disadvantage is if Lewis makes his own Hawks, that Lewis can beat your fires a little bit. But yeah, I think in theory, if you go 4 Hawks and then 4 fires, the docks are already down at this stage.
Yeah,
Which maybe gives Lewis an
I do agree.
opportunity.
Had this game been closer, or we didn't just see the previous 2 games, I think that these are the sorts of things that, if Leary wants to win the tournament, and likely he will have to face Hera for that, that's what you would need to do against Hera, especially make sure that those docks go down and that your opponent doesn't have that opportunity to try and make a comeback on water.
Yeah, Lewis he doesn't want Leary to have the fish advantage, so he's made some Hawks to try and snipe fish. Didn't work out, though, and Leary's adding more fishing ships already. Man-at-Arms, though, did go down underneath the TC, so a bit uncharacteristic for Leary, and the skirmisher defense for Lewis looks good. He's transitioned onto farms. Unfortunately, he has no clue what he's running out into, and by the time he gets there, Leary will be completely walled behind here, so Leary will be fine.
And just as importantly, Leary will be up to Castle Age. And, well, I mean, I guess his food income isn't super pretty, but Leary's still likely going to click up to Castle Age very soon, and then he can take the game in any direction he wants. He can go aggressive, he can go defensive, you have water control, and you're walled at home. The world is Leary's oyster on a map that has no oysters.
Yeah, I'd like to see the fishing lines upgrade too from Leary. Again, I think that's something people are still getting used to, but it's a feudal age. It's basically the prerequisite for guild nets now, so it's an upgrade that might be worth it.
Do you
And
get it
Lewis-
to delay Castle Age, though? Is it that worth it? I have no idea.
I do. I would, but I mean, for me, I go for the extra efficiency versus the timings all the time.
Yeah.
I would, maybe you just wait though, right? Like you have 7 fishing ships against 0, click to Castle Age, and then get the upgrade. But Lewis is bouncing out his res with the market here, and Lewis will be mostly walled. I say that because he is still open on the front of his base, but technically walls up a bit more. He will be safe. And he's on stone, so maybe his game plan is Manaspa, which it's one of the better units you can go for is the Georgians.
It's one of the better units in general. I still think the Manaspa is just, like, low-key one of the best units in the game. Even after its nerf, it's just so good in so many situations. Now, obviously, with this much of an eco difference, the timing difference isn't too bad. I mean, credit to Lewis. Like, he is not rolling over here.
Yeah. I agree the Manaspa are very strong. I really like the balance of the Georgians now, overall. Because they're well-rounded, but they do actually have some weaknesses. Good Cav Archer Civ, but not a perfect Cav Archer Civ, right? The list kind of goes on, and ooh, hello, Lewis. You are going to regret this.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no. We wander into the opponent's base. Our spearman is on the front, and the spearman is weak, and we see a stable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, well, rip to that army.
Yeah. Now, I think it's interesting that you think Georgians are balanced, because I mean, they're certainly way better than they used to be,
With the tech tree, yeah.
but I still think that we look at Franks and Teutons and Slavs. When are they ever being played?
Well, hold
Bulgarians.
on a second. Hold on. There's levels to this, okay? there are civs that I consider more imbalanced at the top than Georgians.
Yes.
And then there's Georgians, and then there's Britons, Franks, Teutons, all the civs that people have known and loved for a long time, which I just feel are, yeah, they've just been left behind. So, Leary will see the spearman now. And Leary is going for a siege war. I think Leary thinks his game is over, like 100%, and he wants to just go siege push. But if Lewis goes for a forward castle, things could get rather interesting. And he does have a lot of spears. He needs to upgrade them to pikemen. Pikemen upgrades on the way, and Leary sees that too. Leary's like, I know what that means. With Leary's town center on the front, this could actually work. Castle on that hill could be tough.
I wish that Lewis didn't stop to build that fortified church, though. I mean, I guess he's worried about knights potentially coming out, but you do have the spearmen, soon to be pikemen, to help deal with those. But yeah, you just need this castle up and unit up as quickly as possible. On the hill is a perfect location. He doesn't even know about the TC. It just happens to work out that way, but... What?
Well, now... Oh, but
Oh.
Lewis, you got to build this castle, man. You got to build this castle. I mean, if he completes this one, it's on both TCs. 2 is better than 1. Okay. You got a Mangonel coming from Leary, which could hit the base. Mangonels and monks. Castle's on the way. Castle's gonna go up. Is it coming home?
Well, we will have to see, because Leary still has a 12 villager advantage. He's ahead by around 1,100 resources. Even with these 2 TCs under pressure, he can still just send the villagers backwards and still add to his own economy behind that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think so long as Leary
true.
still has the fish, which he obviously does, he's in a great spot.
Well, it's getting less efficient. But I think the bigger thing is the fact that Leary is still going to be able to push, and Lewis has no defense, right?
Yeah.
Like, Lewis is like, oh, nice. I just canceled out 2 of his town centers. I'm fine. Let's boom at home. And then there is going to be a boom at home, but it's the wrong type of boom. It's the mangonels on the villagers and through the walls, and then his town center as well could be in big problems.
Yeah, there's just nothing here. Beautiful attack grounds to just further kill the palisades even faster. Now you can just scooch in with your own army. Fortified Church is a fantastic defensive tool, and that will, I guess, keep your vills semi-safe for now, but the TC isn't happening, and this is just as much, if not more damage that's being done by Leary than by Lewis.
Yeah. And Leary rolls right into town as well. He doesn't care about the church at all. No respect. I would not have gone through here, but
Yeah, the Romans
you
haven't
can't
converted
argue.
yet. They still,
He's getting the
they're
damage.
still, killing all the churchgoers.
Oh, God. He also saves the mangonels as well. How does he save the mangonels there? Every mangonel saved. Lewis, 32 eco. It's 61 for Leary. And you're right. Like, Leary's town centers are still trading villagers. And the villagers are still fine. He hasn't lost anything there yet.
Yeah, this
Conversion
is
as well.
rough. And I guess, assuming Leary does win this game and he's at double the pop, he's going to do that, guys. He faces Sebastian, right?
Sebastian. Yep.
How do you think that one's going to go?
It might seem foolish because I've said this in the group stage as well, when I was certain that no one would go undefeated because no one ever had. I think Leary will actually lose games there.
Yeah.
I think Sebastian's very well-rounded. I think Sebastian's very prepared. I think Sebastian's style can make things interesting. I think Leary is the favorite.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. But I do think Sebastian, it's a best of 7, right? I think he takes 1 or 2 games at least and makes it interesting.
What I like about Sebastian in any sort of deep tournament run is that he's so adaptable, and that, okay, if he wants to play like the super aggressive execution style, he can do that. If he wants to do something a little bit different or offbeat, he can do that as well. So I think he could actually adjust his draft to what Leary prefers, similar to what Lewis was trying to do. But I think Sebastian just going to be cleaner in that execution.
Yeah, game 1 was very close. Game 2 was just an execution thing that fell apart. And then by game 3, Lewis's brain was mush, I think.
Yep.
Because, Leary lost 2 vills in Dark Age. This was a very, very good position, but I don't think Lewis was able to really have confidence anymore. I agree. I think Sebastian is too adaptable to fall apart like Lewis did here, but it's also super easy for us to say, and I had a lot of positives to say for Lewis before Leary showed up today. Manaspa getting to the back. So that's not bad from Lewis, but there is a monk and there's knights, and Leary always has just enough. And Leary's still converting on the front as well because he is insane. And he will still probably take down the TC as he defends his base.
Yeah, there was a slight mistake. He converted the low HP Manaspa instead of the high HP Manaspa, but if that's...
What a noob.
If that's the level of critiquing that we have for a player, then, Okay, the difference is that he wouldn't have lost 1 more unit there. That's literally it, guys, because Leary's just doing everything else basically perfectly.
I think Leary's got a good enough sense of humor where the first question we can ask in the interview is what happened to the Villager Game 3.
Yes.
I think I'm going to, because
Go for it, man.
He's been too good. We have to immediately open with that.
Oh, for sure.
He's on the way to Imperial Age, which I don't even fully understand, but he is. And he's kind of backing off his push. Lewis will continue to fight. Lewis continuing to hope for some damage, but I mean, it's 82 eco against 46. Any counterattack he has sent has been converted. He's pretty much putting all of his focus onto trying to defend himself at home right now.
Yeah, meanwhile, Leary just going to switch over into halbs. Your opponent has only shown cavalry. It's going to be just a good way to close things out. Now, he doesn't have a castle yet, but he still could probably have one by the time Imp comes in, especially if he uses the market, and then just sniping the Monospa factory, getting some halbs. That's going to be a great way to close this one out.
Yeah. A defensive castle to Treb is the key. Even thinking about the position of the castle, like, I wouldn't take the risk to place it on the hill to the side. I would probably place it in, like, the middle of my base so units don't run in. I gotta say, I do think Lewis had that opportunity here. Like, he could have used his castle at any point to attack the gate, and then he didn't have to run around ever. He could have run right through the middle. But obviously, he's had some bigger problems to worry about here.
Yeah, I think a not flustered Lewis does that, but he really, I don't think, expected the counterattack coming in from Leary, which, like, in a vacuum, we could say, okay, Leary doesn't have army in his base. It's probably somewhere, right? So, you know, if we're really trying to pick this apart and analyze it, then yes, Lewis should, in theory, have recognized that, but obviously, like, this is just such a tough spot for someone to be in mentally.
Yeah, so crazy, man. I think Lewis may consider the tap out when he sees the Imperial Age. Having said that, he's gotten some conversions and is gaining some ground again. So there's been some positives as his Monospa get attack grounds. And he loses most of his army there. But another town center there from Leary on the side. The Trebs are going to be out to push the castle. And Lewis, he's got a lot to be happy with. He got promoted up to Platinum. This is his first time. Losing to Leary, who's beaten literally everybody else in the quarterfinals, is nothing to be ashamed of, right?
Not at all. And, you know, I hope Lewis will take that approach mentally to this loss because he still has so much more to grow as a player.
Yeah.
And clearly he is improving at such a fast rate, like so fast, actually, in the grand scheme of things, that it's just, okay, right now, no, you're not better than Leary, but almost nobody is. So,
yeah,
you could still.
I think it's also good.
He can improve.
I think also if Lewis feels like game one snowballed his mentals a little bit, there's a lot you can learn from that first game, and you don't replicate that unless you're playing in tournaments. Like, that tournament experience is everything, and that's the beauty of TTL as well. Lewis got to play 15 games in group stage, and then got to play 2 different best of 5s with the settings.
Actually, didn't he not play
him
15 games?
Oh, yeah. I guess technically he got to play 12 because of Nikov's medical situation. But the point is, lots of positives for Lewis.
Yes.
He's obviously a very talented player. He's got a bright future ahead of him. His time will come. But the inevitable continues for Leary. That's got to be his new nickname for this season. My God, man. What a great job. We said it all during the cast, man. Just so... He's fantastic with getting the best of every single unit he has on the map. And if he falls behind, and that's a massive if, he always finds ways to recover with his economy, which he did in this game. So, beautiful.
Yeah, it's just so impressive. I think that it'll be interesting to see just, like, can he keep it up, right? Like, that feels like the question at this point is every single round, Leary's facing someone tougher and tougher. I mean, he had a few little bit of awkward moments against Lewis, but was still dominant. But let's see if he can keep it going versus Sebastian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, again, Leary may be the most efficient tournament player out there. These games are usually fast. They're decisive.
Yeah.
and we have not got the maximum of any of the best of 5s. Actually, it's only been one best of 5 from Leary because he got the bye anyways.
I'd like to point out that almost every set I've casted with you has been a 3-0 or a sweep.
I was gonna say that. And I'm not looking at the sets thinking this set's gonna be a sweep and inviting you, by the way. But I looked at this one, I thought it'd be a really good back and forth series or something. So if you want to join for the interview, just hop into the TTL Discord for me.
Yeah,
There's
sure.
the interview channel.
Yep.
Awesome. I'll meet you there. I think you should have access.
Yes, I do. All right. See ya. All right, let's on over.
Bro.
So far so good. Feeling pretty good.
First question and most important question. How did it feel losing a villager to a rhino at the start of game 3?
I didn't even realize. I was like, hold on. Didn't I send the villager there? And then I was like, well, I don't see the dead body. And then I looked closer. I had to zoom in. Then I saw the corpse laying there. So I didn't even realize up until like 1-2 minutes later. Like I had no idea. And then I was like, well, what can you do?
To be fair,
What
you
can
were
you
still
do?
actually several hundred resources ahead when you clicked up to Feudal Age, so your eco was still
Yeah,
fine.
I figured. He made the second dog or the first dog way later. Had to make loom, sold 3 sheep. So I still thought that was up in the rest. So all good.
Yeah, sorry to open with that, but after you dominate like that, I figured I had to point out your one mistake. Talk to me about game number 1. I felt like your map was a bit awkward there compared to Lewis's, and obviously he played very solid with the defense with skirms. So, talk to me about your thought process throughout the mid game, because the way you decided to play throughout that game was a little surprising to me at times.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy how the game was going up to late castle age, because I knew, he has the easier game plan, just go for ranged units. And well, I have Portuguese, I have cheaper gold units, but he has imp skirms, I don't, so it's gonna be a bit awkward. So I had to go for the castle forward, which was kind of not all in, but like a bit of a gamble. But since I saw a CA at my walls, I knew I was fine, even if I lose some crossbows.
Did you know he had 2 mangonels when you decided to run up the hill?
I knew he had 1. I didn't know about the second one. But even if he had 3 or 4, I would go up there.
What?
That's crazy, man.
That's insane to me. That's insane. Leary, any other player sees 2 mangonels on the hill in the siege workshop. They're a minute away from imp, and they're like, "Oh, this is a throw, because I'm gonna lose my army before upgrades." Is there not logic to what I just said, or am I wrong?
There is logic to it. It is true, because obviously if I lose all my crossbow, the game just ends right there. But at the same time, if I don't get the castle there, I also lose the game just in 20-30 minutes. Since he will have the hill, I can't really push. I expected his eco to look similar to mine, even though I was ahead in score. It was mostly exploration, so I figured the eco was probably the same. And then it's just the camp fest. He had all the relics, so I knew if I didn't go for it, I would just lose in 30 minutes.
So take the
Either that
risk
or-
early instead of playing late. Basically, is the logic.
Yeah, there was no other way to play that game. When I saw how passive the game was and you couldn't really do anything, I couldn't really get any damage. Then he's Vietnamese too, so he has arguably better eco, so had to happen.
Maybe that's why Doubt fails so many castles. He understands the timing.
True. He would run up the hill as well, but I'm not sure if the outcome would be the same.
You're probably right on that. Ornlu,
The
if
outcome
you have
would
a
be
question.
funnier, though. So come on, man.
True. Not for me though.
No, that's fair.
Ornlu, do you have a question at all?
No, I just think that the interesting part was the decision to go in late castle age for that forward castle. I mean, you're somebody, Leary, who's been known to just love those early imp arb timings. Is that something that you just like wanted to gravitate towards going into it, or is that something that you just saw in recognition to how the game was going so passive?
Yeah, kind of both. I picked Portuguese knowing very well that that could be a possible option. And especially how the game played out, he was like pretty early fully walled. So there wasn't really much to do. And obviously, he had skirms, I have crossbows, so not much damage to be had. And then he was onto CA, so I can't really make use of my mobility either. So
yeah,
it was just one of these games where you have to go for it. And I've been playing like this since I was very little, so knew I had to go for it.
That's your comfort zone. Yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
All right, so game 2 is on Zimbabwe. And I know because Lewis mentioned to me that we should remove the crocodiles at some point, that you had some negative experiences practicing on that map at one point, right? Is that the case? I don't want to spoil anything, but he told me so.
Don't even get me started. I lost like my whole town to that. It was crazy. Somehow you introduced a charge attack to those beastly animals. I wasn't aware.
the devs added different attack timings and damage output to different animals. So that made a lot of our map scripts a lot more punishing.
Yeah, I figured, because suddenly one hit and my villager was half HP. Died faster than the one against the rhino in the last game.
So you knew where the crocodiles were clearly because you didn't run into them.
Yes.
But I mean, it's kind of hard to situation to ask the question, but obviously the Dark Age shenanigans completely swung the game. So tell me what's going through your mind, because initially I thought you don't have Scout HP compared to Lewis. Big advantage for Lewis now, and then 2 minutes later, the whole game turned.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit greedy there, trying to go for my villager. Since there was a hill, I could kill his scout.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's just... He could have access to the boards as well after my scout was so low HP. But he didn't have Loom, so that was also one thing. So he couldn't really go for it anyway. Yeah, I probably had like 7 boards from the outside. He had like, what, 1 or 2, I guess?
Yeah, that's
He only got
correct.
the first Rhino or something. I forget.
First
yeah.
one. Yeah, so pretty big advantage when it comes to booming, especially. I figured I would be up, or I would have a way better economy. But yeah, the Dark Age was pretty well for me. I mean, obviously, I killed the scout. I got 7 boars to his 1, so I couldn't really have been happier than that.
Yeah. Did you think it was game deciding at that point, or did you still feel like there's some risks in the matchup?
Not sure. I haven't played it, but I figured just outpost some monks, get the relics, so I can never lose late game either. The only thing he can do is boom. I don't know how his eco looked, but he had the same time as me, which was surprising. So
He was still at least a couple thousand resources behind when he hit up.
I was behind in rest?
No, he was.
No,
he
no,
was. No, you were
he
ahead.
was.
Oh, he was.
Well,
yeah, I figured.
He basically committed to TCs, but he couldn't get heavy plow, right? So he was at the limit, right?
Yeah. And then I'm also away, so I'm up like, what, 5 villagers just doing eco upgrades. So
Yep.
Yeah.
the casual 5 villager eco bonus in early castlage. Oh well. So
Well,
at that point
as
it was
far
decided pretty much.
as far as game 3 goes, we already asked about the villager. We know you made a mistake, and then I think at that point Lewis's brain probably broke a little bit because of everything else. What do you? How are you feeling about your form right now? Obviously, you're undefeated, but you got to go up against Sebastian now, and Sebastian's been playing very well in the semifinals. So, thoughts on that best of 7 and what's to come?
Feeling pretty good. Pretty good shape. I have a pretty clear mind of pretty much every map. I want to keep the streak going, the undefeated streak, but obviously it will be not realistic to think going into the semifinal to keep my streak going. But yeah, either way, gonna be a good set. I think he swept his set as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 3-0
Yep.
over Barrels.
Yeah, so he's in really good shape too. Gonna be a fun one. Will be exciting.
Are you gonna buy the DLC between now and tomorrow?
Who says I don't have it yet?
Mind
Just kidding.
games.
I don't have it, but maybe today.
I mean, you do have some time. You could download it. You could test the new civs. That way you don't have to, ban the new civs in your draft in the semifinals.
True, but yeah, maybe I'm gonna do that. Maybe I'm gonna mind game some people, giving me ideas now. Maybe just practice one civ and leave that one civ open just to sneak in,
Yeah.
Or Sebastian to
dude.
at least try and ban them against you, right?
True,
Yeah.
true. He should be listening, so that's my plan.
Okay, nice. You heard it here. Leary will be practicing fast castles with 2P Blackwood archers over the next couple hours.
Yeah.
Well, Leary, that's it for me, man. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing you in the semifinals. You're playing amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, nice job, man.
Thank you. See you guys
All right,
later.
take
Bye-bye.
care, man.
Bye.
See you. Yeah, he's just an insane player. And I think I loved his explanation of game number 1. He was able to see 30 minutes down the line, right? He was like, I had to run up that hill. I had to be ballsy, essentially. I had to take that fight. I had to win that fight. He also thought he would win the fight. He's like, even if there's 3 mangonels, I go up that hill. So he clearly sees the game very differently than we would have.
Yeah.
And
But I
yeah,
love
he
it, right?
just- he understood
it's
his
the
win
level of
conditions.
confidence that you have as a winning AoE 2 player. Like, if you're
Yes.
that confident that you're just going to win every engagement and you have it, the skills to back it up, you get that initiative advantage. You will go so far.
Yeah. And I think for this series, if Lewis shows he can hold there, I think game 2, game number 3, I think the rest of it literally can snowball, right?
Mhm.
Lewis has a little bit more confidence, maybe. He doesn't try and force the issue to kill Leary's villager because he's like, nah, I like the Civ matchup. Let's not throw my scout. All those things play their role. So it's amazing. But yeah, Ornlu, thanks for hopping in for the quarterfinals. Sorry we got another sweep, but we've still got more time left. So I may reach out for more casts. Predictions before we get into the next series, though, of Viper vs. Hera on what takes place there.
I mean, I'll be really curious as to what the maps are, because I feel like the more aggressive hybrid map looking pool we have, Hera's just, I think, going to be really difficult for Viper to beat, even with, him being Viper and all. That said, I think that Viper will at least take a game off Hera.
Yeah, I agree. I think like a 3-1 or 3-0 for Hera. Hera's looking really smooth. Viper's just been too inconsistent for me this season.
Yeah.
And the games that were like the surprise drops for Hera still only led to him having 3 losses in the group stage.
The games themselves didn't
like,
matter that Hera lost, right? He didn't win anything. He didn't lose anything important.
Yeah, the SizCon game was an amazing play from SizCon. And then when Hera lost the games against Vinchester, it definitely had the feeling of like, Hera knows he's locked for first place. He's going to experiment with a couple things. So, but yeah, we'll see. I think we've seen enough from Viper to know that he could turn it on when it matters most. So yeah, thanks for joining, Ornlu. I'll reach out soon again for more.
All right. Thank you so much, man. Hope everyone enjoyed.
Take care.
Bye. Alrighty, guys. Only, 4 more sets? Something like that. Really impressive from Leary. Like, if he carries that confidence, I really do think he can beat Hera. I really do. Oh, thank you, Rombergandy. I think T90 and I have good chemistry. It's been building all season, and I think we're very comfortable with each other, so I think, yeah, we give a good show, such as it is, when a series is that dominant. Jeez. But it really doesn't matter how many viewers I have right now. I'm not going to force you guys to miss Viper Hera or not cover Viper Hera, so I'll still be around for it, guys. Whoops. Got one more set, and it is the biggin. Thanks for the follows if anyone's coming over from T90 stream. Always a pleasure to cast with him. Glad to help out with the event in whatever small way I can. But we got some good ones here. Thank you, everybody. From Norway. Although I do blame T90 for always giving me sweeps, man. Where's the hype? Hera versus TheViper. Or as some call him, a Viper. Ornlu never fails. It's just honest, humble work around these parts. Now, are these Rex or live games? It says Hera versus Viper. It doesn't say Rex like it does sometimes. So I think we're live. Let's check AoE 2CM. I don't see a draft. Whoa there, puppy saturation. Jeez. Don't get the NSA in this stream. Oh, maybe it's under game details. So it is. So it is. And it is Hera versus the Viper in the draft, so it means this was not played ahead of time. Right, let me bring this up for you guys. Otherwise occupied? Nah, they got nothing else on their mind. All right, Coast Arena game number 1, Stranded in High Tides for Hera. Boring. And then Bypass an African River for Viper. Half boring. All right, so our draft is all done. Hopefully we'll be able to get into this soon. It is, we are, of course, 5 hours into the stream already. Big day of AoE 2. But it's going to be a fun end to the tournament, I think. ACCM is looking great. Leary, of course, is looking great. Oh. Due to some circumstances, Viper and Hera had to start their set earlier. They are playing in private lobbies, and we will catch up with recorded games. The first recorded game will be sent out at 2015 GMT. Hera for banning Tupi. Was anyone else even picked or banned? Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. They're banning Tupi because Tupi still have insane aggressive potential. No one's even picking Muisca or Mapuche. And then sometimes Incas are getting banned, sometimes not, but they're not really a high priority pick either. Pretty crazy. Some might even call it cray cray. Anyway, guys, I need to take a quick break. I will be right back. But obviously it's Hera Viper. It's exciting. BRB.
Ugh.
Hi. What's up? All right, what are you guys thinking? We'll do a prediction. There we go. That's a voice you could listen to all day, yeah. All right, got one more set. We can do it. We can do it. What? Was? See phosphor? We very well could. Koreans? Totally. Berbers? Totally. We used to see it with Burgundians, although it's not really, you know, as in vogue. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just a few minutes, guys. Any good maps for it? Stranded and Bypass, we could see it on. Coast Arena, we could be seeing something similar to that as well. So yeah, there is opportunities here if that's what Viper likes doing these days, which I think it is. Yeah, totally possible. I'm so ready! Honestly, like, there's always something that's going to be a little bit hype with Viper versus Hera. Yes, I mean, Hera is probably going to win. Duh. But, you know. Favors Viper, that's true. Just like longer series favored Viper back when he was Doug the best. Same
thing applies to Hera today. For some reason, I muted. Nope. Could you have picked Bengalis? No, Hera banned them. You see, when the Bengalis here are in red, that means that they are banned. Okay, is it put in broadcaster? Looking at Tinder profiles, maybe. You know, I gotta use my time efficiently, guys. Although I might have a date set up for next weekend. Arrogant rant? Did I have an arrogant rant? I'm pretty arrogant, so that would check out. Alright, guys, are you ready? In Alabama? No, that was Kentucky. No, she's in the city. I just put Viper from Canada and Hera from Norway. These guys can't do this. They're Hera left, Viper right on my scoreboard, and then in-game it's the other way around. Frickin' disaster. Alright, I think our settings are all back to normal. Alright, guys, here we are. Viper gonna be opening up with one of his not favorite tournament sibs, the Byzantines to the northwest. Viper very famously would always ban Byzantines just because he didn't love playing them and he didn't love playing against them. I actually think Hera also not the biggest Byzantine fan out there. It makes sense, like, when you're a top-level pro player, you want to take the initiative, and Byzantines are all about surrendering the initiative, so, like, I get it. But yeah, he'll be to the northwest. Big underdog here. To the southeast in the blue as the Japanese, it will be Hera, so Age of Kings Civ matchup. Yeah, I know you love to see it. You're also not a Byzantine fan? Famously? I don't think it's that famous, Tandoori. The lucky guy getting a date? Maybe me. Maybe me. We'll see. Oh, she did message me. Oh, she prefers evenings. And she appreciates that I am willing to work around her schedule. Tandoori isn't here. Why don't you say byes, Tandoori? Alright. I'm unemployed. We tell them that we are a YouTuber because I'm not about to, like, hide the truth because who wants to deal with that? And either she thinks it's cool or she says, get out of my face immediately. So, honestly, it's a pretty good, you know. Either it's going to work or not work. Seriously, those are the only two responses I've ever had, is that they either think it's really cool or they're like, no, go away. Work I do for being unemployed? You bet it is. All right, so here's the thing. Into culture wars? Oh, yeah, for sure. Byzantines were a lot better when the unit of choice was the fire ship and not the Hulk. Because maybe we live in a world where, in the future, where like Byzantines will get faster attacking Hulks as well as fire ships. Or maybe even give that bonus to Japanese, right? It would make sense for them since they already have faster attacking infantry. That are very low. this mixtape? Yeah. Soulless Kerm, that's also true. Kerm more incoming? It's possible. It's always possible. Low IQ, low everything? Is that what you think of me, Malamatre? Am I low IQ? Scraping at the bare bones, the bottom of all internet denizens on this stream that I, you know, have people gravitate towards. High IQ, oh yeah, for sure. I need to play again soon, though, so... Otherwise, I'm gonna get that elo decay. We can't have that. Anyway, Viper already walling at the back, so is at least conscious of the potential for men-at-arms from Hera, although I don't think that's what we're seeing. Area with 2 lumber camps already, so certainly making good use of the Civ bonus. One with the elo decay? No. We stick at 2k forever and ever. Yeah, I'm still 2k. After hitting 2k, I played 2 more games. I lost one and then won one, so I'm still 2k. Although I'm like 2003 instead of 2007 or something like that. But I need to play another game soon. Then I'm immune to decay. Ah, yeah, that checks out. You can quit and be safe from decay? How? Do you not decay more than 32 rating? I thought you just keep on decaying over time. In my CV, I really should, man. Third doc here from Hera. Viper clicks up. I'm very curious. I mean, both players could go for a lot of different things. Once after 14 days, and then after another 14, and you decay again, and then stop having an active rating. Ah! Trush? No. If they were trushing, it would be way faster. Top 2. I'm a top 500 player. My current ranking is like 540. And with the amount of multiple accounts and smurfs and stuff, that's well into top 500. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I guess time to go 2032. Anyway, Hera has an insane fish boom right now. I'm really curious as to what his plan is. Like, I mean, with this many fishing ships, you could start to think about fast imping. I mean, if the thought process for Hera is, okay, if Viper is Byzantines, he might try and fast imp me, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do that with a way better economy. Like, that could be a really interesting way of approaching things. Because Hera clicked up way later and added way more fishing ships. Yeah, like, I think it's interesting, and it could work for Hera, but also keep in mind that food isn't the most useful resource in a fast imp situation. But, like, you go fast imp, and it's like you have all of these vills that are essentially stuck on food. Now, you could, I guess, bring them over to oysters, but those won't last forever. Hera's not mining any gold, he's just oystering at the moment. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pete. This isn't the, you know, 4-dock galleys. We're scared. That's true. I don't think Viper... No, Viper actually stole, like, stone. Like, obviously, Hera's eco is, bonkers bonanza better. Garrison, it's still very useful, for sure. Because your fish aren't always right next to your dock, especially in a map like this. But if Viper's plan is to just go FC and then attack, it feels like Hera is going to be very well disposed to defend against that. This feels like the sort of build that's almost like a hard counter from Hera now, where if Viper isn't doing anything more aggressive... Oh my, okay, this turned into a Malian or Ethiopian Hulk, I swear, for like a second. Yes, it did. It absolutely did. Oh my goodness. Did you guys see that? It had the Sub-Saharan African sails. By Dune 2? It's because Dune Part 1 was the interesting one. Okay, we need to see this. See? Right there. Right there. Hera's also grabbing Forging, which I don't think is going to do all that much. I mean, Dune 2 was like the action film, right? Alright, Bosaw coming in here from Viper, but all Hera needs to do is just buy a little bit of time. He's grabbing the University. He'll be able to go ahead and get, you know, the careening, blinker construction, all that important defense stuff. But Viper's actually mixing in the fires here, which is interesting because usually it's just like, oh, it's all Hulks all the time. And Hera does have Forging, remember, but not with those upgrades just yet. And Viper is going to be getting some kills here. Really interesting decision. Skarm's not yet. Not yet. Iron Casting coming in too, and right now it is just literally mono Hulk spam from Hera. Blinker construction coming in for the extra movement speed. Remember, Viper, of course, has Byzantine fires on top of that. Wait, he didn't get any kills? Oh my goodness. I thought for sure he gets... I mean, I know they're Japanese, but this just looks like Hera's going to steamroll this. Actually, why the heck is Hera making scouts? What? Like, his eco is so comically better, it doesn't matter, but... like, this is Hera going for the greediest possible opening. He went for 20 fishing ships and just assumed that Viper wouldn't attack him in early feudal age. And he didn't. Expected the Byzantine fire? Yes, but it was in a way that he thought it would be fast castle fire ships and not fast feudal fire ships, which is a huge difference. And now Hera doesn't have any reason to do anything else. Also, Iron Casting applies to the scouts, which is nice. Still gonna get wrecked Reno'd. Anyway, this game could very well be over right now. Byzantine fires just aren't gonna cut it in the world of Hulks. It's just literally like the Hulks are the only units that matter here. Hera's have the extra attack upgrades in, and Viper's fires are just nowhere near good enough. Well, am I wrong? I mean, we're still learning. But yeah, it shouldn't matter. Viper lost another fishing ship there. He's gonna lose another fishing ship there. Again, Hera's 2,400 resources ahead. That's a little annoying for sure. Alright, just gonna convert him back though. It's actually just comical at this point how much better Hera's eco is. This is just entirely based off of the start. Like, just look at this. Light Cab coming in for Hera. He's got 20 Hulks. But yeah, I mean, it's Hera, of course. He's going Light Cab. It's like his thing. Demos need to be upgraded separately, remember? The Viper doesn't have that upgrade. But this does not feel very competitive at this point, guys. But again, what's surprising to me is that if Viper went aggressive, I feel like Hera just dies. Right? Like, he was up so late. And if Viper literally just went for a fast feudal age, then, like, I don't know... I don't really know what Hera does against that. At the very least, all of his fish are idled. Yeah, like, if you do, like, the thing that everybody else does on this map. Anyway, this is very poor unit movement from Viper. He needs to be camping his villagers, not chasing the light cav around. Could have not known that beforehand. Yes, but it's a very strange build. What? What a game. What a game. Like, there was nothing for Viper to do that game. It was a terrible build against what Hera went for. Game from Viper? I mean, it's hard to say because his strategy was so flawed against what Hera did. I don't know if there's like a mind game where Viper expected Hera to do something different. But the entire game was a layup for Hera. Looked prepped? I mean, that build looked prepped from Viper. But something didn't work. Something happened that didn't make happen. Oh, is Viper sick? Viper does not have the best track record with his immune system. Mentioned? Ah, okay. I wonder if that comes from growing up in northern Norway. I think the game's early? Ah. Needs to research herbal medicine. But, like, why would you go Byzantines and go for the fire ships in a meta ruled by Hulks? It just seems so strange. A Hail Mary? Yeah, but Viper doesn't need a pure Hail Mary to beat Hera. Like, Viper can play at his best, and if he's playing at his best, he can beat Hera. I mean, he almost did it in KOTD. Fires? Yeah, I don't think that happens. Ah, okay, we got game 2. How have the sets been today? The first set was very good, Sato versus ACCM. And the other sets have been awful so far. It's been Hera and Leary doing Hera and Leary things. Yeah, I already commented on it. All right. Here we are. Game number 2. It's on bypass. Hera's going to be the blue Turks here to the northwest. Hera's definitely somebody who likes playing Turks.
Aimed in?
Leary was washed? Yes, because I was very serious about it. Well, let's see. This is a map that I don't actually love the boomy civs on.
Hazır.
All right. Is this phosphor? I mean, you have 2 food unique units. That doesn't really feel very phosphor-y to me. Also, remember I said that the ideal double bit X time for Burgundians is 11 pop? I think I said that with T90. Perfectly done from Viper. Perfect!
Evet. Efendim.
Efendim? Emrin? Hazır.
Hazır.
Aimed in?
Emrin?
What do Burgundians do here? Die, it feels like. I actually don't think Burgundians are very good. Against Turks, at least.
Bonjour.
Against another civ, maybe.
Bonjour.
Evet.
Everybody thinks. I mean, there's... I don't know.
Hazır.
I don't like when we distill every single, like, fast castle aggressive build order into, like, one build when there are tons and tons of different flavors of it. We're getting to that 4 pop. Don't get any villagers.
Bonjour.
No, it's actually the best is at 0 pop. You're not allowed to make any villagers until you get double bit X. You have to delete everybody. They can't remember a time before DBA. Is a phosphor? Yeah. Well, Viper is coming in with the barracks. Now, trushing Turks, I think, is usually a good idea. Anything that you can do to keep the game in feudal age and to keep Turks from having a bunch of stuff on your face, like... Yeah, it's usually good. And I feel like that if Viper is to win this game, it's likely going to be through that approach. In Phosphorus than in Hamstring.
Bonjour.
I wouldn't say there's more variety. It's more about these little adaptations. Which is something that's intrinsic to Age of Empires and not intrinsic to any particular build. He'll be favored. I don't think anyone is ever favored against Hera in any situation anymore. Except maybe Deathmatch. Again, I've literally never seen Hera play Deathmatch. Except like maybe once or twice, and he looked awful on it. Oh, this actually could be really awkward, guys. Hold on. Okay, Hera has to have his spidey senses tingling. Frost 9 versus Hera. Now that would be quite the set. Like, obviously Hera wins anything that he prepares for, but like, if Hera goes into it cold turkey, it would be so funny just to see him get rolled by somebody no one's ever heard of. Because Frost 9 is like, actually still insane at DM. Oh. Hera was not expecting Viper to get that hit off. Anyway, Viper gets the kill. When he's not playing S tier civs? Yes, I agree. But the thing is, Hera literally never has to play a bunch of closed maps without his top civs at his disposal. All right, here we go. I really, really don't like Burgundians trying to play that passive boomy style on this map versus Turks. If you are to win, I think this approach is perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect for Viper. I am not entirely sure that this is still going to work, but I love the idea behind it. Sudden disaster. Well, the issue is that Hera will never play in a John Slows tournament for political reasons, so we will never know. Flemish Archer Trush. Again, like, there's nothing wrong with this from Viper in general. It's not the typical approach we associate with Viper, but I think relative to this map, like, this is a... This is a good play. Like, if one, Viper is going to try and throw Hera off, and he's going to put Hera in an awkward situation that he's not super comfortable with. Hera doesn't love his tower rush games. Like, when do we ever see Hera rush? Political about Rena? It's the fact that John Slow is Israeli. Oh, Hera's still going to click up to Castle Age. Against Hera, yep. Guys, I actually think Hera might be dead right now. Oh my god, this is a terrible reaction from Hera. Like, this is legit awful. Loom just now came in. And... like, Hera is the best player in the world, obviously. Hera is so good at making situations, or putting games in the situation that he is so good at. And yet, this is why I feel like the Hera best player in the world is qualitatively different than the Viper best player in the world. Hera's. Is that Viper would just be in any situation and look like this is the only type of AoE game he plays. Hera turns all the game states into the exact same one, which is passive, you know, boomy, macro, micro, getting ahead in eco. Win a DM tourney. I think it'd be interesting to see Hera play in a deathmatch tourney simply because I think it'd be interesting to see Hera in sudden disaster and like all of these situations that Hera isn't in his comfort zone, because it's not like he doesn't have the talent to do well in anything, but it's just not something we see very often. Trust Hera to play meta? Well, I mean, I think that is a little reductive, saying that, oh, Hera can only play meta. Hera is very well prepared for anything. His drafts are great. He always comes in with a set strategy for his, you know, given situation. But what's funny is that it's always a set strategy to turn the game into a meta game. And he does it in a lot of different ways, but like that's why he's so good. Threatening in the bills, so that the archers don't run into the TC fire. Siege Workshop here from Hera, but he has no gold income, so it's really, really tough. past meta play, it's still what he's going to do most of the time, is play a very passive, safe style, and then just lean into whatever the Civ strengths are. Viper dead. We've oscillated quite a bit, from Hera being dead to Viper being dead. Yeah. Yeah, macros. Yes, that is absolutely his biggest strength.
Henry.
His macro and his eco balance. I mean, we saw it from Leary today.
Efendim?
Hazır.
Hera is good at everything, but what we still just really haven't seen Hera in that situation where it's like, okay, Hera, win a best of 7 all closed maps, and you can't use any of like the top 5 civs.
Hazır.
Or like a pure water map tournament. Like, we just have so much less variety in the maps that we play these days because they're all variations of the same map themes.
Evet.
Macro and eco balance. Eco balance is a part of macro, we could say. Macro, in an active sense, is usually described as, okay, are your TCs working? Are you hitting all of your unit cycles? Are you not floating a ton of resources? Balancocracy, he did. Which, again, is interesting, right? Because we don't normally... Yeah, Balancocracy was absolutely filled with hybrid maps. But it's still interesting, right? Because it's a bit of a different situation. Criticized Vinch for being too meta? What? That is not what you typically levy against the Winchester.
Emrin.
Meta hamster at a high level is heart.
Efendim?
Leary as well,
Evet.
but Leary, if the absolute best play is to do something off meta, or like not the obvious unit composition, Leary will still go for it. Anyway, look at this BF style wall. I can't click on that palisade. Okay, I think that stone wall was at least started. Hard to stop. This is where we take a page out of Barles' book and go for the guard tower defense. I'm not even kidding. I mean, obviously, guys, Hera's eco is a disaster. We're on stone. Let's see. Okay, this is a very passive reaction after the Trush. Like, I thought it would still be very aggressive from Viper. Lose the bike? Yeah, but he shouldn't have lost the bypass game. And the only reason he lost is because his eco balance wasn't as good as his opponent's. So, geez, guys, can you make up your mind who the game is over for already? I can't keep up with it. Oh, Viper also has a monastery over here. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I actually really don't like this from Viper, to be honest. For this exact reason, that the Janissaries make the Mangonel defense really hard. Hera's continuing to apply pressure here. Oh hey, random archers, why not? Okay, now the tower is coming in, but it feels like this could have been sooner. Okay, now he's going guard. Guys, he should have just done this in the first place. Yeah, like, literally should have just done this in the first place, and I think he's in a very solid position. Right now, a lot of his farming is being denied, though. Obviously, that's quite rough. Perfect micro from Hera. See the West E? That's true. Literally the toweriest tower in all of AoE 2. Guard tower, it's okay, Boom. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. Anyway, Viper expanding to the sides as he should. Still, it's not like it's over at all. Viper still needs to be adding in more towers. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, one tower is not enough. You get 5 mangonels, that guard tower is going to go down almost instantly. Okay, there's another one coming in, but you still need time. And gonna... Okay, now he's getting Cavalier. Good attack ground. Good repairs. Still need that. Viper gonna add in another garrison tower. Hera has to be very careful now. Beautiful micro, honestly, from both players. Hera loses 2 mangonels in the process, though. This is why I'm saying, like, you just need more towers. That is a perfect example of, like, 2 players playing that, like, perfectly. Yeah, Hera's going to try and come in with another castle, which is correct. Viper also is going to have army here in just a second, which is also correct. To try and deny it. Well, he'll get a stone back, most likely, here. Well, I said Viper will have army. I mean, he actually needs to start training the army. Okay, there we go. Yeah, get back onto stone. Obviously, use the market as needed. Oh, no. Hey, guys, it's literally 1 vil! It's literally 1 vil! Oh my goodness, guys, if Viper's Mangonel was in slightly better position, it's like literally GG. Oh my goodness. That was so unnecessary. Like, as it happened, Hera wasn't punished, but like, that should have been so different. Anyway, Viper will lose a bunch of farm space here, simply not able to get the Cavaliers out in time. Yeah, I mean, there is still stone for Viper to take. He just needs to go take it. Obviously, Hera's eco is a total mess right now. He only has double bit axe. Viper has great eco upgrades. He's expanded to both sides, which you love to see. Viper, please don't throw your Cavalier away for literally no reason. All right, he doesn't need farms. That's the beauty of this map. One of actually my favorite aspects of it. I talked about it with T90. Is that you don't need farms at the moment. Scale barding armor and husbandry coming in. Viper gonna go for a bit of a counter attack. I mean, remember, Hera's out of gold. Can't even take Viper's gold over here. That said, oh. But, like, isn't this such a not Hera game state? I mean, yeah, great counterattack from Viper so long as he doesn't lose everything here at home. I mean, he's going to lose the TCs and stuff eventually, but it's going to be a matter of do you lose the bills alongside with it, and so far Viper hasn't. This is more like a Barrel state? Exactly. +2 defense is going to be huge. Hera's trolling. Hera is definitely not trolling. Because as soon as the Janissaries have to go far away from the castle, then things start to get really tricky. Also, look at this guard tower that looks exactly like a guard tower. Oh my goodness, perfect. Perfect. This is actually what we want to see. Real, smart AoE 2 that's back and forth. Again, this is just not a comfortable... Oh my god, he's literally with his Cavalier between the Jannies and the castle. I mean, perfect micro from Hera, of course. Can we just take a moment to appreciate how freaking good these guys are? Again, Hera took the best possible engagement here. He's still almost certainly dead. Like, he's got nothing going for him, really. I mean, yeah, Jannies, of course, are great. Viper's Cavalier upgrades are also very good. Hera trying to come with the forward castle on that stone, but he has no gold income. Incoming. Viper didn't have the stone for a castle of his own. Nor did he have the time to get the stone for said castle. Hera was pushing too quickly. Oh, that's a little bit of the S word, it must be confessed. But still, Viper literally has lost 4 villagers this game to all of this pressure. Again, guys, Hera has 0 gold as Turks. Not great. There are 16 Cavalier to 12 Jannies. Hera's going to try and keep on applying pressure because he knows he needs to. But without the mangonels there, his building destruction capabilities are, you know, obviously super limited. Okay. Not really what I anticipated right there, but whatever. In Hera's base, that would be pretty fun, but I actually think the safer move is just to drop it over here or something. Or over here. Hera himself has fletching, but no other upgrades, of course. That monk is walled in, but it's very over. But can we just take a moment to appreciate how well this was done by Viper? And then how well Hera tried to react to it, but he clearly made a few, I don't want to say novice mistakes, but Hera's just not comfortable. Okay, he's going for the forward castle. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, again, like, I wouldn't call them a novice mistake, but this is just not the game state that Hera normally likes to be in, right? This isn't the... Okay, yeah, the initial Siege Workshop was terrible. GG. Like, again, lose your base and still be ahead. Oh, whoops, I have double audio on... Wait, no, I don't. No idea why I had that repeated. But again, that was the perfect approach for Viper. I didn't like Burgundians at first, but if you go for that style with Burgundians, which is so, you know, unlike Viper, it was perfect. And Hera, again, he didn't react poorly, and there were aspects of the game where it's like, okay, I mean, it is Hera after all. And yet, he just wasn't, it wasn't perfect. And I think that game is actually the top tier example of Hera is the best player in the world. He's not a perfect player. Because nobody is. And Viper had a brilliant approach and still mostly good execution except for that weird frickin' Yeah, literally, it's like 3 aggressive hybrid maps are the remaining maps. And we wonder how Hera wins every tournament. Yes, that was Viper's home map. But, like, imagine if the remaining maps were, like, Tulo, Seychelles, Quarry, and, Zimbabwe. There's just one year in there, yeah. I don't know, guys. This is interesting. Hope you're enjoying this. I hope T90's casting this with someone exciting because, I mean, it is Viper Hera.
Well, so I like it from Viper. Sometimes we think about a matchup and you think there's only 1 or 2 ways to play. Burgundians typically go boom. Burgundians typically go light cab. Burgundians go fast castle every single time there. And Viper's like, you know what? I don't want to give Hera that type of game.
Oh, it's amazing that T90 and I are saying the exact same thing.
Well, in the first game, Hera read the Civ matchup perfectly. He played, as I said.
Oh, it's T-West. Favorite Civs? I mean, who doesn't love Berbers, man? Only a hater wouldn't love Berbers. Hate horses? Well, you're wrong. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Game number 3. On Mongols? Yeah, that's true.
என்ன கட்டளை? A.
Alright, Viper Yellow Dravidians to the east, Hera Blue Woo to the west. I already like this more for Viper. It's fair. Mongols have always been my favorite Civ, and I fully recognize they are like the most toxic Civ out there. It's not fair! Genghis Khan was my favorite campaign. Alright, guys, I am really interested in this. Like, game number 1 was, I think, such a bad approach from Viper. Like, it was an approach that was so bad relative to what Hera did that I would be curious as to why he went for that. Like, there has to be something I'm missing. Is literally 2P? That's true. Viper going over to Wood with 4 bills. Hera, same deal. Kushluk did nothing wrong. Kushluk is our guest. It would be most rude of us to send him away. They play out. To be fair, 2P can be pretty toxic as well. Super aggressive. Blackwood archers. They're viable? They are still viable. Doc coming in. Doc coming in. Honestly, a little late from Viper. Especially with Dravidians. Is poison toxic? Well, poison isn't toxic. Toxic is poison type. Wait, curare means healing? Really? That's backwards. That's a misnomer. Yeah, Hera's first fishing chip's a little bit faster. I guess that's where you get the word cure from, yeah. And I wonder where... Because I know curare refers to poison darts. Anyway, Viper's got Loom queued up. Hera does not. Is Viper trying to click up to Feudal Age? Will he have the resources for it? Yeah, I mean, reasonable start here. It's Collected, it does not, which it should. It really should. Terrible illness called life. RIP. From the Urari, from the Carib. Oh. I forget the name of that type of word where it's like, it sounds this, it's like, I guess a false friend, I guess it's called. Wait from Rio, it sure does.
Hey. Sorry.
All right, I mean, Hera's up a little bit faster. Likely to open Men-at-Arms here. What's Viper's plan? He is not going Men-at-Arms with Dravidians, which is a little surprising. Tupi to speak Latin? Not with that attitude.
Eh,
Where do you think the original Romans came from? That's right, Brazil. Is not related. Ah. The Dravidians? Dravidians are like one of the least gimmicky civs that have been added. Like, they're the most straight up regular AoE 2 civ post DE launch. I mean, yeah, they do, but that's not like a very important part of the civ. Making things up? Ah. Oh, Viper is going better. Okay, so he's just doing so slower than Hera. I mean, good quick walls there from Viper. But, I mean, Hera's just faster, right? It is that simple. Quick wall there from Viper is needed, though. Range coming in. Hera's adding dock number 2. Okay, so already a little bit of a divergence. Nice snag there from Viper. I think, not Kurjaras, and I think Bengalis have a lot of issues, but, you know. Hindustanis are fine. GG for sure. Of game 1? No, they actually... This isn't the same thing, but faster. I mean, they both open Men-at-Arms, but Hera, Viper's quick balls were perfect. Now they're just going for different strategies, right? Hera's going for more of a water approach. Viper going for the archery range approach. Hera still doesn't have an archery range yet. Blacksmith in range number 2 for Viper. All right. Perhaps anticipating that Hera would be primarily focusing on the water/infantry. Viper himself added another swordsman. Obviously, Hera has more, but this is where those ranged units are going to come into play. And Viper has a gajillion bills queued up, so he can easily get fletching. For 2 ranges, that is definitely not enough, but that's where skirmishers help. Now, if Viper read this game perfectly, he'd recognize that Hera just doesn't have the ability to go for archers at all right now. I think that's a really difficult decision to make. Especially, oh, he scouted the second dock. Like, I think, again, the perfect play would be recognized, just go pure archer here. But this is still quite scary. Obviously, the Hulks are going to come in and do a lot for Hera, though. So Viper has to make something happen. Viper, you know, something's over as I have the high ground. And Viper not paying attention here! Oh, he will lose at least 2, maybe even 3, maybe even 4. Okay, yeah, just the 3 fishing ships. And obviously that's still huge in Viper. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Everything's falling apart now. Yeah, this is where I think the big mistake was just going skirms instead of archers. The eco balance wasn't where it needed to be to go for archers, and now Hera's got 6 fishing ships, 17 on food, and Viper's looking pretty dead. Market coming in here from Hera. Viper's actually a little ahead in food collected, interestingly, but still seems quite tough for Hera. That said, Hera has 4 hulks, which means that this is tough. I mean, like, again, if these were all archers, this would be so much scarier. I mean, Viper is getting more kills there, but Hera's going to click up the Castle Age in just a second. Defensive tower, I think, is good, although I would... Oh, no, he saw the tower from Viper. Okay, yeah, Hera just needs to build a defensive tower. Well. Yeah, Hera's going to click up the Castle Age, and I don't think Viper can stop this. Hera adds in more fish, and there's literally nothing Viper can do about this. Now, Viper is not giving up the fort entirely when it comes to water. But, okay, and he stopped his archer production completely, so obviously well aware that Hera, and he's the second barracks here as well, of course, is going to likely be going John Swordsman. Alright, Viper, he is around a minute slower. Which, against a unit like the Chan Swordsman, is still quite noticeable. That said, this is perfect. My concern is just those fishing ships. If this wasn't a fishing ship-y game, then I'd be feeling so much better about this for Viper, but Hera's got the fishing ships, and I feel like it's so tough for Viper to do anything about this. Okay, that was a little bit of the S word. "20 seconds. Let me look at Hera's resources at the moment. 4 to 4 Hulks, but it feels like Hera's are probably with the HP advantage. I think they are. Oh, Viper's going double archers, double men-at-arms? What? There's John Swordsman. At the very least, Viper did deny that barracks, and Hera's going to try and add a second TC over here as well. Scale mail armor coming in. The discount is very helpful here for Dravidians. No medium warships either. And chain mail armor coming in. Hera, I think, is really over-investing into the Qian Swordsman. I actually do think this is a mistake. You need long swordsman, though. Okay, Viper's just gonna wall that off in the short run. That's fine. There's long swordsman. Alright, guys, this is interesting. Siege Workshop here from Hera. I don't love this, though. I really don't think this is perfect AoE at all. Now, Hera still has other gold income. Men-at-arms are going to be good against buildings, and long swordsmen even more so. Again, I just don't love this. Like Eagles, they have a lot of pierce armor and are countered by regular infantry units, so in that sense, yes, they are like Eagle. Look at this, guys. Viper has a huge army over here. Nope, tower is doing tower things. And to be fair, like, again, this isn't really a Hera game state. It's not like Hera is going to be the one making a ton of infantry all the time. Crossbowman now coming in for Viper. There is a defensive Mangonel. Well, I mean, the Mangonel wanted to be offensive, but it had to be defensive. Hera still ahead a lot in terms of bills, though, and that is just entirely thanks to the power of his fishing eco. If Hera didn't have this fishing eco, he would be dead. But he does. And therefore is not dead. Still, Hera's only ahead by 400 res. Not really anything that terribly exciting. Again, I think you need to appreciate how freaking good long swordsmen are. Remember, 6 bonus damage. Oh, such a good attack round there from Hera. Oh my goodness, I don't... Okay, maybe Viper can micro out of it, but most of us plebs couldn't. Alright, will Viper add in a siege workshop of his own? He's adding in a bunch of farms right now. Hera also trying to add in a bunch of farms, but again, oh my goodness, that was perfect from Hera. That's what he needed, guys. Without those swordsmen, so much harder to make work for Viper. Hera's also going to try and add TC number 3 to the south. Now, Viper, I don't think, is any the wiser about all this. Horse Collar just now coming in for him. And he's going crossbowman. I really don't know why. Like, what's Hera doing that crossbowmen are good against? Fishing ships happily working over there. Like, don't you go pure longsword siege? Right? That feels like the correct play. But Hera's just going to be getting so far ahead in resources. And now the game is becoming very passive, and this just feels like the passivity always is going to favor Hera. Hera's not making any army right now. Viper adds a third TC over there to the far east of the map, but Hera's already on 3, and Viper I just don't think... I mean, I know he doesn't know about the third TC. But yeah, I mean, you have to actually make the swordsman, Viper. And Hera's getting more value. The TC... Well, I mean, that would take ages. Now Viper's just bleeding units. Yeah, now the game is looking much more over. Viper has lost a ton of units in a row without killing anything. He's sending one longswordsman, like, the longswordsman's being outnumbered at least 3-1 in every single fight. It's, like, awful. I don't understand it at all. Food eco? But he added the food eco. DC number 4 for Hera. And of course the macro is better. He's ahead by 2,000 resources. Production queues? I mean, what is he doing? No, the build was fine. And Hera losing a few units there, but I feel like it's one of those situations where the damage is already done. Look at this eco inefficiency. Feels like one of those, it doesn't really matter what Viper chooses to do at this point type of games, and I still don't understand why he isn't going siege. Like, just log swordsman plus siege workshop. Yeah, Hera? Yeah, I mean, Hera can do literally whatever he wants. Like, look at this eco difference, guys. It's not remotely close. Yeah, like I said, the damage has already been done in that sense. I mean, think of the resources that went into Bodkin and Crossbowmen and more of those units. Okay, that's a little bit of the S word for now from Hera, but I guess the micro is still good on the other side. Yeah, Hera's got a second Mangonel out, but I mean, if Viper had his own Mangonel, then maybe he could try and punish this, but he obviously doesn't. Now, Hera has a lot of stone that he isn't really using, but I guess with Viper walking away... Well, that's awkward. Like, it was fine for Viper until mid-game. Then it felt like he just didn't kill anything, and then eventually he lost his entire army. This is a freaking disaster, man. Hera is literally winning this game without ever making an archery range. Yeah, that was so strange. Anyway, Hera 1 game away from the semifinals. And I did predict Hera 3-1. So now we have High Tides and Stranded, the two hamsteriest of the hamsters. No matter the numbers game. But Viper didn't go the counter unit. Or, like, he did go the counter unit, but then he stopped going for the counter unit. Hera Sibs, yeah, you definitely go Koreans on Stranded, and Romans on High Tides? Whereas you have Mayan Stranded, Mongols High Tides, or it could be the other way around as well. We will have to see. All right. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, Pachacuti is No, he's not the Earthshaker. That's like the one who controls time and space or something super awesome. All right, here we go. One puck, it's so weird. Well, I think it's because they just don't want to invest into them. Because it's always like, okay, I'm going to get my archer upgrades no matter what. And then I'll try and mix in the infantry stuff as well, but then it's too hard and then you lose. Whereas it's like, okay, you just need to skip going archers altogether. Like, Hera didn't make any archers that game, and that just opens you up so much for your own swordsman. Force Hera to make that switch, right? You're shaker. All right, guys, here we are. Viper, tournament life on the line. You will be the yellow Romans to the west, and to the east, in the blue, as the Mayans, it will be Hera. Look like a Viper map. All of the remaining maps are aggressive hybrid maps. Why would I restart DE? Everything's working fine. Laggy? Is it? Does he have a memory leak issue? Inside the house? I have no idea. That is true. I'm not dropping frames. It does feel a little choppy. Does Captrage have a memory leak issue? Yeah, because I kind of get that. Well, hopefully this is all better now. Anyway, Hera, Mayans, very common civ for this map. Good for the fast castle crossbowman stuff, and those longer lasting resources when your eco is already so fragile is just very, very helpful. Also, they're not very stone reliant. Memory is well, is a memory leak issue a RAM issue? I wasn't sure if there was like the long-term memory versus the short-term memory thing. I'll never have a memory leak. Well, obviously, nothing too crazy to talk about so far. Hera's a Villa head as Mayans. Kind of curious as to what Romans are going to do, though. Like, what do Romans do here that's good? Especially as these days it's more FC-oriented, but Guys, if Viper goes FC Double Siege Workshop with Romans, I would be pretty excited for that. And I don't get excited about Romans very often, with good reason. Now that would be something. Mayans? No. But neither Mayans nor Aztecs had any changes, unless you consider renaming El Dorado to Holgans. Do you see matches? Not really. Well, okay, no, the first series was good. We had some good games in the first series. Second series was pretty awful, honestly. This has been interesting. But yeah, I mean, we saw in game number 1 today, both players go FC. Will we see that here? Game 1 repeat? Well, that game was Hera having a gajillion fishing ships, and Viper not having a gajillion fishing ships. Thus far, it's basically even. Viper even, you know, a fishing ship ahead. But my question is still going to be that castle age. I actually think that's a legit move from Viper. Oh, no. Oh! Yeah, you need... Oh, no. That's so annoying. There you go. Well done, Viper. Oh, why is Viper's score so far ahead? Oh, I guess Viper scouting is much better. And what if your villagers all started in different spots on Stranded? Like an actual nomad map? Bad situation like that? I mean, Viper certainly isn't the only player that would do that, but it certainly takes a top pro to make sure that that lure is still perfect. Lest we forget the Sito lure on this map, shall we say. But no, it's really hard. Anyway, both click up at the exact same time. Viper is actually a little ahead in the fishing ship numbers. If Viper can win this game, and again, that's a big if, he will have his #1 Civ pick. He'll have Koreans on high tides, which is kind of surprising to me. Hera actually also will have his #1 Civ pick. So yeah, it would be Koreans versus Mongols on high tides.
Prontos.
That could be very interesting. Who won that one? Short run Mongols, long run Koreans, I guess. Yeah, fish booms go crazy these days, especially when you don't have a ton of land food. How is Hera ahead by 500 resources? Like, this is just wild to me. Like, how is he that far ahead in resources? Oh my god, Viper forgot the mill. And he's making a... Huh? Okay, no, cancel that. Oh my goodness, guys, this is so unimpressive from Viper, I'm not gonna lie. This build is, like, perfect from Hera. Viper already 26 seconds idle time. Either he's sick, or he didn't practice this build enough, or both. Where's the blacksmith? Am I blind? Oh, of course, the blacksmith is, like, all the way over there. Why didn't I think of that? No way. No way. Viper with his tournament life on the line is going to go Roman Longswordsman? What on earth is she doing? What? I mean, again, don't get me wrong. Swordsman, always exciting. But Hera's doing the most obvious thing possible on this map. That's not... He's executing it very well, don't get me wrong. But, like... Huh? Why wouldn't he just be going for the double siege workshop? Well, I mean, neither player has any scouting, which is why you just go for a build that requires 0 scouting like Hera's. Viper could be doing literally anything, and Hera would be playing exactly the same. And then traveling to the past, yes. Behind with Romans, because it's Hera. Need +2 defense for sure. Viper's lost so much HP already. There's the Scorpion. But, like, wouldn't this just be better if you went double Siege Workshop in the first place? This is a little bold from Hera, I must admit. Osaw coming in for him, too. The crazy thing is, this could still totally work from Viper. Although it's very odd, to my mind. 3 Hulks as well from Viper. Hera doesn't have anything. University for Viper. Good micro from both players here, of course. Exactly what we would expect. Hulks are coming in. Hera is grabbing medium warships, but he doesn't have any warships at the moment. Is it bad if I say I like both Sito and ACCM's game on this map better? Like, I think they both had a better approach and would be winning quite hard against either of these players. Which is so crazy to say when it's Viper versus Hera, but I actually believe that. Like, I thought that Sito and ACCM both had the right call of how you play this map these days. But yes, your faster gather rate does not at all apply to fishing ship. Oh my god, Hera, what on... What? Oh my god. Chat, help me out here. Also, wouldn't it be crazy if T90 brings me on for the super obvious one-sided series, and then brings T-West on, and T-West gets the super hyped matchup that would turn out to be one of the best storylines possible? Wouldn't that be the most feels Ornlu man moment of all time? Okay, Hera's getting attack upgrades for the Hulks. And that's going to make a big difference until if and when Viper gets his own medium warships upgrade. Siege Workshop number 2 coming in. Viper has ballistics already. So, Hera's going to need Mangonel. Mangonels. Viper ahead by 9 vills, but is still behind in resources. Beautiful position there from Hera, by the way. Viper also has a relic, which is nifty. How does Viper lose the game from here? Well, I mean, Hera still has a huge army, doesn't he? I like Viper's position more, but... I mean, Hera never lost his gigantic army. You know? Okay, Viper's gonna have his own Mangonel, but he obviously needs to react to this, which he is doing at the moment. But I stand by this. I actually think both Sito and ACCM, if they played the way they played their game, I think they both win this one. I'm not even kidding. Alright, Viper's catching up in army, though. Hera's got a second TC, but, like, it's still not great because his own food income is quite poor. Good attack ground there from Viper. Medium warships coming in for him. Viper still has all 17 of his fishing ships. Hera isn't making any more military units at all, actually. Okay, there's another Mangonel. It's really all he needs right now. What the heck are you doing, Hera? Oh, my goodness. Why not? Anyway, Hera gonna try and launch a counterattack of his own. Viper's army should be way better on the land, though. No fletching upgrades or anything like that, though. And now Hera gonna get some counter damage. Isn't this, like, awful for Viper? Oh, wait, the Mangonels! Hera didn't scooch them back. That was actually Miss Micro. Uh-oh, hold on. Another Mangonel's almost out. Viper has 2 of his own, though, and Viper now has the high ground. Hera has the Vil lead, though. Viper's lost almost all of his fish at this point. Yeah, the attack upgrades don't matter at all. Hera has to take back wood, which is fine for now. Not ideal, but it's fine. Hold on, I don't know, guys. I mean, that was bad from Hera. This is so like, Am I going crazy, or is this just such a strange series between these two? Where, like, in some ways, they're like, okay, this is Viper and Hera. And in other ways, it's like, this is Viper and Hera? I mean, look at the siege army from Viper. Hera can't do anything against this. He's about to have a second Mangonel up, but it's literally going to be 2 to 4 Mangonels, and Viper, you know, something high ground. Also, why didn't Viper do this in the last game? Again, infantry siege. Hera, you don't get redemption. That's not how your civilization works. Okay, Viper's macro is ostensibly better, and yet it feels like I guess it's 1 TC versus 3. Oh. Lancing shot there. Minimal damage on either side. Oh, Viper also... No, he lost one of his Mangonels. Ah, that explains a lot. 7 to 6 fishing ships. And now Hera taking some better fights. Hera catching right back up and resources destroyed. Well, Viper has, like, no food income right now because he lost all of his fishing ships, so that makes sense. Now, if your statement was Viper shouldn't have lost all of his fishing ships in the first place, then yes, I can kind of understand that. But this is so tough to play from both players. Nice Mangonel snipe there. I guess that's a 1 for 0 from Viper, 1 for 0 from Hera. Random Bill. I mean, Hera's army is awful compared to Viper's. I guess that's better for Viper? I guess? Hera's gonna try and save for Imp, but that is so far away. Yeah, Hera's taking double stone there. A lot of Scorpions have also died to Mangonel hits. Does Hera have a second siege? He does not. Okay, that's a mistake. Okay, well, that now it's coming in, but obviously feels a bit late. Mangonel about to pop out. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Devotion's in. A couple long swords are converted. Double Mangonels are being produced. Hera literally can't even find the time to even click Imperial Age right now. Castle being attempted on the high ground from Hera. That is bizarre. Hera's out of Mangonels, guys. No way Viper lets this happen, right? No way, no how. What the heck? And Hera still forgot to click to Imp. What the heck? I mean, that is a doubt castle in the truest sense. Guys, what on earth is happening? He's getting Caravan! Viper with 42 villagers killed this game at this point. And now you go for rams and stuff. Hera's out of his own mangonels. His own villagers are fleeing all over the place. What a nightmare for him. I mean, both players feel so off at the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's cute from Hera. I mean, Hera's getting closer to imp res. Viper needs to go double ram production. Yeah, Viper has thrown away all of his scorps. Maybe he's dead. Viper can't do anything here. Like, the res destroyed is actually very close, despite what the KD says, because Viper's lost so many expensive units. Also, that's Hera's MTC. Fine. Yeah, I feel like Longswordsman Rams is really the way to go, especially once the Mangonel numbers are depleted. Anyway, this game should be looking pretty over very soon. Is Hera still? Yeah, Hera's even still fishing on top of it. But Hera has a huge lead right now. He's an Imperial Age. It's gonna be tough because he can turn around with the Longswordsman and immediately kill the Mangonels. Oh my god, that was perfect. Like, literally perfect. Oh my god, Viper loses everything there. What's Hera's win? Yeah, Hera's win condition is to kill Viper's army with his Imperial Age units. Now, it's true that Hera lost almost all of his monks, but that's a worthwhile trade. And he's still going Scorps. Like, Scorps don't kill the castle. You need to win the video game, right? Well, now Hera's just going to launch a counterattack. Yeah, now Viper should be pretty dead. Plumes are going to outrange and outdamage everything. Ships are nowhere near as good as they used to be versus land units. Okay, well, that's awkward. And Viper has just been behind in resources despite, like, having, in theory, a more efficient deco. It's honestly just crazy.
Shot it.
Another siege workshop coming in. Again, Hera's eco is still great. Oh, he didn't even kill those plumed archers. Thumb ring, padded archer armor. Like, I legit think you should be on 3 siege workshops right now, full producing rams and scorpions. For plumes, 1,100 or 1,000 wood, 700 food. Yeah, now it just feels extremely over. Like, it would take a massive throw now from Hera to lose this game, and Hera does not throw games. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Viper tap out. Oh my god, he's going imp himself. Yeah, I'm really surprised he's just not going with his own rams and swordsmen. Where are the Scorps, actually? What's Hera doing, too? Oh, this is what he's doing. My bad. Yeah, obviously he's all good. What are scorpions doing over here? Oh my goodness, guys. What on earth are scorpions doing on the middle of nowhere? Double mangonel on the way, I guess. Scout for siege. Yeah, obviously that castle's happening. Like, literally, if the scorpions are in position, this isn't an issue. Oh, you don't want that to happen, Hera. Yeah, Hera's so far ahead in res destroyed, even though he's now slightly behind in res collected. What? Oh, now? Really, Viper? Now? And the scorpions are once again not doing anything useful at the moment. That was so winnable for Viper, guys. It really was. Hera was behind in food collecting as Mayans as against Mayans as Romans. That really did feel like a throw. There were so many opportunities there for Viper when he had such an overwhelming army advantage. Yeah, Hera's APM is actually insane for sure. Like, Viper got, what, 7 fishing ship kills in Feudal Age for free? Crazy. Well, guys, that's it for today, though. Tomorrow is going to be Leary Sebastian and Hera ACCM. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.